Hey guys, I'm Ethan, and here we have the Royal Society of Roboticists, Royal Society of Robots, sorry, and we are on day 2 of our robot in 3 days. Yesterday we made some awesome progress. We put together a chassis, we did some prototyping, we learned what works for a launcher, what works for an intake, and we're going to put that all together into something that will hopefully run today. My name's Ethan, and we'll let the team introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I'm brand new to this robotics thing and new to the team.
My name is Gage. I am the team captain, and I do all the programming, and I'm one of the drivers.
I'm Sam. I do pretty much all of our CAD and a lot of our design, and I'm also a secondary driver.
We're really excited. I'm really excited to have you guys all here. I really like the insights you have into the game, into the starter bot process, and into the robot in 3 days that I think we're going to end up with. I think we're all pretty excited about the robot that we have today. We have kind of what feels like a unique robot architecture that we're working toward right now, where we'll have 2 discrete launchers. So these can be filtered from our intake into one of a particular color. So the right side, for example, could be for the purple artifacts specifically. The left side could be for the green ones. This will let us build motifs of the specific pattern, kind of no matter what order we pick up those elements in, as long as we pick up the right quantity of each. So we have an intake system that's powered by 48mm DECODE wheels. That'll lead into probably some polycarbonate grid plate, which can create a ramp. We'll also have like a servo that can be a diverter or like a train track switch that can decide which of the 2 chutes that game element rolls into. So we got 2 motors up here. I think we're going to have all of our launcher wheels on one shaft, and we can spin those up and be prepared to fire from whichever side. I'm really excited. Today, I think the big thing we want to do is take this from an idea into a robot that hopefully scores. In the best case scenario, we'll have a robot that's scoring halfway through today, and then maybe we can look at making some of those efficiency changes, like adjusting our drivetrain size to be something that's more compact. Maybe tomorrow we'll even be at the point where we can look at Endgame and start to talk about some of those mechanisms. But right now we're really focused in on creating a robot that can interact with the game elements and shoot. We had a launcher that worked really well yesterday. We just have to duplicate that and then make something that can actually feed in and score it. Is there anything in particular that stood out to you guys since we met yesterday?
I'm not really
Not
sure.
a ton. That's great. I think that gives us a lot of opportunity to talk through our design strategy and stuff like that. A lot of this is basically, let's build this in the quickest way possible. Let's throw some solutions that look very plausible at this problem and learn more as we go, learn more as we assemble, and as we take the robot apart and put it back together. I think we can start in a bunch of different places today. I think that at least for part of today, we're going to be probably pretty limited in the number of hands we can have on the robot at once, which is going to be something we'll struggle with. But I think we can kind of dive in. The 2 things that I think we should focus on first are probably getting our launcher wheels and shooter all set up to where it's got the wheels, we've got the powertrain and transmission, and then we have the backing that's going to be the polycarb grid plate. We'll have some challenges that we'll need to solve in that process. So like previously, the mounting of that grid plate was based on these two 5-hole channels being facing toward each other. That gives us like a very nice on-pattern dimension. Now we'll have a third piece, and this dimension might be kind of funky. We'll have to figure out how to solve that standoff. But yeah, I think we've got a good place. I think we can dive right in. I say let's look at the parts we need to make this belt drive. We talked about what the best power transmission for this mechanism was yesterday, and I think we landed pretty squarely on 2mm GT2 timing belts. I really like it for high RPM stuff because it has a low load-independent loss. It doesn't take very much torque to just spin it, and I think that's going to work well to let our motors be up here. It'll also be interesting when we maybe start thinking about different endgame strategies. When we're designing the robot, we might try to push mass toward one side of the robot or the other, because having kind of an unbalanced robot, I think, is going to give us more flexibility in how we can approach endgame. We might be able to like pick up 2 of the wheels and create a robot that occupies a lot less space in the 18-inch box by putting a lot of our motors toward the front or changing that in some other way. Sweet. Okay. I think the other thing that we'll need to focus on next is we will replace this ramp with, like we talked about, a shaft that has some intake rollers on it. Figuring out exactly where to place those and which size intake rollers to use, I think is going to work well. And then, of course, we'll need a motor that actually powers this. Okay, sweet. Let's start looking at the launcher first, I think. We need to figure out what parts we need, figure out the belt lengths and all that stuff first. So, have any of you guys worked with timing belt or GT2 timing belt specifically?
I think I've worked with the larger timing belts a little bit.
The 5 mil. Okay. What were your opinions on that? Do you have any pros or cons or things to keep in mind?
With belts, I mean, you just have to make sure that you have them the right distance apart.
Yep. So that's one of the first things we'll do is we'll count. I say count the holes for how far the belt needs to stretch in total. So one of the things that we did here is we tried to keep in mind making it so that our motor was an on-pattern placement. The first thing we reached for when we went to mount these motors was just a quad block, and that'll work really well. We ended up on this piece of low side L channel, and that's because that means that this motor is on pattern. We're mounting it to the outside of this piece of low side channel, and so ideally the motor would be up 24 millimeters. So we'll use a low side L channel as opposed to a quad block, which would mean the center of that shaft is 21.5 mil. So that'll be nice when we go to figure out our correct belt distances. So here, this motor is centered at this 14 mil hole, so we can do 24, 48, 72, 96, 120, and then 144 millimeters is our center to center distance. And I think we can use 2 20-tooth pulleys. I don't think we want to change that.
That probably
right
is
now.
a pretty good number for that.
So I think ideally we have a 164 millimeter belt. So let's put that together. We would need 2 belts. We need 4 pulleys, and we'll send that over to John real quick so we can get those.
And you think, well, we have this shaft off anyway, we might want to put the other roller
Exactly.
on.
Yep. We'll get another set of wheels, and then 20 tooth pulleys. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll be great. I think we can start taking this all back apart if you guys want to tackle that real quick.
All right. Where do you want to start unscrewing it?
So probably the best place to start is just basically probably loosening all the couplings.
Okay.
You don't really even need to undo them all the way, because once you basically unlock them like that, it's not clamped down, so you can just slide it.
Perfect. Yep.
That
another
one's-
thing we'll show off today is an unreleased part, and we'll play with that some. We have a flywheel. This is a steel. It's a 6 millimeter steel, thick steel flywheel. It's an 82 mil diameter, and it's designed that it bolts onto a wasteland wheel, and that'll be cool as a good way to add some additional rotational inertia to that system. That rotational inertia will let us keep our shaft speed higher throughout the throw of that of the specific game element, and so that means we can launch it further with the same input RPM, which helps us It helps us throw some different levers when we gear this, because ideally we don't have a gear ratio on this, so I think we're going to be on the side of more rotational inertia that keeps our target velocity for our motor a little bit lower. And that's nice because it means we should have more torque and we can apply more power to get that back up to speed. So I bet we'll have 2 of these at least to start, and I'm really excited to play with what happens to the spin up time and the recovery time when we have 1 or 2 or 0 of these, with the number of wheels and all of the other parts of that system.
I could even start bolting one of those on right now.
I think we could, yeah. So we'll need to find these use self-tapping screws to tap into the holes, the 3.3 mil holes on those wasteland wheels.
These?
Yep. So I'll find you 8 of those, and then we can keep rolling there. We also need 1 more wasteland wheel so that we can have 2 sets of 2. Sweet. I will be right back with those. I think the other thing we'll have to do is we'll have to unmount these two motors to fit our new pulleys on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll have to unbolt those. We have some kind of unwork to do before we can get back to that.
Now, I'm wondering, it may be actually easier to unbolt the motor from this mount than it is to mount.
Actually,
What do you think?
I'm not sure about that because maybe there's not enough room to get the motor out that way because of the shaft.
I don't know. It can go about 3/4 of an inch-ish.
Well, it's 2 screws rather than 4 screws.
Yeah, but it has a nut. I'm not sure.
What do you think? Take the whole thing off or just part of it?
I think taking the entire thing off might be
Yeah.
the best play. Because we wouldn't be able to get the pulley on there and through the thing anyway. So
Do you want to work
We
on
need a,
that one?
we need a wrench right here.
All right, I actually dug out 2 of these pulleys, so that means we only need 2 of them.
Also,
There we go.
yeah.
We're getting it. I'm getting it.
All
It's a
right.
little weird to use.
And then I'm going to start on taking apart this assembly here.
There
That
it
will give us 2 of these pulleys
another
that we're
bottom
looking
one.
for.
You okay?
So mount this.
Exactly, yep. So it's got 8 tapped holes. I think I would have a slight preference to put on the side without the hub.
Yeah.
You can go either way on that, but I like that if we have it on the side without the hub, we can have access to the pinch bolts on that hub a little bit better.
Yeah.
Unless there's a way that we line this up.
There we go.
I think
I think this side's better.
yeah.
And then these are 8 screws. And I might send you over to that far side probably if you have a space
If you
over
want, I
there.
could do that for you.
I'm fine.
Okay.
ARWA, Arwa, in the chat says hi today. Hello. Thanks for joining us
Hello.
again. I appreciate it. We are right back at it. We're making more robots. Are you looking for anything in particular?
No.
Okay, I have a pulley here. So
Okay.
we can go ahead and reinstall these 2. We don't need to wait for to have a belt
Okay.
once we have those 2 pulleys.
And these use a 2.5.
Yes, correct. So there should be one right here.
Thank you. Now, do these go like on the very end like that, or do they go in more?
I would say just pick one that's pretty reasonable. Don't crank on those right now because we'll want to line up the belt with the other pulley. And that other pulley I think is going to be more picky about exactly where it ends up.
Yeah. Cut that other motor off.
Yep. Dropped a screw. There it is.
And then I have an extra motor.
Okay.
I'm over here taking apart other mechanisms. Sweet. So we can put those back on. I think that where they are is pretty nice. I like that placement a lot. Let's see here. The other thing that we'll want to look at is probably our intake roller, our second intake roller, which won't be a roller probably. It'll just be like a shaft that has some intake roller, the small rubber stretch over rollers that can sit there. That'll be a nice like backdrop for that intake. And I think that could be both sides of your
Where did that
intake
go?
really on this
What
game.
do we... That looks right. Right?
You might actually be able to see one of my favorite little pieces of helpful. Yeah, one of my favorite little things that can be helpful in building robots is a lot of times when you tighten a screw, you get a screw mark. That's just like a little
yeah.
eyelash from where you've worn the metal a little bit.
Oh yeah.
So you can see on this side, it's those slots. So I bet that's where we had it before. It's probably hard to see on camera, but once you tighten that screw down, a lot of times you get just a small circle where that screw head was. And I like, it depends on how used your parts are,
right
of
there.
course, but sometimes that can be a great quick reference on, hey, where did I just have that mounted? Especially when you're trying to just subtly adjust mechanisms to
There it
get them
is.
to run a little bit better. That's nice. A traction wheel is better than compliant wheels for the shooters.
got it.
I like them a lot more because they don't
Yeah.
compress. Having that, I think that
got this
generally a
other one.
piece of advice for launchers, for shooting mechanisms, is, especially with wheel-based ones, you should have something that compresses in your system, but you should pick one thing that compresses in your system. The nice thing there is that I think that gives you, it at least tees you up to have a successful and consistent launcher.
Just turn it.
So in
Just
this
hold it
case,
there
we're
and
really
twist it.
aiming to have only the ball being the thing that compresses. So we have a solid wheel and a solid backdrop, and the ball can compress, because that should be pretty consistent piece to piece. If you have a ball that is much harder, like if you're playing a different game and you're shooting a baseball, for example, you might say that your backdrop should compress instead, and then maybe you have some foam or something, or some rubber on the back that the wheel can push against and compress. Generally, I like to avoid the wheel being the piece that compresses, because I think that creates more inaccuracies. We did our robot in 3 days for Ultimate Goal, had a gecko wheel launcher, and lots of teams in Ultimate Goal ran gecko wheel launchers, and they worked great.
Is that one
But
ready?
generally, I kind of prefer a hard wheel. This was also a design criteria for the hogback wheels, was to be a good launcher wheel. So that was that's one of the reasons I like it here. Sweet, we have some more parts here.
Just put the screw through,
Okay.
and then we can just line it up with this slot.
I only have one nut.
Okay, we have our second wheel. So we'll actually have to take this flywheel off the second wheel, and then we can bolt this wheel onto it the same way that one is. So if you'll undo those 8 screws, you also have to undo that hub, and then we can add the pattern
I'm gonna
spacers in the
tighten
middle
all
that we
of it.
need.
Okay.
I think a 16,
I
we
only
can just
have
use a
one
single
with the other
pattern
one, though.
spacer on this, because we don't need to necessarily replicate what the FTC kit does.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can use a single pattern spacer. That'll be a much slicker assembly.
Yeah.
And the nice thing there, and because it's only 2 pattern spacers, because that's what the
you have the
FTC
square?
circuit came
Yeah.
with. Okay. Do you know when the one conversion kit will come back in stock? Should be early this week, like in the next few days. We should get those. We show them with one piece of plastic. You actually need 2. That way you can convert any 19.2 to 1 or 312 RPM ratio motor that you happen to have. And so if you have ordered an FTC kit recently, we'll get those shipped out soon, and then those should be back in stock this week as well. So those will be pretty quick. We also have the 1-to-1 motors. I think those are all in stock still. So those will all be good options for if you would rather keep your 312 RPM motor, a 312, for something like a drivetrain or an intake or a lift. And then you could have that 1-to-1 be a dedicated motor. It's a little more compact that way. Okay, sweet. We have those. We're waiting on our other wheel assembly here. And then the other thing we were looking at is the like static shaft. I can't remember. Is this the 264 millimeter length? No, it's a little longer. So I think it's probably best to just get the 264 specifically. That's the right length for this crossbar. And then we can add the intake rollers.
Yeah. I think maybe the big intake rollers would be, small intake rollers would be better for that.
I agree. I think that's a good one. Oh, awesome. I lied. We actually have the conversion kit in stock right now. That's great. They beat me to it. So those are back in. I was like, I thought they were hopefully going to be in today, but I didn't want to say for sure. So that's great news. Okay, so we need, this intake roller pack comes with 8 pieces. Each of those is 16 millimeters long. So 16 times 8 is 128 mil. 2 packs is going to be plenty. So we'll get 2 and 1, 2106, 4008, 2640.
It's impressive that you remember all that.
Okay, so like I'm typing into my chat so that our parts Santa Claus can get me the right length of everything. Mm-hmm. These 2 are both SKUs that we kind of picked so that the numbers all make some sense. So these 2 examples I think are good. 3618 is the series. So 36 is a wheel. All of the wheels that you find in GoBilda that you could reasonably describe as a wheel are a 36 series. and then the next two numbers are like an iterative. So the very first wheel we would have come out with is a Rhino wheel, and that's a 3600. So 3618, that just is me remembering that that's the intake roller, or I looked it up, I think. Dash 4008 means it's an 8mm Rex bore. So 4 is a Rex specific profile, 40, and then 08 is 8mm. So a 12mm Rex would be 4012. And then the last four for the intake roller are 0016 because it's 16 mil diameter. I think that's the most handy if you have a part number and you don't know what it is. You can put it together. You can say like, okay, this is probably some kind of wheel and it has an 8 Rex bore and it's probably 16 millimeters in diameter. The other one is a 2106. 21 is shafting. 06 is 8mm Rex shafting with an E-clip. Dash 4008, it's an 8 Rex. And then dash 2640 is 264 millimeters long. And then we leave that last 0 in case we ever need to make one that's a half mil or some other weird increment. If we ever need to make the 265.5 mil length, we could, and we'd have a good way to capture that in the part number. So a lot of our part numbers make enough sense that you can remember the specific SKU. Were you at the Michiana premiere event? All of us were at the Michiana premiere event. Yes. Yeah. So GoBilda had a booth there, and then you guys competed there. What was the experience of competing there like?
So it was one of the more professional ones, competitions that we've been at. Like, I would say it's actually like, not really, but like the feel of it was kind of like a mini Worlds.
Yeah.
Because like it was that professional.
That was really great. That was a great event. I felt like
I liked it. It was one of my favorite events that we've been to. How do you feel about it, Sam?
Yeah, I think it was pretty good. It was a solid event. It was run pretty well.
If you guys want to, I think we can take out this crossbar.
Okay.
So that should just be 2 screws in there, and we can pop that out. I also bet we will use those dual blocks again if you go ahead and take the dual blocks out. While Sam's over there working on our wheels. So this is kind of funky. You'll need to take out the screws that hold that hub on.
Yeah.
And then you can run the screws through the counter bores on this part, and then you can bolt the second wheel to it.
That's interesting.
It's a funky way to do it, but it's a great way to hold those 2 wheels together.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and steal these 48 mil Gecko wheels because I think we're gonna use these again as well.
Is that a press fit?
It might feel like.
Yeah, there was only one on this side.
Oh, yep, there was only one on both of those, just because it was at kind of a weird angle.
Now with the, like you said earlier, there's gonna be like kind of screw hole things, so we'll be able to tell where to put it.
Yeah, I think we can reference those screw marks for sure. We also, like, because we're changing the diameter a little bit of what that's going to look like, I bet we'll have to retest that position anyway. Sweet, okay. And then, I think we're moving in the right direction. We'll have to install these belts. Do you want to slide those on those pulleys?
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm going to forget. That's a thing I've done countless times. Like, oh, hey, I'm using belts in a mechanism, and I forgot to put them on. You get it all assembled, and then you're like, oh, wait, hold on. We needed that. You can't put those on after.
There we go.
Will there be odometry on this bot? I would doubt it, I will say. I doubt we're going to dig that far into autonomous. That's kind of a sacrifice we make in the shorter time span of this robot. And then those can be, you're just looking for the screw length on this? These can be kind of whatever. So we have plenty of room to thread. Oh yeah, that's perfect. I wanted to make sure these are a good tightness because they're going to be hard to get to. The core of the hogback wheels is 4 millimeters.
Yeah.
So I would say on this, let's run like 12 millimeters is overkill, but it doesn't hurt. So run a 12 millimeter screw that you can find on the wall there. Yeah, I think that this robot, if you were going to take it to a competition, would be a good fit for odometry. It'll be easy to mount, and I could see if we have a ton of time on Tuesday. Cool. on day 3 to maybe add an autonomous of some kind, but we might not dig all the way into a dead wheel system.
Yeah, adding odometry on like this type of chassis, I don't think generally is that hard.
No, it would be pretty quick. Sweet, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, this should be, if I did the math right, this should be the right length shaft. So this will just slide in. Yep. And that's like, we have this length specifically because it works with this Draper chassis. So if you want to start installing these intake rollers, I think we could get pretty close to just saying like the whole thing should be intake rollers. And even though we might not use the whole entire width, it doesn't hurt.
Oh, I love these so much.
Those rollers, I know from experience. Yeah.
These bigger rollers are easier than the small ones.
The small ones can be kind of tough. They don't come off, but they're kind of a weird thing.
What's the difference between hogback and regular Rhino wheels? So regular Rhino wheels they're just like a plastic wheel with
Here you go.
rubber. Thank you.
Yeah.
With rubber molded onto them. They also come in 2 different durometers, and the hogback wheels actually are named after this type of ridge, mountain range, where it's like a line, and then parts to go out of it like that. So it's softer on the edges than in the middle. Like in the middle, it's like almost fully a plastic wheel.
Yep. I think there's 2 or 3. I think it's 3 millimeters of rubber on top of the ridge in the center, and then you get up to like 8 or 10 mil maybe. I would have to double check all those numbers on the edges. In my head, the idea for that came partially from like gravel bike race tires, where you have a center that's pretty hard, that is pretty smooth, and then you actually have some like chunkier texture. You have some geometry on the side of the wheel that can catch other weird shaped objects better. So for a robot wheel, I like it because you have a very consistent diameter. If you're relying on the diameter of the wheel for your odometry or for your distances, that's not going to deflect or change the size a whole lot. I also like it for shooting a ball because it means you have a consistent diameter that you're working with.
Yeah.
I think they both would work great as launcher wheels, honestly. I like 2 hogback wheels where I could see a world where a single 30A Rhino wheel would be a really good fit. I also, the other big difference is, so for Rhinos we have a 30A and we have a 70A. Those are the durometers of the rubber itself. The hogbacks, we went just 50A or 40A. Does it say on the side of the wheel? It's one of those. Hogback. 50A. That feels like just the middle ground that's really nice for FTC. Like 30A gets dirty really fast. It's really nice if you imagine that you're going to clean them every single match. But 50A, I think, doesn't stick onto dust as much. The dust doesn't stick to the wheel as bad, and it still gives you lots of grip. I really like it. It's really good and interesting to see a robot built out of exclusively GoBilda parts. We have access to so few of them. Ducky815 says, I think it's a fun challenge. It's not how a lot of FTC teams build their robots. A lot of teams are going to grab 3D printed parts. They're going to make custom parts for a lot of these things. But it is neat, and I think it makes you think about the challenge in some different ways when you say, we're going to do our best to use only GoBilda parts. It's also fun for us because it lets us see where we need to make a new thing. If we can't do that with a GoBilda part, we might give us the idea to make it a new product. We have had these intake rollers were a product of a robot in 3 days, where we said, hey, we wanted to do this on the robot in 3 days. We didn't have the right part for it. Let's make it. So the ultimate goal robot in 3 days are the reason to make those intake rollers. So it's also great for our R&D because we get to say, hey, we wanted to be able to do that. We just didn't quite have the perfect part for it yet. Yeah. Okay, so you got that rolling. I think you've got pretty close on all of the screws
rolling
for the flywheel. That's kind of, they take some torque because they're the self-tapping screws. It's nice because it means that they kind of have a built-in nylock. You're actually deforming the material of the wheel when you screw those in, and there's a lot of them, so it takes a minute to get that all installed. But the nice thing is you probably don't need to take it back off once you have it in.
Yeah, the big thing, I guess the big thing with self-tapping screws is you don't want to get cross-threaded in the beginning because you're making your own threads. And that's even more apparent like when you're screwing into metal.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got
When
this
you're
one
thread
done.
forming. Sweet. I would say just pick a place on the chassis and mount that. Maybe you can probably use a ball to get like the right idea of the distance, and then we can always adjust that later on.
Can you hand me a purple one, please? Thank you.
Welcome.
Owen the engineer says hi. Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
Let's see here. Why is it that all the starter bots, it's the B-line chassis instead of the strafer? So that's a great question. The starter kit, we really want to maximize the number of parts that you can get for your money. That's one of the biggest goals for the starter kit.
Can you screw a screw into that?
It means we get
Right,
to,
where?
That
using
side?
those wheels,
This side.
which are kind of the cheaper way to do it, means that we can build a full drivetrain with only
I'll
4
rotate it.
motors, which is important for some teams who are just using a control hub. It also means
I
that we
see
can
it.
include more other parts, so we can make a more full-featured starter bot without having to include the cost of the mechanism wheels. One of the things that we try to keep in mind when we're designing both of those kits is that they work together well. The strafer chassis is oftentimes a really good pairing with the starter kit if you're a team that wants to jump into
Move it
mechanisms.
down.
And this year we
Push it
actually
back
have a
out.
version of the assembly instructions
push it
and the
back out.
code for the starter kit that shows you how to use mechanism wheels
now
in
you
the
can do
strafer
it.
chassis.
Okay, I see. Right there. Hold on. I might get in there.
Ducky815
where'd it
says the
go?
fact that we can't
Okay, I'll
afford
just
to
use-
ship so
that's
many
okay.
means
Oh,
we
yeah,
also
the
3D
heroes.
print and use what we have as much as we can. Absolutely. Like,
Alright,
that's one of my favorite parts about FTC is that you can be competitive. You can be very competitive on a wide range of budgets. You can compete with teams who spend so much more if you're kind of clever, if you're a little scrappier. I know on
Okay.
robots that I worked on as a student, I went to the basement and spill sawed some parts out of wood, and
We
those
can turn up on the
those
side now.
were great
Yeah, yeah.
parts of that robot, even though they didn't cost me almost anything. They didn't cost the team very much. So being kind of clever with how you make those parts is really a cool option. The Brainstorms 10298 says 4348 the Robo Knights captained at Worlds last season with I'm pretty sure 100% GoBilda robot except for some 3D printed wheel covers.
That's really cool.
That's awesome. I love it. Like those are some of my favorite robots to see. Partially because I
actually
work
might
here,
work.
obviously, but it's also just cool to see a team that said like we're just going to use all those parts, and
Is it
we
too
see some
tight?
advantages of it.
Like too close?
Maybe what we can test it once it's powered.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
It
that
does not
looks
seem
pretty
bad.
good.
I actually kind of like how that feels.
I could see us adapting that because like if we have the ability to go back 8, we might, because it'll mean we could use a faster speed and lower torque motor for that. Especially when one of the things that we don't see a lot as much in FTC, but is a principle that FRC teams talk about a lot, is that ideally the tangent speed of your intake wheels should be like a lot faster than your drivetrain. A lot of those teams talk about twice as fast as your drivetrain. And the idea there is once you have made contact with that ball, if you are driving away from that ball at full speed and your intake roller is the same speed as your drivetrain, you might lose that ball. Like it might just not keep up with your robot as it's driving backwards. But if this is a lot faster, you'll always be able to pull the ball in. That's kind of hard to do in FTC, just because we don't have a ton of power available from the motors. A lot of times when you go to those faster RPMs, we lose some of the torque that we need to really pick up an object. But that still is one of the reasons we like to go with a faster motor. So we might adjust that, but I think it's good for right now. I like that in this robot there's a Natrux shaft that just has those intake rollers. That's a really nice and really affordable way to get a roller. And in this case, it isn't actually acting like a roller. It's just static. It's hard to see. Yeah, there it is. So I think that's going to be a great backdrop for the ball. It's nice and grippy.
It'll help grab it.
Exactly. The fact
Yeah.
that that's grippy is going to be really important. And then we can have a polycarbonate grid plate right here, and we'll just have to have another mechanism up here that can actually pull the ball up. So that's the stuff that I think is easiest when we're solving the challenge like this, where we're just building, we're adding stuff, we're prototyping as we go. That's going to be easier to solve as we get the rest of the robot put together. So I think the next step is we'll install the shaft. We'll put the shaft and the launcher wheels back in. Being so tight, we'll keep the ball in there. Yes, absolutely. This is my brother, actually. Wow, surprise. Hi. So I totally agree, especially if we ever need to stop and hold the ball there, which we might. If we get like 3 purples, we might just hold one in that intake instead of moving it on. Do you think you should use gecko wheels or hogback wheels for shooters? I think hogback wheels are a better fit, just because they're going to be. You can enforce the one place that your launcher mechanism, deforms and flexes. So in this case, the ball is pretty easy to squish. So I think we want to squish the ball and have our backdrop and our wheel be solid. Okay. I think the next step is the shaft with the wheels. I think that's all assembled, right?
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. And then we'll also add in our pulleys this time. So we've got pulleys with set screws. If you'll go ahead and install those 2 set screws on the pulleys.
Yeah. The floor makes it a little hard to
roll around.
Yeah.
We actually have, so the floor is pieces of wood and they have cool bevels and it's got a sweet look. But when we had desks over here, we actually had like big steel plates that we put down so that the rollers on the wheels could roll.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay. I'm going to give you a 2.5 mil, but if you could install those 2 set screws in that, that'd be great.
So, chat, fun fact. The set screws for GoBilda.
Can I trade you and have you scooch over this way?
Yep.
Sweet.
GoBilda stuff, set screws are M5
Okay, so if you want to help me with this part.
instead of M4.
Yes. So then a lot of that is just so that we get a larger drive size. An M5 set screw has a 2.5 millimeter hex drive, and that's nice because it's the same as a 4 millimeter button head. We're also always especially when you get smaller than 3 millimeter hex, we're always trying to find a larger hex that you can fit. Okay. So we can replace this collar. This collar right now is holding this flanged bearing in place. We'll probably replace that with our pulley there. So that's going to be nice.
Yeah. So someone had a great question. When will the flywheel part be available?
I think we are shooting for 3 weeks or so. It'll probably be later in September.
But you can probably make your if you're using a flywheel shooter, you can probably still make it. It's like a secondary part that can help make it better if it's already good.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. Okay, so we have 2 options here. We can either scooch this out or we can put a spacer on this. I think I lean toward having a spacer here.
Okay.
That's going to put the 2 pulleys in line.
I see.
And make it so that we don't have to move that pulley too far off of the shaft of the motor. Here it doesn't matter because we're not transferring very much torque through that belt. So the belt isn't going to be able to torque the motor shaft. But ideally our power transmission is always as close to the bearings inside the gearbox as possible to minimize the chance that we're going to deflect the shaft and skip a tooth. Okay, so we have 3 millimeter spacers handy. That's going to work fine. It could be 4, I think it could be 2. Any of these are going to work great. So we can do a pulley and then a spacer and then the wheel is going to go on this side. There's kind of a burr from where the E-clip was, so I'm going to install this all in the right order here.
Okay.
And I kind of want the flywheel to be on the outside just because it looks cool.
So, chat, what is your favorite GoBilda part? Just pop that in the chat. It'd be interesting to see people's different opinions about different things.
Do you have a favorite GoBilda part?
Actually, I do. I really like the all the different uses for rather than just using it
Here.
What is it called?
Let's go ahead and we'll leave this off, and then we can tighten this set screw so that the bearing is on the end there.
There's so many GoBilda parts.
What does it look like?
It's like the control system. It's like it's the motors that the Overlander 4 uses.
Oh,
They're like
the Saturn
they're
series?
they're basically
They're like really high power yellow jackets. Yeah, those are sweet. They let you You can make some cool robots with those. They put out just so much more power than Yellow Jackets. Okay, so this is this side. We also have the coupler that slides on here. And that will support... Oh, I think we had the short shaft on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, and that makes sense because we have the bearing, the U-channel facing this orientation. So this will go over here. Is there one more flanged bearing? Yeah.
Strafer mechanism wheels, Viper slides. John said a part number, but I'm not sure what that part number is.
What's the part number?
114700010005.
1140. I have to look at it. Oh, the round base plate? Oh, 114715. That's like a small steel L bracket.
Really?
It's cool. It's like it's threaded on both sides, and it's just super useful for making random stuff.
That's really cool.
They're pretty new. If you may have seen the 3-hole versions of them. It's like a little tiny steel L bracket that just has 3 M3 holes or M4 holes.
Is it like the one that is on the Viper slide kit?
It kind of is. It's that, but it's more compact.
Huh. Interesting.
Is that the right part that I'm thinking of, John?
He said
I'm not
5
embarrassing
hole.
myself here. Okay.
And correct.
Okay, cool. I'm glad. I was like, I should double check. It's the L bracket. Yeah.
Someone said 3.
Sweet.
So GoBilda said, whoever's on the other side of that said 3109 0008 0001.
I don't know which chassis that is. It's one of the chassis. 3108. 3108 or 3109?
09.
Yeah, I don't remember which chassis that is.
Yeah, I personally like the wreck shafts and just all of the accessories.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're just, the shafts
Okay.
are so strong and precise, like they don't bend or anything. And then just like and you don't, I've never had like an accessory on one of those shafts strip out or anything.
Ooh, servo joystick.
I like the servo joystick. Oh,
Never-
31, not 32.
Yeah, I've never heard about that actually. That sounds really
True.
cool.
Yeah, I like those. They're nice.
Might have to get one of those. I'm trying to build out a in off season. I'm trying to build out a Overlander 4 chassis.
Oh, sweet. Yep. That would be kind of an interesting. It would be kind of a maybe not the most optimal way to control a Overlander, just because it would have to be tethered.
Yeah,
But you could use it to control an Overlander.
yeah.
We always joke about that possibility. Okay.
Ooh, you could use a servo joystick to to push forward on the sticks of the RC controller.
Absolutely. Yes.
Make a robot do
You could just plug them
Control a
into
robot.
the motor controllers,
yeah.
and it would be kind of funny.
Someone said 4-bar odometry pod. Those are so
Those are my
helpful. I love
favorite.
those so much.
Those are probably my favorite. It's that or the pinpoint. They were just such a fun project. I love, that is my favorite kind of product, which is one that kind of is a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
It's like this robot. It's a little bit crazy. It doesn't make a ton of sense, but it's cool.
So someone asked, what are some other ideas for indexers to sort balls that you guys have rather than having 2 different shooters? Their team's currently brainstorming a sorter for the balls.
I think a sorter is cool. I really think the biggest struggle is going to be fitting it inside of the 18 inches with 3 balls and a launcher.
Yeah, because you have a 18-inch size limit and you have 3 5-inch balls, and that's basically 15 inches. And then you have 3 inches of other room.
I skipped way far ahead. I'm doing this in way the wrong order.
Yeah. I'm personally thinking you have a robot that has 2 little catapult hand things, and it has the 3 balls, and it juggles them. And it throws the correct one when it has it in its hand. And then it just...
okay, sure. As long as you're not using that to try to get around the possession limit, that seems fine. Because I think you technically, I would have to double check whether this exists in these rules, but I think that you technically still possess the ones that you've thrown up in the air.
Really?
That's how it's been in the past. I couldn't say for sure that's how it works this
I wonder
year.
if someone's ever going to try shooting balls out of the air. That could be an interesting approach.
Because just have your camera track the opposing alliance's balls and just shoot it out
That'd
of the
be
air.
funny.
That's radical.
Because I feel like there will be balls hitting each other in the air.
Yeah. That's fascinating. I don't know.
I feel like it's possible.
It's possible.
So Ducky
the
815.
other,
Odometry stuff would be my favorite if I didn't have to learn Java and how to do everything with them in less than 2 weeks before nationals.
And then
I shared a similar experience, actually. I learned how to program Java in like 2 weeks before state. It's kind of a mix between fun and not fun.
Yeah.
And that makes it fun.
You were using blocks before?
Yes.
What do you think now that you have learned Java?
I think that I think it's really useful in like stuff outside of robotics, and like it's just so applicable to so many different things. But with in a few seasons, they're changing the control system and changing to VS Code. Python will be more used.
I think it'll be interesting to see how much Python gets used for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you got this all right. So
Someone said they like the mini channels.
You were doing the right thing.
Mini channels are pretty hype. We'd love to. Okay, actually, that's a pretty good point. The mini channels are pretty hype. We'd love to see a U channel version as well.
We've thought a lot about that.
That's interesting.
I will say the biggest thing for us is that I don't have a clear picture in my head of where that is the best part. So if you have an application that you found that would be awesome if you had full-size mini full U channel, shoot us an email with that. Like, I think that would be a really good thing for us to see. Oftentimes, like, we have parts like that we know we could make, but we don't know for sure if that is the best solution to a problem. So if you have a part idea that you want to see us make and you're like, yeah, that's the best way to do it, shoot us an email. I could definitely see us making that part with a compelling idea of where we'd use it.
So we don't know what we're going to do for parking right this second, but
okay. And then this.
That really depends, like a lot of other things, that really depends on how this robot looks.
Yeah.
And how much the design changes. So like right now we could be saying we might be tilting and letting the other robot slide underneath us, but then at the end of the day we might be saying we're going to extend downward and push ourselves up so someone can drive underneath us completely. So.
Do you need me to unscrew that? Okay.
No, I think that's it. There's just a lot of things that I'll have to line up.
Yeah.
And I probably could have helped myself out if I had tightened any of the hyper hubs on the wheels. I keep trying to push on the wheels to get all of the bearings to constrain and stuff, and I keep just sliding them on the shaft. But it's fine. So the other thing that we have moved toward here is parts that are just a lot more balanced. So like the last time we had a collar, a clamping collar specifically, and that clamping collar has a pinch bolt on one side, while the rest of the collar is aluminum. And that means that there is kind of an imbalance in the amount of mass through that.
Yeah.
And that means that it can vibrate some when we really spin it up. So
that makes sense.
Most of these parts are balanced intentionally, like hyper hubs and hyper couplers, and the ones that aren't, or where that's not the primary design, like the pulleys, they have steel set screws, but they are also steel. So it's much closer to just natively being balanced.
So Parker Ray asked, what cutting platform are you using? But I'm not sure if they're asking me that or someone else.
You said coding?
Yeah, what platform? I'm using Android Studio.
I'm going to grab a couple zip ties so we can just put those wires
I love as much as I love Android Studio, I actually really think that VS Code will be a lot better.
I like Android Studio. I like the IntelliJ products. I've used C-Lion some, and I like it. I am excited about VS Code. I'm excited about being able to use C++. Not because of not because I really need to, but just because I am comfortable with that language. Every once in a while I'll be like, oh hey, there's a thing that I wanted to be able to do in Java, and like the Java just doesn't have it, and I'm like, oh, I'll have to find a different solution to that problem. There always is one, but and then I'm excited for like a different block-sim implementation. I'm excited for Python.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited for on-bot programming robots to get better.
Yeah.
Because right now, like on-bot Java does totally work, but it doesn't have like the autocomplete that I really want for programming a robot.
So we're using the hogback wheels with a new part, the GoBilda flywheel.
Yep. So that'll be out in a few weeks here. So that adds some rotational inertia to this system, which just like will keep it spinning once we get it up to speed. It might take a little bit longer for our motors to accelerate it, but once they're up to speed, it's going to keep more of that. It'll be able to transfer a little bit more energy right into the ball.
Yeah, I heard about the VS Code extensions. Those are it's so to me it sounds like it's similar to the Android Studio inbuilt like plugins, but like I don't know why I can't get them to work on my Android Studio. That honestly might just be a skill issue, but
I don't know why I just now saw rainbow parentheses. I saw that as an extension, and I was like, oh, that's a cool idea. I'm definitely going to get that.
Yeah. That was actually one of the first ones I tried to download, and
didn't work.
Yeah.
Nope.
It might be because I wasn't connected to the internet, but
that might do it. That's one of my favorite things to have when programming robots is a little Wi-Fi dongle. You can get them pretty cheap. I have one here. You can get them pretty cheap, like on Amazon. It just gives you, especially if you're on Windows. I don't know how this works on Mac or Linux or Chromebooks, but you can just plug this in, and then when you go to join a Wi-Fi network, you just get you get a drop-down that says, do you want to join this from Wi-Fi 1 or Wi-Fi 2? So I can stay on my Wi-Fi from my laptop to get the internet, and I can join my robot through my Wi-Fi dongle. So you can keep Googling stuff, you can download everything, you just also get to be connected to your robot.
Yeah.
I don't, honestly, if I'm talking about robots, I just bring this everywhere because it is so nice.
So that's incredibly funny. Skill issue, but on Android's end, not yours. Thank you for that confirmation.
I appreciate that. Okay.
What year are they switching it over? They're switching it over, I think, next season.
2027. It'll be the 2027-2028 FTC season. So we have one more of this year of this control system. This did change at some point.
Yeah.
So you're not crazy, but it's the 27-28.
I was thinking later last season. I was thinking it was going to be this season, and then it switched to the season after this one. They kind of just keep pushing it out.
Okay. I like this. I think we're in a good spot. The next thing we need to do is probably start mounting some polycarb. So we had some standoffs.
Should we get some new polycarb plates?
I do have some new. I cut this yesterday. This is new polycarb.
Okay.
I think I put away the standoffs we were using. Like a nerd.
Yeah, I think I remember you putting them away earlier.
Here. I think it's this. We would have changed this length.
Yeah. I think you took some photos yesterday.
I did take some pictures. So this is the easy side. This is one. Maybe this is not on. No, this should very well be on pattern. This should be 146. Maybe this is a skill issue. I feel like it should be 144. Maybe it is 146. Is that a 5-hole channel? Yeah.
What's everybody's prediction in chat for next season's game?
It's 144.
I hope it's well, not really hope, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a terrain game. But like everyone says that every year.
Terrain's fun, honestly. Super enjoyable.
Wasn't the last terrain game Rover Ruckus with the craters?
You could say Freight Frenzy.
I haven't watched Freight Frenzy's video.
Freight Frenzy had some pipe that you could drive over. That
really?
You were definitely advantaged to drive over, but a lot of robots didn't drive over it. The same way in Relic Recovery, Rover Ruckus, sorry. Basically nobody drove in, drove onto the crater.
The double restart.
Oh, is the double restart going away?
That's really interesting.
Yeah,
that's really.
I don't know that that's gone away yet. That is newer for this season.
It takes like a whole 2 minutes for it to
build
build now.
It gets me.
I might actually start just plugging it in to the robot to build code. If it keeps on.
I've thought about that. I've totally thought about that. Okay, so this first one. Does this mean we could go to a 4-hole channel? No, we are 1 hole longer. We probably could go to a 4-hole channel.
Maybe.
That would look slicker. We would just go down we have the channels. That's going to be a quick swap. Let's change these 3 over to 4 holes, just because like it's going to look nicer.
Do we have 4 holes over here? Or do I need to grab some?
They'd
It
be
actually
right
might
there.
be easier to just leave the
How many?
Yeah, leave the dual
yep.
lock installed, and then you can just take
I didn't think
those.
of that.
Would that be 3?
3.
I see a channel over here that looks burned.
Sweet. Switching networks is so annoying. Can I use multiple at once? Yeah, it's really sweet. I guess I don't know that you could use.
Oh, I'm so
I've never
sorry.
tried
You're
2
good,
Wi-Fi
you're good.
dongles, but it would make sense that you could. They're really slick, honestly.
Combined 7242 and 26949, we have 4 of the Wi-Fi dongles, so we can
Yeah,
connect to a lot.
they're
I love them.
required. Honestly, I think if you're using either version of the FTC programming, it's just such a great.
Yeah,
thing
we
to
learned
have.
about, so we had a revelation last year with them because it was taking so long and we needed to be looking stuff up while programming. And we at Bridge Creek High School, we were there was one plugged into the one of the computers, and one of our mentors realized, wait, we could be using this to connect to the internet and the robot
Yep.
at the same time.
It's great.
It's
fantastic.
It's been amazing ever since.
I think the thing, like, okay, are there opportunities? Are there times that you kind of wish you could switch back to blocks now that you switched to Android Studio and Java? Have you wondered? Have you questioned about it before, or are you just like, oh no, this was the way?
It's kind of like I don't really want to switch back, but sometimes I use it to like, if I can just make, if I don't want to write home mechanism code, I can just go create the default
Yep.
code, copy the
We're gonna
Java,
go through the side
and
of
then
the
I have a
face.
base to work off
So they
of.
were in
That's
the
cool.
face.
They
Yeah.
were.
The show Java
I don't know. It's whatever you
was
think.
like something like, whoa, what
could
is
go
this
into
stuff? Whenever I
Yeah.
first started, and now it's like, wow, this makes it so much easier.
This makes it easier.
because I'm more familiar with the
Do you
Java and
suggest
blocks
going through
now.
the side or the face?
I like the face better.
Okay.
Just because I think it constrains it a little bit better. But
like the turning.
yes, it doesn't. It doesn't allow the channel to pivot quite as much as just on the sides. But since we're adding standoffs anyway, it does not really gonna matter.
Sloth gets code on your robot in under a second. That is insane.
Yeah, that's a cool. That's a.
I think I'm
that's an
running on.
interesting one.
I think I'm running on.
You know, I'm thinking maybe we don't install the middle and we just run a standoff across the whole
Oh.
width, and then we can just tie it to
Interesting.
both sides. That solves a bunch of our problems.
It
Yeah,
kind of
let's do
does.
that. That solves a bunch of our problems. Because I keep trying to think. Because ideally we would have, if we just have 2 copies of this launcher mechanism, we would have 2 standoffs that would thread into the same hole from different sides, and that's really hard to actually achieve. So this would be nice. Yeah, I haven't tried any of the faster uploads. Like I haven't tried Sloth is one. I haven't tried OpenFTC maybe is the other one. It seems
heard about
nice. It definitely, because I think how those work is they just kind of strip out some of the things that it has to upload every single time and keeps those on the device.
That's interesting.
So-
So it's
So
like,
yeah, you can remove that one.
that's really interesting. I also heard they're, speaking of different versions of things, I heard they're making Roadrunner 2 that has, like, legitimately, it has swerve pathing
Sure, yeah.
native to it.
That makes
which
sense.
is so interesting. I hope that, so right now with Roadrunner, you have to use like Meep for visualization.
Yep.
And
Somebody,
I-
an alum from my team wrote that actually. Shout out.
Really?
David. I think, right? Lane, I think that's correct. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
Lane will tell me if I'm wrong.
thank you so much. That's it's so
We'll clip
so
this.
amazing. I love it so much.
I think that's right.
And I saw that the I saw
OpenFTC / OpenRC-Turbo is no longer updated.
darn.
Sloth is the supported option nowadays. That makes sense. This is definitely a thing from maybe my era of FTC.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we just have to figure out how wide we want this to be, what the right length.
I saw at Worlds.
312 probably.
I saw a glimpse of some.
Yeah.
Someone showed me the pathing software for
Page
the
maybe?
FRC.
Oh yeah.
And it's so
pretty
amazing
cool.
that the pathing is built in that has a native visualizer that you can just edit and drag points.
That's cool.
I love it. I hope they. I hope whenever Roadrunner 2.0 comes out, that'll be something that's included.
Does 304 mil make sense? I think so.
304 for the distance between them.
Yeah, it's possible. Well, it should
That
be the
seems-
length of this channel. So this is a 336. 336 millimeters long, and then we come in by 8 because we're going to the center of this hole, so minus 16, and then we go in another 8, so minus 16 again.
Wouldn't that be
336.
Yes.
I was like, there's no way that's right. 320 minus 16 is 304. Okay, so
Okay, yeah.
what do we have? 6, 4008. Okay. 312 or 288. 288 and 16 mil spacers is very possible. So I think we have one 288 here, and then if there's another 288 mil 8 Rex shaft hanging around somewhere, there might be. Otherwise, I guess we'll just need one more. But we can at least
I'm not
install
sure.
the first one, and then a 16 mil spacer, which we already put away.
Is that one right here?
Oh,
Is
Is
this
that
one?
I
think it is.
The tape measure's there.
Yeah, it looks short.
right here.
I'm like blind.
How long do we need it?
288? That's like one. That's like almost 200 something.
Yeah.
Too little.
Okay. And then this needs to be, I think we decided this was going to be here. Okay. And then if you just want to add any of those screws that you have there, look like a fine enough length. If you just want to screw that in from the other side.
How deep is the thread on the end of shafts?
At least 10 millimeters, I think.
Really?
It's in this schematic. At least 10 millimeters.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's pretty solid. Certainly enough.
Yeah. You might even use like 12 screws if you're going in through U-channel.
Exactly. Yep, that would be a good, especially in an application like this where it is kind of important.
Mm-hmm.
So this can get zip tied here, and then we go down here, and that should.
Give us a good angle.
Is that the
Yeah.
angle though?
I think it is. No, it's not. You're right. It needs to go to this hole.
So moving
So-
forward a little bit.
Yeah, we had.
We might actually want a higher angle though.
Do we?
I could see us
How
being
high?
able to
How
change
high would that be?
I mean, this is probably one of the most dynamic parts of it.
Yeah,
That is true. We
This will
could
be something that we
swap
might
it really
test.
fast.
So yeah, we just need to go forward by 16 millimeters, and this should match the one we had pretty well.
So Sam probably knows this is 16. Is 16 two holes or one hole?
It'd be two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two on
Because it's an
GoBilda.
8 pattern.
Uh-huh.
The small holes are 8 pattern, right?
Yep.
And then the big holes are 24.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think whenever I make custom parts, I always make the holes in them line up to go build a hole pattern, even if they're designed to mount on another custom part. Because if you're doing like prototyping, you end up having to mount it on GoBilda. It's really convenient to have already thought about that and made it fit that pattern.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the way to go.
Do you think?
Or for whatever building system you're using.
Yeah.
Aren't there like square shafts that have holes through them and that
Yeah.
are threaded on the ends that we might use so we
That
can
is
zip
a
tie through the
Great
holes?
idea. We have some on the wall over there. Is there
Yeah,
a
that's cool.
300? I don't remember what the longest 300.
Was it 304?
304 is what we're shooting for. We have a 288 here. I don't know that we go that long on beams.
We have 328 on the end,
Okay.
but there's not any there, I don't think.
What's the next shortest?
Um,
Isn't that 328?
actually, yeah, it is.
Oh, what's one shorter than that one?
280.
288 is perfect.
It's just 280.
That's also fine.
But we don't have any of those. We'll
Oh,
you have to get more.
yeah. Is there? There isn't one in between.
It's interesting seeing all the different GoBilda parts you didn't even know existed.
It's fun for
Like,
sure.
I've never seen these before. They're like actually mini U-channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
mini
I've seen
channel.
those before, but I don't know if we've ever used them.
I need to make a GoBilda staff out of one of the 49 hole U-channels.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I do like, honestly, so the upside to this one is that it's steel. So it will be a little stronger. I think we
Yeah.
maybe should stick with the shaft.
Yeah.
Because we don't really
want
need
to put a collar here.
We will, so we'll screw in down here. I
Oh,
think that's
yeah.
going to constrain it
Right.
pretty well. Okay, so we do need another one of those 2106, 4008, 2880. Or no, 2880. Is there anything else we might need right now? I can't think of anything.
We need another. We actually
We
probably,
probably
need
do need more, yeah.
The poly plate.
So, were we going to be screwing this into the channel or zip tying it?
I think screwing. Either way works just fine.
We'll need washers for that, probably.
Yeah.
If we screw it, we actually might want to try using the button heads.
Sure. Button
Because-
heads or washers will both work.
Because if the screw is on the inside and the ball is going to roll over it, it might be better to not have that big head because it might dent the ball. Or,
We
Yeah.
can even use button heads.
Yeah. Do you want to grab, I think they should be a 10 millimeter button head is the right length. They're to the right of where the socket heads would be. Yep. So I think if you grab 4 of those, and then we can grab some lock nuts as well.
I like button heads. They strip a little easy though.
They do. Okay.
Especially since most 2.5s are ball ends.
Yes, if you're using a button head screw, you definitely should be using, I'd say, a standard, a non-ball end for most of what you do. And if you, we really like Wera tools. If it's really important to also end up with a high quality tool.
Where's the wrench?
Where's
that?
Here's one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then this is kind of tough to, I don't have a great way to rotate this, so I'll just hold this if you rotate the wrench.
Okay.
That's going to be easier.
I think it'd be easier to do this.
Yes.
There we go. Is that tight enough?
It is not.
Yeah, I figured.
It's kind of, yeah, it can be
It's
kind
a
of
little
tough
weird.
too. And I could see us maybe not even needing that second standoff. It'll be nice to have. I think we should go ahead and install it anyway.
Almost got it.
Yep. I think that's good.
There we go.
Okay, then one more. And then I might be able to do this. So one trick I like to do with this, where I can't rotate the actual hex side very much, is you can kind of do this, where you can almost replicate a ratchet. I think that's kind of the fastest way when you're limited in space. Okay. So now we have this is basically where we were yesterday with our prototype, where we have the chute that actually throws the ball.
Will this need to be longer?
I think we might at least need to add on to it. Because here we'll actually make a ramp that goes to
Is there a good way to add on to it?
we can just zip tie another one to it.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So
yeah.
especially if we
zip
have
ties.
something to mount to it, or mount it to, that's going to work pretty well.
Zip ties are so nice.
It's a great way to solve the problem. So I can see us wanting to build up some support maybe here. I think that'd be cool. I wonder how much space we need. There's kind of lots of ways to solve this problem. We need a conveyor at some point too, is another part of this that we need to solve. We can go ahead and install the other side of the launcher panel. There should be another panel to the left there. That's the full length.
Yep.
And we can just do the exact same thing we did here with the zip ties and then the screw.
Yeah.
Here's some zip ties, and there's two 10 mil button heads and two lock nuts. Noah made beep beep. That makes sense. Okay.
Thank you, Noah, by the way.
Yep. I don't know
if
that,
Noah's watching, thank you.
I think that Noah has not been very well involved in FTC for like 4 years. But
Darn.
I will clip it and I'll send it to him. I think I saw it on Instagram.
Great.
Yeah, he wrote a lot of the, what is it called? The Roadrunner Quick Start, if you've used that. It's like, it's like a separate project. It's like it's like roadrunnerquickstart.com or something.
Yeah.
So he did a lot of that. Another throwback.
Is that tight enough?
Hmm.
The other one looks a little tighter.
The zip ties?
And we can tighten
Yeah.
this once we get it completely screwed on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this is so cool. It's so cool.
This is cool.
Right on the very end.
And we want to get this like on the same hole as the other one.
Well, where is it?
Maybe.
It's
Well,
right
that looks about the same curvature,
there.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mhm, that's right. You can look down the length, and that looks really good. So I think the next thing that we want to figure out is we need 2 stages at least. We need something that gets the ball. I think that we're going to be best off by let's establish the path the ball needs to take, and then we can go and make the conveyor.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see a good way to get some structure here that we can at least use to keep taking steps. That's one of the biggest things in Robot in 3 days is like it's easy to
That's
lose
all.
some momentum. So let's get a thank you.
Yay.
More parts.
Also the wrong one.
So this should be a 14 hole.
So I have a question.
yeah.
So, way too
So
big. Please
should we?
start with-
Do we need to have like another separator right here?
We'll
also probably need a plate. Well, actually,
Yeah.
this is gonna be.
Yeah,
So this will be
that's what
fine.
I'm after here. I think
and
we could
then-
use this channel.
Yeah.
And that can mount the ends of our grid plate.
And that'll make a good place for the rev hub.
Yeah, I think that our rev hub
Probably
can be
vertical
behind somewhere.
Probably vertical like this, right?
Yep.
Possibly.
Oh, that's not very nice of you. It's got to be tight.
Yeah, I think as soon as we establish the exact path we want the ball to take, we should look at how we'll actually feed it. If that's like, maybe it's a conveyor belt, we have a cool option for that would be grid chain.
Ooh, yeah.
So
like
grid
with the rubber
chain is
things on them
like-
too.
Yeah, you could put the rubber plates on the grid chain, or you could do like standoffs or spacers that could be bolted to it, and could be fingers that would grab it.
Yeah.
That was a very intuitive solution, but I also see something else being a little bit better. I could see 2 wheels being a pretty good way to solve that problem. The nice thing, if we can, like the complexities that conveyors often add are that you almost always need a plate for the conveyor to push against.
Yeah.
It's possible we will be able to create that just by the backdrop plate that we have already.
Yeah.
But I think that it's generally going to be a little better if we can avoid having a classical conveyor and have like a wheel, even if that's like a boot wheel. I think that'd be a pretty cool option.
Maybe even finger wheels.
Yeah, exactly. Like a 96 mil, I think that would be able to kick that pretty far.
What about?
And it
I
could
wonder
probably
if
be
it would be
here.
better reverse or forward.
I'm not sure. I don't know that it would make a big difference, but I could definitely see this once it's in the robot being a pretty good way to move it. Also, just regular gecko wheels. would work
Honestly,
pretty well.
so like I said yesterday, I was a little bit worried about the boots getting stuck.
Yeah.
But now that I see that it's just so bendy.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be. It
And
probably
it's also
wouldn't
so
get
fast.
stuck. Yeah,
So-
exactly.
So fast, it's never really going to get stuck
Yeah.
really in the holes. And if it does, it can just bend out with the little lip on them.
Can I sneak past you over and then
yeah.
and we're gonna look at this. So I think the next step would be to add this, and then that can give us a place for our grid plate to get mounted to. This will just be a thing, like a place. It's a piece of support. Though exactly where it'll be kind of depends on balls. So if it's here, that gives us a pretty good amount of clearance. So let's try for that. So an easy way to do this, we're gonna install that.
Okay.
Just so that we can keep that position. I think it was right here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
that'll be nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then let me get you, an easy way to do this will be threaded plates. That's a quick way to put all that together.
Oh, wait.
Here we go. Okay. And then if you want to...
Do we want to flip it over?
No, we'll just pick it up. If you
Okay.
want to use that and then start spinning that screw, I can catch the other side with the threaded plate here, hopefully. Perfect. And then don't tighten that on all the way.
Okay. I'll loosen it up a little bit.
That's where you
There
have it
we
is
go.
good. And then we can
Oh, is
catch
that one
the
of
other
those
side.
cool brackets?
Yeah, this is just a flat plate that's got
Oh,
threads.
really?
I like it here because it's just really easy to work with. They're pretty quick to install.
I actually didn't know those existed, and those are game changing.
They're nice. The biggest thing, like I think that
Can a motor fit with them there?
I believe so.
Because that was one of the main struggles we had.
Yep.
We had our drive motors in all of them inside.
Yep. I could see us needing to redo this so that the screw heads go out when we go to add motors.
Yeah.
But that's going to be quick enough. We can solve that problem with a quick rebuild. Oh.
Am I too tight? Or what?
I don't know. I think that
Felt
thread
some
might just be
friction.
a little dirty.
Okay.
And then that's a button head.
What's that screw? 10?
I've got him. Yeah, this is a 10. I think these actually could be 8s. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And then this gives us something to fasten this other end of this polycarbonate plate to.
Perfect.
We were talking about favorite seasons yesterday on yesterday's stream, and I actually forgot to ask a really cool question. And chat can participate in this one too. What's your least favorite season?
Oh.
Me and Sam and Ike can't really say much because, of course, we've only participated in 2. Don't really have much experience in others because we're new.
Yeah.
But we just want to know everyone else's.
That's a fun question.
I thought the really, really old one, Maze Craze, where they had to drive through
Corn.
That was
Oh.
weird.
Like
that's
FRC
crazy.
Yeah.
number 1.
Also the safety like bowled over with lifting boxes up like
Yep.
30 feet in the air.
Yep. Bowled over is a cool one. Like
I love the
it's-
pins from that season. They look so nice.
Okay,
But,
I
like-
didn't compete in that era. I don't know that I have seen those pins recently, but that was such a cool game. Like, I like that it was not intended to be played that way, and teams were like, well, you score more points if you just lift it up.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna spend all game lifting the scoring objects as high as we can possibly go.
Yeah.
I think that's maybe for the better, a thing that would not happen again.
Yeah.
We probably would not end up in a place where we have another game that is just kind of very misunderstood.
Yeah.
Here, we might flip this up.
Didn't they kind of like intend that teams just like went up like, maybe 4 or 6 feet?
Yeah. Not like
And
that's
then
the primary challenge.
And then
of
we
the
watched last night we watched some of the videos, and we watched one of the world's matches, and they were going like honestly like 40 feet in the air.
game. It's crazy. Yes.
The limit was the ceiling,
Yeah.
so you could go however high you wanted. And I can't believe that that first thought that would be a good idea.
Like,
It's so dangerous.
well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, and then let's add 2 more zip ties.
Imagine
I
getting
think
hit
we're in
by
the
one of
right place.
those.
Some of those robots had some crazy springs to counteract gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, also, it might not be fair, like, if your different venues would have different heights of ceilings.
Yeah. That came from, I think we're a little bit spoiled now. FTC is a lot more willing to change rules on the fly. I think they would have patched that game. In that time frame, there was a lot more hesitance to change how something like that, and fairly, right? Like the nice thing is about the nice thing about not changing it is that a team who's already spent time in developing the solution that is based on that doesn't have their season kind of worsened because they spent time on a robot design that was then illegal. But I bet if there was that miss today, it would probably be pretty quick in a team update. We didn't have team updates until pretty recently.
Yeah.
They'd say, oh, hey, we're going to change the rules to adjust how the scoring is favored there. So the best strategy is not just lift this thing as far as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we have one more zip tie that we'll install like here. I don't know why I installed that one so close to the center. It's okay.
As we add this grid plate, the robot's really starting to kind of take shape.
Yeah, I like how it's looking.
I'm not sure how you would direct a ball at such a angle without using printed parts or grid plate.
I'm interested. So that's looking pretty great. Like now we have a full path that the ball can take all the way up to the shooter. So we can go up this ramp. It needs to go up this ramp and then it's into the shooter. So now we just need to solve that next thing. We are in a pretty good spot that we could test at least this. Let's go ahead and test both of these.
Okay.
That's a great point.
It's just adding one piece of grid plate, basically.
Yep.
So.
Let's add one more piece of grid plate, and then let's test it. Okay. So how long is this one?
Longer, definitely longer.
Definitely longer.
Although that's the one that has a cut piece that was like shaving it off, so
perfect.
We want to cut off that
other
end.
Great point. So we'll cut that right here. That one ended up being the perfect length.
So John
Cool.
said, my vote for least favorite season is probably R1, simply because of glyph tolerances.
Boo. I don't know. That's a fair critique.
That is fair.
Relic recovery.
Yeah.
So basically,
AnyMark would send the glyphs and they would have just don't use on them written in Sharpie because they were like an inch too small.
I don't know that I have heard of that, but it
There's one
definitely
at,
is possible.
There's one at Bridge Creek like that. It's
That's
like
funny.
It's so thin.
Yeah.
It's
So some
so
of them are
weirdly
like
thin.
that was a big part of that game was like you would get one glyph and it was just a different size.
Yeah.
And some robot designs relied on a glyph falling down from the top. My robots relied on a glyph falling down from the very top of the scoring objective to the bottom. And that was not optimal sometimes because sometimes you'd have a glyph that just wouldn't fall.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I actually did kind of like that game. It wasn't balanced, but that wasn't as big of a problem as it felt like it was going to be. So like it was very possible to score all the points that year.
So someone said center stage was less appealing from spectator standpoint.
Yeah.
I could see that.
I like
I
center
was
stage.
a spectator center stage. I went to Worlds, watched Worlds center stage. To me, all the robots looked the same at finals.
Yeah.
They were all cubes with finger wheels.
That is most FGC games, I will say.
Yeah.
A lot of times there is kind of one robot that is the best. Into the Deep was kind of an exception, in my mind at least, because really just because of Upper Creek.
Yeah.
They definitely were the most,
And,
changed the most.
I mean, at Worlds, if you looked at all the different robots, like there were tons of different designs at Worlds. Like,
Oh yeah.
it would actually be hard to find more than 2 or 3 that like basically look like the same design.
Yeah, at Michiana Premier event, there was a Brazilian team that had a string, it was a 4-fingered claw with strings that would pull. They would pull strings from. The strings were attached to the tips of the claws.
Oh, yeah.
And it would
Wow.
pull and they would retract the claws, kind of like tendons in your
Weird.
hands. It was so weird, and it was actually a pretty good claw.
Yeah.
I believe that. Like that would be really lightweight and it would be really good. Like it would actuate well, I think.
Also, it was crazy. Their entire robot was held together. Their entire robot was wood, and was held together by zip ties only.
Fun.
So cool.
Yeah.
This field has a lot of zip ties that hold it
yeah.
together, and it works really well. I'm very happy with it.
Yeah, there wasn't a single screw on their robot.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Like actually, that was their main thing to tell people. It was-
That's something to be proud of.
Once I mounted a servo like in a channel with zip ties, and they were all like getting on to me
it
about
was
that.
it was actually sturdier than
Well, the zip tie did break eventually, but
Yeah, it was actually sturdier than a screw would be in that situation.
it was what worked at the time.
At the time, yeah.
All right, let's look at the field. Let's see how these launchers work.
Great.
Now that we're pretty close to having both of them working, that'll answer some good questions.
And that battery right there?
And we'll need
Yes,
like a
grab
Y
that
harness,
one.
right?
Yep, I've got one right over here. So I'll grab that real quick, then we can roll over.
And we need to make sure that we have one of our motors reversed,
Yes.
so we don't just like burn them out as soon as we turn them on.
Absolutely.
You want to grab it and head to the field?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to go around this way. It's funny how the robot started as that design.
I mean, it's pretty close
That-
still.
This drawing was the first drawing of how we were imagining
I thought you were talking
it.
about the other one, yeah.
Oh, that's
We're really close to that
This
one.
is the final plan.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. It's so interesting. The meta this season could be something completely obvious that we're just missing, or it could be something like this.
What if we already have it? Yeah.
That'd be interesting. That'd be really interesting. So
This is really starting to come together.
it really is. Really is.
The geometry of our launchers right now looks really like sleek to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I think the flywheel, the new flywheel pieces will be really helpful for flywheel designs this season, especially because the added inertia and less, if I understand it correctly, less torque lost when it's touching the ball.
It's definitely more weight,
Yeah.
and that's a good thing.
And you cannot tell on screen, but those are incredibly heavy for their size.
Mm-hmm. Very shiny too, almost like a mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they are one of the shinier GoBilda parts.
They might be the shiniest, actually. I haven't seen another different part with that finish on it.
Yeah, they are.
You're right on. We have not used that finish before. So
Yeah,
I think that is probably the shiniest one.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's interesting.
There we go. Okay.
This might be a close contender. It's pretty
I had
shiny.
to rob a Y harness from
Yeah,
a robot
I mean-
a couple years ago.
It's still not as shiny as these.
Oh no, no.
Yeah, and these are, I cannot remember the finish on the top of my head, but
Looks like
They're
some
really
type
cool.
of plating.
it is, yep. Is it nickel plated? Yeah, they're nickel plated.
that's
They're
interesting.
super cool.
That's cool.
We had some nickel-plated parts on our robot last
Yeah.
season
Yeah, we actually
to hold our Mizumi slides.
we had we actually made a custom part art, but that ended up being made out of steel. But to keep it from rusting, we nickel plated it ourselves.
That's cool.
It's actually
Sam
surprising.
has such interesting things at his
It's so
house.
tight.
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly easy to like do DIY nickel plating.
All right. Let's slide back over to the far zone. We might as well.
You mean to grab the clippers?
I suppose. I got it.
Okay.
Sometimes if you just like squish the head, it works out well enough. There we go.
We might even switch to the small boot wheels for this.
I could see that. I think that a wheel will be the better choice for most of the time that you're working with in taking a ball.
Yeah.
But we can sure try both. I'm pretty sure that we're both working in the same direction, but we'll double check. So we'll unplug one of these. We spin it to the left. Everything spins to the left, or correct. And then we'll unplug the second one, and we're going the same direction.
Great.
So it'll probably just stall if we don't have them reversed in the right order. But all right. We'll try fairly reasonable speed. Cool.
Not bad.
More.
That feels like a lot more.
That looked close to the right speed.
That looked like it was about the right speed. This feels sillier now that it's running, for some reason. Alright.
I feel like the not having a direct drive makes it easier to tell that it's
high.
a flywheel. Like
Yeah.
the whole system looks crazier.
Alright. And then
That
we'll
was
try the
good.
right one. Sweet. So this whole robot moves a lot. Like it just slides easily
Yeah.
because the wheels are unpowered. But, oh,
Ooh.
that, I fed that one weird. I think we'll be able to shoot from the same spot, even in the far goal, with both of the launchers independently.
It feels
without working
consistent.
with them. Yeah, yeah, especially because like because these both have a crown. It's best if you feed them both like in the middle. And I'm not doing a great job at making sure they're centered every time. But that works great. Do you want to fire a few more just to double check? We might as well. I feel.
Yeah.
We're already over here.
Oh yeah, we could try shooting 2 at once.
That's an interesting thing. 2 at once.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
So it
Interesting.
makes some sense. We should need a higher velocity
bogs it down
for
a
both
little
of
bit.
them. 3, 2, 1. That was pretty
good.
cool. Though.
That was
Yeah.
actually really cool.
I don't know that you do that very much, but you certainly could.
Yeah, I feel like another thing is we're talking about having a green side and a purple side, but
Yeah.
at certain points when you don't care,
Yeah.
like you could just pick up, launch 2 at a time, and then launch a second one after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially like there are definitely going to be times where the right thing is to shoot 2 purples. So it's possible your second driver could be like the person, and you're just looking for, hey, I know exactly the order we need.
Dang, it's raining hard outside.
Yeah, it is raining pretty
Yeah.
hard.
It also sounds loud in this building for sure. Okay, I'm happy with where we're at on the launcher.
It's beautiful.
yeah.
It should get a little bit more consistent too when we add the second set
Well,
of standoff.
we could try close goal too.
Yeah, let's try the close launch as well.
I'm gonna fill this back up. Actually, I have a grid. I have an amazing idea. Oh, I think I tried this earlier.
Oh,
Nice.
incredible.
A little higher.
Nice. Beautiful. Let's see how close we can get.
Yeah.
All right, let's slide up, like, as I drive over the wires. Like, I wonder what it's gonna look like if we're closer here. Oh, that was way too much.
So fast.
Can I trade you spots? Can you
Yep.
slid over? I just want to make sure the camera can see. Yeah, if you want to, you could load it from over here. We could try that. That might be
Let me see.
reasonable. Oh yeah, that's
that might
pretty
be
close.
faster.
Now let's slide. We'll launch this last one.
Try both at the same time.
Sure. I wonder how close we can score with the same exact geometry. Ridiculously close.
That was really good.
The question is, will we be able to do it?
Oh, right over.
The question is, will we be able to do it touching it?
I don't think so.
Probably not. I'm sure we could with like an adjustable hood, but
I wonder if battery will ever be a problem with.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say probably not this close. But that still is that's a huge amount of adjustment.
Yeah. And if you
Sweet.
were able to like have it automatically detect the April tag and you
Yeah.
get the distance
Yep.
and like get the speed based on that, that would be like, I feel like that might be a common programming goal this
I think
season.
that's gonna be, it's also not a tough challenge.
Yeah.
There are samples built into the SDK that show you how to get your distance from an April tag, like your robot's relative position. And at that point, you don't have to do a whole lot. you can, if you know your relative heading, right, you can just angle right to it. You can point directly at it pretty quick. And you can adjust your velocity. The big thing you'll have to do is you'll say, hey, if my robot is this far away, here's the motor RPM I need, and then keep getting different samples. And you could probably make something like a lookup table that says, hey, if I'm this far away, here's the amount of motor velocity I need.
Yeah.
The nice thing about a constant velocity is that it doesn't have to, you don't have to have the same battery voltage every time. You can say, hey, hit this target velocity, and kind of no matter what voltage you have, you should be able to hit that. That's not always 100%, like it isn't always 100% consistent. If your battery's at 14 volts, it can apply more power through the throw, so your wheel RPM might still be faster at a higher voltage. That's easy to adjust for if you want to just account for the voltage in the power you set to the motor. But we also kind of account for that by adding more inertia. So that more inertia just keeps that flywheel faster through the throw. The thing we trade for that is that spin up time takes longer. So if we removed those flywheels, we would get up to speed faster. And that's the trade-off. So you have to say, hey, the more inertia lets you shoot shots faster. It lets you subsequently fire balls quicker, but it means that your spin up time is slower. But I think most of the time in FTC, if you're pretty cognizant of kind of where you are in your cycle and your second driver is controlling your velocity, your flywheel, they can turn it on and off pretty actively. And I think they could be one step ahead of the actually firing the balls. I think this is great. I say let's go back over, and the next thing we need to figure out is how we can get a ball from the intake into the launcher.
Yeah.
And then of course a diverter. Sweet. All right. I like this a lot. I think that we're in a really good spot, especially for having some time still left today. We've got 3 hours and some change, which is really great. Okay. So we'll just speak up a little bit when we're talking to try to get past the rain. Here we go. I'll set this robot down over here, though. Okay, sweet. So let's see here. We'll go ahead and remove some of this, and I think let's zip tie these wires back up too, just so they're out of the way again. Okay.
That's quite a bit delayed.
And it's it looks like that's my fault. Yeah, we're pretty closer. We're a lot closer. But yeah, I think that we're in a really good spot with the launchers. I really think we're on a great path.
Yeah.
So now we need to
Sweet.
work on the intake, right?
I think it's either the intake or it's the feeding mechanism.
Okay.
So if you want, can you grab one of those balls?
It does look like the intake pretty much works right now.
The intake works.
It really does.
We'll want to rebuild it to have more geckos, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we need a power transmission system. But it definitely can work.
It grips very well.
If you want, I
that's
can
for
start
sure.
rebuilding it.
Up to you. I think that's that's
Yeah.
a great idea. If you just start by taking that off, we can do that. And then
Okay.
we need to figure out something that'll get the ball from here to here.
Yeah.
So like a simple option would be 2 rollers. Those rollers could be like a fairly large wheel. The nice thing about something like a boot wheel in this application is that we can use a lot of compression, and using all that compression means we can drive the ball fairly far for one roller. So like if we assume that the compression is almost the most you can have, you can touch the ball from here and relatively easily drive it, 3 inches or so. So we could have 2 boot wheel like feeders. I think that could be a pretty good place to start.
What about gecko wheel, boot wheel, gecko wheel, boot wheel, gecko wheel, boot wheel?
Yeah. I'm glad to hear about the audio. These are new mics that we haven't used, that we have tested with, but they are new to the stream. That's definitely has helped us a lot in this process. We definitely upped that. Dude, there's so much to live streaming generally. There's just so many things that change and impact all of the tech. It's definitely been a learning process. I think this is our 5th robot in 3 days, and it's taken us about this long to find all of those issues and solve them. Let's just start building. That's kind of the classic. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Let's just start building and see. We were talking about pillow blocks earlier. Those are... Gage, can I have you go to the end of the table too?
Yeah.
Sweet, thank you. Okay. Pillow blocks are a great way to hold on to a shaft. We have an 8mm bore. That might be, we might be able to mount them on either end here and run an 8-rex shaft that could have some boot wheels. I think that's going to be at least a fine place to start. We're going to see what happens.
I think I might need more gecko wheels.
Okay,
if we're making a whole
I don't think you need
line
them
of them
to have like solid. You could probably have about about 1 gecko wheel width in between each one of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we will have to, I'm assuming that this will probably be powered by a servo. And
So we have 2 motors still. I could see us making these a motor.
yeah.
It's possible.
And we're going to have 2 separates because we're going to have to be able to feed either one of these individually.
Yes, that's a great point. Absolutely. Yes, correct. Great observation. I missed that. So let's plan on that. And that also is nice because it breaks up this problem a little bit more. This one will be long enough. So we can go ahead and mount these pillow blocks that can support this shaft. We can put a couple of gecko wheels on that shaft. And then that will kind of help us get an idea of where we should be. I said gecko, I meant boot. So we can go ahead and install these for right now. We'll have to add some spacers and stuff to actually constrain this.
Yeah.
So it actually has to be fairly high.
Can I have a 3mm? Oh, I have one over here.
It will be let's see, that looks pretty close to
high.
there.
And we probably don't want it to ever touch the wheel because with how fast that wheel's going, it could probably just kind of grab it.
That would mess that up.
It would not be
bit.
a great environment for sure.
Well, wouldn't be? I wasn't listening. I was focusing on
If the
gecko
flywheel
wheel.
grabbed the boot wheel because
no.
we put it too close,
Oh,
that
no.
would mess it up.
Yeah, and
big
we
time.
can have a little bit of compression, so on the wheel.
So we can go ahead and mount this. I'm going to say right here for right now.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and install these 2 boot wheels, and then we can work with the first. So then this could go, when we can, I like sticking to making everything line up with the large holes. I think that looks like a fine place to start.
I feel like that's definitely touching the flywheel.
It is right now. I think
Yeah.
we actually can space our wheels on either side of the flywheel.
Yeah.
And that should work pretty well.
That'll also mean that we could possibly have it lower because we're not pushing all the way, we're guiding it on the sides.
Yeah.
And it may be possible if we want to lower it to like put a longer screw through a spacer or something like that.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. I think that would be a good way to do it.
To have it in between the flywheel and the belt. Yeah, I think it's going to need to be lower.
It very well might be. I'm interested to see. I think this second one's going to do more of the heavy lifting. I think it
Oh,
might
that
be
works better.
close. Spacers are going to make this better, though. So maybe we. I like how simple this is. I also could see this might be able to be one shaft because I don't know that these will feed it far enough for the flywheel to actually catch that.
Yeah,
I think we'll need one more
It looks like
feeder.
I guess that also depends on how fast it's spinning, I guess.
It's true. It might launch it up there.
Yeah.
You still have to get it pretty far up before we catch the ball with the flywheel. It has to
Okay.
be kind of up here. But that's kind of nice. That might give us an opportunity to maybe have another set that looks like this, and those could be independent.
Okay, so I got them all on, but I don't remember exactly how
Okay.
these are supposed to go.
And one of those was just there to make it easier to install.
Okay.
And we can wait. Let's wait right now on that, and let's kind of get this side of it. So I think we can drop this by probably 12 millimeters and still have a pretty successful outcome. So let's try that. Let's grab some 12 millimeter spacers, and then we can install those. So we'll also go like 20 millimeter screws.
Yeah, the boom mic might be what
It's possible.
Picking up the rain.
I think I bet our producer Shane probably caught that.
Yeah, there is one right there.
Let's slide the robot down over here. Now we can kind of get, I like working on this side because we can have more people all working on the robot at once.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, yeah, we just need to remove those 2 screws and then we can drop that pillow block down.
Thank you.
And this is going to be kind of annoying with the belt there and requiring the spacers. So, just kind of part of it. Okay.
Swerve. Honestly, this game is
really good for swerve.
This game is really good for swerve.
Yeah.
It's just that swerve, honestly,
Let's
get
go
swerve
ahead and thread in the first one of those.
perfect would be the entire season.
I think that's
unless
the
you're an
biggest
absolute
thing.
wizard.
Okay. And then we'll leave that. We just got the threads. You can let go of that right now.
Yeah.
And then we can install the second spacer. This is a hard thing to assemble.
Yeah.
It's a combination of a lot of things.
It's so many parts.
It's better than when the exact distance is really weird and you have like 20 washers stacked on top of it.
Oh yeah. Can I have that other 8mm pillow block? Yeah, perfect.
There's also another one right here, if you want it.
Okay, I think I just need the 2 right now. And we'll just see how the spacing works.
Okay.
It's kind of like one thing, and when you do end up with like weird distances, you wouldn't think that it's one of the more useful uses of 3D printers. You could just make tiny custom spacers.
Yeah.
And they take like 2 seconds to print.
Yeah, like for our main arm, we had around 9 washers on it.
That's crazy.
And they were all different sizes.
So we ended up replacing that with a 3D printed spacer.
And a 3D printed one and
definitely
a
nicer.
pretty big metal one.
If anything, that's probably too close. It's kind of tough to
that
get.
looks a
Yeah,
little close.
it does. It really does.
But once we get that dialed in, that'll be a nice way to get the balls up. It's definitely too close. And then and I think it's one more stage that actually pushes the ball up into the flywheel.
And maybe that might not be another roller. That could just be a little flicker arm or something.
Yep, it certainly could be another stage like that. Yep, I like that idea. So the other control we have here is we can make these wider.
Yeah.
That kind of effectively makes it taller because we contact the ball at a different
That might
place.
guide them in better too.
That's true. So we're kind of playing with the width of how far apart these boot wheels are. Oh yeah, that's pretty great. That might be the right pull.
That is very
That might be
good.
the right path.
I like that.
Yeah.
So this could be one roller, I think, because this won't be the final thing that launches it up. I think this roller could be spinning whenever the intake is on. We might actually be able to just gear those together off the same motor.
Yeah.
And then it could pull those up into whichever side you need, and then our final actual kicker can get them up there.
Yeah.
So let's build that. Let's build this next stage of movement of conveyor. Because I think these are going to be able to pick up from the intake. That's going to be kind of a question. Let's go ahead. Can you grab the intake? And then we should have, let's reinstall the E-clip quick. And then we can put a collar on the other side. That'll be a nice way to do that. Good thing I kept the clip.
Now, one thing to think about with these wheels is that we don't want it to get in the way of the little arm that sorts them.
Yeah.
Although I feel like that doesn't need to be like the entire height of the like sort of level of the robot. It can just be like even like a low side U channel or something like that width.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I have in my mind. I either think of like a low side mini, a mini low side channel. Honestly, a beam would probably work for our sorter.
Yeah, or like some sort of plate, possibly.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, this doesn't constrain it. Hee. I had the flanges on the same side, which is a classic mistake. Just means that it's not actually constrained.
Yeah, it can just pop out the side.
Yeah,
one way.
they can both move in the same direction. I think this works. Okay. And then this will tell us if our intake feeds, if our boot wheels are close enough to our intake. We might need to move the boot wheels forward for everything to catch and work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think we will have to move these forward because these don't quite reach out far enough.
Yeah, and also, I feel like this is not a great thing to rely on, but we may be able to, like, this bounces it forward and then it catches.
Yeah.
But it's better for it to feed it continuously.
It's absolutely better. So that's going to be a pretty quick one. We should just slide this down a couple. Yeah. I think that'll be better.
That also means that we might be able to bring these in a little bit closer together.
Yeah.
And it won't get in the way of this flywheel as much.
Yep. I think that's all good directions. And then we just need an additional piece that'll do our feed still. Okay, if you guys want to take that back apart, we were on 1, 2, 3 in the center of the fourth hole from the end.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk about swerve.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I really think that
some long screws.
yeah, it like I said earlier, unless you are an absolute wizard, you're not going to get swerve done in like a season in a reasonable time and do good.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page there.
Unless you've been working on it for a long time and you've like almost got it fully done, and it would just take a few nights of like testing.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to like.
Okay, I just dropped something. I don't know where it is.
That's okay. We'll find it.
So
would you say move it to the center of the next hole?
Yeah. Does that look like that looks like it'll catch pretty well. Move it to the center of the next 14 millimeter hole. So the next question is, how do we get them into the flywheel? Our way to do that would be like horizontal spinning boot wheels, but I'm not pumped about that because I don't really want to have 4 shafts or 3 shafts that we have to power.
All right, so where's this go? Okay. Right.
We can do another shaft with 2 more boot wheels right behind the flywheel. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. I feel like it's either that or having like a little arm that flicks it up into it.
Yeah, I think that my favorite idea for an arm that would push it up would be like a beam that we could spin at the center, and it could spin continuously to feed more in. Mm-hmm. I think the big thing is going to be like fitting
like a
that.
spindexer.
Yeah,
like a
spindexer.
sideways spindexer.
Yep.
Yeah.
2 of them. I think the biggest thing would be like fitting that in the right space, because it's nice if your like finger that can push it into the flywheel can rotate continuously. It doesn't really matter that it has 2 sides, but it stops you from having to go up and then reset and then go up again. Mm-hmm. The biggest thing there is like you don't want the next ball to chase it too close, and then for you to have to push the last ball back and then reload it.
I'm gonna get this.
So it just requires a lot of space, but that might not be a problem. We talked about cutting the polycarb and having something that reached through the polycarb.
I just blanked on the name of the scoring element. Is that Artifact?
Artifact.
Okay.
That's okay.
destructive
It takes me
again.
the longest to get every one of these game-specific elements together.
Okay, I think I lost the other screw.
Okay.
How long was that?
That was 20, I think.
20.
I'll grab it.
Thank
also,
you.
do you have the fourth one of these?
Do I?
I have another one if you
Oh
need
wait,
it.
no. It was the spacer I lost, not the screw.
Okay.
The screw just fell under the robot.
Perfect. So,
Okay.
I mean, I think another
so this
set of boot
goes-
wheels would be a pretty good option.
What about like a spin dexter, like you were talking
Man, that
about,
conveyor
and
belt
like
is crazy.
boot wheel?
It's not a
Yeah.
conveyor belt.
That's
I don't know
kind
what
of,
I'm talking about.
and I think if it's horizontal, or if the shaft is horizontal, if the wheels are vertical,
Yeah.
I think that's going to be really easy to power. And those could definitely be servos. Because then it's like, okay, you need to move it for like a little bit to just
Wow.
feed the very next
And
one.
then the question is, torque, speed, or super speed?
I bet we would end up at super speed probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I shall not give up.
Either
It will
speed or
fit.
super speed.
Yeah.
Well, torque might be the play because like we don't really need it to be exceptionally fast.
Yeah. It depends on how much force it requires. If it doesn't,
Yeah.
I don't see any reason for it to be slower if it doesn't need that torque.
Hopefully it doesn't need the torque.
There we go.
So then
Fascinating.
those would be two independent ones.
Okay, now the spacers, right?
Yeah,
They could be
I'll
on the
hold
same
this
shaft
like
though,
that.
right?
Okay.
No, they couldn't because the
Yeah.
So-
green
Just
and
slide.
purple.
I'd
two
both
different colors.
spacers on at
Yeah.
the same time, and I'll lift this up so they can't fall out.
Right.
Okay. 1 and 2.
I actually just forgot that
There it is.
the reason I left
Now,
was to do
they
something and I
shouldn't be
didn't
able
end
to
up doing
slide
that thing.
off.
Okay.
So now get them
Perfect.
threaded
We're
on.
kind of at the maximum number of people who can work on the robot anyway. So until we start thinking about endgame, it's tough to have 3 people all working on it.
Is that in? Okay. I loosened it just a little bit because.
Yeah, I think you might need to move your Allen wrench over one hole.
Oh, I do. How long are these spacers?
12 millimeters. I picked 12 because that should put it a little bit more on pattern. It's still
Okay.
not particularly on pattern, but it's a little bit better than just like a 10 millimeter.
Where are the spacers? Because I think we need another one.
Here's one. Do you need one more?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. And we might. Oh no, this can be one. So the. Yeah, here's one more spacer.
Okay, thank you.
We might end up with another long 2106. Another trip to the warehouse. I'm gonna put some of these parts up. 2, 3, 4, 5.
It is going in, right? Wait, it is. Wait,
Yeah, it
no,
doesn't
what?
look like it's
not
going
going in. Oh, what?
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to play around a little bit to get it to thread in. And it helps to have your other one slightly looser, just so you can jiggle it around more. Although when you loosen that up, that's probably going to fall
Run
out.
a
You're right,
flippable
you're right.
robot. If you turn it upside
wouldn't
down, it
have
has
caught that.
tank wheels. That's funny. John just said, "Do you expect your robot to flip?"
I hope that our robot doesn't. I'm really excited to get to the point. I'm really hoping that we have enough time so that we can rebuild this and make it a lot more make the drivetrain
There's
more
that.
compact.
Yeah.
That would be slick.
There we
Okay,
go.
does this seem like it's about? This looks like a lot better spacing.
Yeah.
It looks like it's gonna
These.
consistently pick up the ball. Yeah.
It's a feature, not an accident.
Well, we found the wire.
That's funny. Like
How
in
grippy
Rescue,
is it?
it would be.
Yeah, I feel like
It'd
if
be good
this
to
is
have a
spinning,
flippable
that will
robot.
bump it into it pretty well.
Yeah, for sure.
And then
If this is spinning instead of me rotating it, it's also gonna be better.
Yeah.
Especially if this is fairly fast. Yeah, so that's our second stage. So we have our intake.
It
and
looks
we
a
have
little
our
tight
second
to me.
stage. It might be a little. We can adjust that by how wide the wheels are.
Where are we gonna put the servo for that?
I think we might be able to power this with the same motor that powers the intake. and just run like a chain or a belt forward.
Well, actually,
Because this doesn't itself
probably.
load it into the launcher.
because there's going to be another thing stopping it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and basically our intake, and that will sort of make a chain.
Actually, maybe not, because whenever we try, so we might be trying to pick up, we might have 2 purples and a green already, and it might push a purple forward when we're trying to get a green.
We will have the gate on the servo that
Right.
should stop it.
Right, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah.
And I feel like if we have them chained together, and then we decide we don't,
Yeah.
that it wouldn't be like a huge rebuild. That would be like just changing how it's powered.
So
Yeah.
Baron just said something that I find incredibly funny. 1 RPM motor versus a 100-pound robot. And that reminds me, for some reason, of Up a Creek last season. They were running, can you believe it? They were running 107, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, 117 RPM motors for their drive. And paired with them being an incredibly heavy robot last season, that's a lot of torque, and you really can't be pushed around. And that was really their play, so they couldn't get pushed around and could just sit there scoring specimens.
Yeah. Also, they're a level 2 ascent,
Yes.
where they had like the bar, and that just like slowly winched them up.
Yes.
Okay. My brain is saying a fine way to solve this is another shaft that has more boot wheels.
Yeah.
Seems okay. Maybe that would be right here. We need to get some. We need to now get it from where it is from this set of boot wheels up to the launcher. So, like potential options, we could have a lever arm down here that could reach up through the grid plate and could push it. I'm not pumped about that idea, but it would work. The biggest thing is it would just need time to reset every time. It would need to be able to like go down and then fold back up.
Oh, I have an idea. What if it's a joint and like a hinge? So whenever it's going up, it can't bend. Sorry, like this. When it's going up, it can't bend, but when it's going back down, it can.
Fold?
Yeah. To go back down.
Okay.
Like this.
Oh, wait.
I think
I'm seeing it.
I think that could definitely work. I think our best case scenario here is something that we can just turn on and spin.
Yeah.
That's like the optimal solution. And
Yeah,
I think
it
there's
definitely
a
is.
way to get there here. I mean, like, okay, this is weird, but like, if you had something that had fingers much longer than the diameter of this wheel, it could be coaxial. I could sit on that shaft. I don't actually want to do that, but it could work. I wonder if, let's see.
I just noticed the rain kind of stopped.
It did. It definitely.
did,
It was not supposed to rain for very long today. So we need to move it this far, really. I mean, okay. Sorry, I'm in the. We keep doing this. Let's keep building stuff. Let's try another set of 96 boot wheels, just like right here.
Are 96 boot wheels these?
Yeah. So that would put it hereabouts, which I think is going to get it far enough.
Yeah. And it basically just has to bump the flywheel, and it catches it.
Yeah. Because I think if we're in the center, if we're in the hole, if we're here, I think we don't have a good way to. We need a lot of compression, which the wheels will do, but I don't love betting on that. Maybe a 48 No, I think it's going to be better to be over just by one hole. This crossbar is kind of getting in our way. It doesn't actually have to be there.
Okay. So this is interesting. For the patterns at the end of telly, are you going to have a way to control which flywheel the ball goes into?
Yes.
Or gets shot out of?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, we'll have a servo that can like divert which way it goes. That's really the only advantage of two
Yes,
sets
we'll be
of
using a
shaders.
color sensor, probably.
I bet so. The other way I was thinking about that is we might actually use a webcam and do that with vision.
Ooh. Well, will we have enough time to program that, though?
Not actually, probably. I don't think we'll have a software solution to this problem at all in this stream. And that's okay, I think. Like, it doesn't have to have a... I don't think we really need a perfectly implemented set of robot code. I wouldn't do it this way on a full competition team. But there's a lot of small things about Robot in 3 Days robots that are just kind of imperfect, and that's almost by design. So, I mean, I think there's a world where I think they might actually collide there. Let's just move this.
They might not
crossbar
collide if they're staggered, like one here and one here like that, though.
Yeah, I think we need to go over to 3. If we're over 2 and down 48, it might hit the Rex shaft is kind of all I was thinking.
Yeah.
I think that our best case scenario is for this to be directly under this third hole. It's kind of hard to show, but we have our boot wheels here, which can feed that in. I think we just need another set, just inset. I think that should be 2, 3, 4. I think it should be like right here, which is exactly where this channel is. Let's just scooch that channel back. Or we can scooch that channel forward and we can...
I actually just thought of another way to feed it. What if we have see this ramp? What
Yeah.
if we have a servo and it lifts up the entire ramp so it just makes contact right under here?
You could. I like the idea that we could just have something that can just continuously spin and feed that flywheel.
Yeah.
I like that idea because I think if we have 2 purples, I like that we could just turn on 2 motors and just go. So anything that requires us to like pivot back and forth, I think is kind of a slower way to solve the problem. So if we can avoid it, I would like to. So let's scooch this back. It's 4 screws. We'll be done pretty quick. And that will let us just start to mount stuff. It's slightly better if this goes forward, I guess. I don't know. I can see a world where the support for this actually ends up being...
Those that even need support, can't it just float there?
That would be definitely more handy. We'll slide this all the way back here, because that will make it just more out of the way.
Does anyone know when the GoBilda anti-grav is coming out?
Okay.
You know, you said you invent parts because Robot in 3 Days. Where's the anti-grav?
Where's the anti-grav? You know, we'll have to work on it. We'll send it back to the engineering team. One of us will have a good idea, I think. We might bring that product outside of FTC if we get that one. You know, that one has some pretty long legs. That would really change the game.
Yeah.
Get into like spaceships and like Star Trek things. You know.
Yeah.
Okay. We will probably have to move more things for this to work. If we end up with taking advantage of moving this crossbar.
Yeah.
But this at least gets us to where like we can start to put some stuff like new in different places. So if this is here, I think it could feed it far enough.
Yeah.
I do wonder if, especially for this one, if a wheel might be a better option because it'll just make consistent contact.
Yeah. Especially since this is servo powered, just being able to move that there consistently instead of just trying to bump it there.
So I'm
I
gonna
think that's going to be kind of
do a little piece of trivia real quick.
because it has to go very far.
So this game element has not been used in FTC before.
Correct.
This is the original scoring element from FRC. It's called Steamworks, and it's funny that was also a shooting game. An actually pretty similar shooting game to this, kind of, but it's kind of interesting because these are a little tougher. This is more like a milk carton, and this is more like
2 milk cartons.
actually 2 layers of milk carton, really. I do think it's interesting that I would recommend watching videos from that season, FRC Steamworks, and you'll see a lot of
Similarities.
spindexers
Oh yeah.
with turrets.
Yeah.
I feel like the way they scored in that game was very close to how we do
Yeah.
here.
Except there wasn't like really a.
It wasn't. Ours is
holding
not as
limit.
rapid.
Theirs was. They didn't really have. Yeah, they didn't really have a possession limit, so they were like launching 40 in a row.
Yeah.
But
And the robots are a lot bigger, so they could fit a lot more.
yeah.
Yeah, they just had like a
They-
giant tub
these-
of them, and they were launching them all in a row.
These look like tennis balls to those robots. If you go back and watch some of the
They
Steamworks
really do.
videos.
Those are huge.
But I think it's interesting. I would actually really recommend watching some of the videos.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Like, you definitely should take a look at what previous teams, even in different competitions, have done to solve similar kinds of problems.
Like we watched a lot of the other shooting games like Velocity Vortex and the other one that I cannot name right now.
Ultimate Goal?
Ultimate Goal, yeah. And pretty sure we also saw spindexers in both of those.
Yeah, it looks like all it really has to do is contact, though. It doesn't have to push it into it.
So I think that's a really cool piece of trivia.
Yeah, I think the hard thing with like an arm that would be horizontal is having any control over where the ball is
What
left
about
and right.
a small wheel on the side?
I could see that.
Yeah, like smaller than this size of gecko wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Maybe
the
that
little
small?
ones.
I
We,
don't know.
we might need 2 just to keep it, or a wall here,
Yeah,
which we
yeah.
could add. We
Yeah.
could definitely add a wall.
Yeah.
But that could work. The biggest thing is we would just need, we would need a lot of servos.
Yeah, I mean, we probably would just need one per side, wouldn't we?
Yeah, you could like belt them together. It's a really complex mechanism. I think is the only thing that I'm really not loving. This is definitely an interesting challenge to get it just between those 2 points in a way that just fits in the space well.
Yeah.
What if we use that piece right there? Let me grab it. It's interesting. We could use it like for a diagonal gecko wheel.
Oh.
Like right here. Or something. Maybe even like this. Right?
Okay.
So this is a pretty cool piece. It's like a
Elbow?
45 degree bracket. You could use it like this, make it go diagonal. I think that might be interesting for like a gecko wheel.
It's
Just like
possible.
the
I think
mounting of
the big thing with the gecko wheel is that it's hard to get. You kind of need a lot of compression to actually get it to move the full amount.
Yeah. There's a chair there.
Let's just mount let's mount up a pillow block and see if we can get another set of 96 mil boot wheels to work.
We honestly could just try like throwing something together real quick and
We'll know more at
Seeing
least. We'll have
how it
a better idea of how something could work, even if it's not the thing we end up with.
yeah.
It helps get us some ideas.
A lot of wheels. Many wheels.
So many wheels.
Honestly, gears and wheels are my two favorite things about mechanics.
Round objects.
Yes, actually. Like boot wheels are so cool. So many different applications.
Mm-hmm.
The
Is
new
there one more
hogback
boot
wheels are
boot
amazing.
wheel over here?
I love flywheels.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Didn't we have another one? Like a second
This one
ago?
right here.
Here it is.
Oh, okay.
You need another one?
No, this is good.
Okay.
So these would just stagger. They'd be on either side. And then this set would be independent. It would have to have, it'd be different for each side. So this could go up into the intake, up, and then these would be closer together so they could catch it. And then the big question is, like, will these move the ball far enough?
It looks like it might.
It's close. I
It
think
is
that would
pretty
work.
close. With them
And with it
spinning.
moving fast as well.
And also, a possibility for tolerances is maybe put something
Oh,
under here that
absolutely.
bump that.
Oh,
a little
yeah,
bit.
Yep, that's great. I mean, that's gonna work. That'll work fine. That's easy enough to implement. We just put more stuff together. I like that idea. Let's go ahead and implement this just on one side,
Maybe we could test it.
and we can just test it and see if it works.
We could even use one of those fancy servo joysticks.
Yeah. I think that's gonna work. Okay, so I wonder how important this center crossbar is. It's gonna be fine without it, at least for a few minutes. We can always add it in after. We can put this.
Could it fit in the back? Like closer to the back?
It probably could.
Could
We
do something
also
like
could
this.
put it. At least we could put it here for right now.
Yeah.
Also, it looks to me like that in that spot, there's still room. It's just not room for a full low side. So maybe like a mini low side or just like
true.
one of those sort of square beams.
Yeah, we can make it strong when we know what it needs to look like.
Yeah.
That's kind of easy. It's easy to add more support later. I still don't think this is going to be like flimsy. Oh, it's still so fine.
That's insane.
It only
still
flexes
fine.
ever so slightly.
With a lot of force. So then we can add this other pillow block, which I felt like I had, but here's one for sure.
Yeah, it was right there
Oh, that's fine.
behind the.
And then is there a longer shaft than I have right here?
What size shaft is that?
Here, I'll just hand it to you.
Okay. Just the one longer than that?
Any longer than, yeah. If it's, like, there might be one over right by my water bottle
Yeah,
there.
there is.
Even if it's way too long,
This
it's
long?
not, that's fine. It's gonna work. We'll have some ideas. So this is one hole over from being centered there. And this is gonna be kind of annoying to duplicate this, but it'll be fine. We'll figure out a good solution.
If you don't mind, I'm going to swap your screen back to the live stream.
Sure, yeah.
Would lowering the flywheel help? I think the flywheel's in a pretty good spot.
We could definitely raise the polycarb, like Sam I think mentioned. That's it does the equivalent thing.
Any idea when the new switch and power injector are going to launch?
2 or 3 weeks probably. That's still good. I want to double check that we weren't way outside of the box. And then let's, is this held in? We'll go ahead and let's just add some collars to this wheel.
When
it
are the
doesn't
flywheels launching?
3 or 4 weeks probably.
Yeah.
And now we can constrain this as well.
Yeah, sometimes you can just with those boot wheels, you can just stick like a bit of tape on either side.
Oh yeah, that would work pretty well too.
We done that with the
We have plenty
ro-
of
intake
colors
rollers,
and
too.
it works. So colors will work fine for right
Yeah.
now. Okay. And then, but yeah, I think tape is a great idea. So then in an ideal world, this would just be one longer shaft, and that can just be tied to the intake, I think. Or when that's spinning, this is also spinning. That's probably going to work pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And then our second one here, we might have to do the same thing. I think these are also a little looser.
I like these ones being on the outside because that kind of looks like it's going to center it on the wheel.
I
flywheel
think
more.
the same thing. I'm on the same page there. I like that idea a lot.
Might have missed something in the shot. No, I didn't. John said the food's here.
Sweet. If any of you guys would like to go eat, I think we're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
It's really just like, let's put this together and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait.
Okay, that sounds great. We'll work on this together for right now. This has to be in a pretty precise location.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm gonna sneak behind you. Okay. And we'll just get this constrained, and then we can start to lock down the position of everything.
Are we gonna duplicate everything that we did on this side
I think we will.
So then would we want a rod long enough to go from this side to that side?
At least on the first one. I think the second one will have independent control. That way we can decide when to fire each side.
That's a good point. I didn't
So
think
this
of that.
one will probably be two separate shafts that each have their own servo to drive them. So this can slide into the right place about here. This can be right about here.
They wiggle so much.
They're flexy. Okay, so that spins, the flywheel spins, and this spins.
That's good.
So this can spin. You can kick the ball up, and then these can feed it into the flywheel. Especially if I think
they're
that's gonna
already
work.
moving, it can give it a little bit more push, and then
I think we can
fling
probably
itself.
kick this up a little bit,
yeah.
and then we'll definitely have pretty good control over
Yeah.
each of these. I think the next step in this is probably going to be to try to test this with power on each of these. So let's go ahead and mount a motor somewhere that can power this, and then we can run like a chain or something up here. That'll be pretty quick to put together.
Just one of these motors, right?
It'll be the same motor, but it'll be probably somewhere else.
Okay.
So we can set that kind of anywhere. I'd say ideally, I mean, a pretty good place would be just for it to be right above here.
Yeah.
So we can go ahead and let's go ahead and take one of these off. We'll take the intake off. We'll take one of these off and then replace it with a longer one.
Okay.
So that'll be pretty quick here. How did I get this in?
Faith.
Yeah, it made sense in the moment. That is hilarious.
Just go build a magic.
Yeah, I was on a different level. Here.
Do we need to take this whole thing off right here?
We can.
Oh,
There we go.
there we go.
Yep. Okay, and then one of these we can take off quick. There we go. Here's that wrench, so we'll just have to take off both of those.
Got you.
And then I'll grab just a 5-hole. That'll work pretty well. And we had an 1120 RPM motor here.
That's 3 things I dropped today, and 2 things
I think
I've
that's pretty
recovered.
good, honestly. Three, 4. Oh, this is wrong.
You said just one of these off, right?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
So then we'll just replace it with this one, which is longer.
Oh, okay.
We can put the shaft back in the same place, and this will let us add some kind of power transmission. A gear will probably be the easiest. Down to this hole. So we can go ahead and add that. I bet we'll just have a set of gears, like a 260 tooth gears. And that'll mesh and work really well. I'm not sure that that'll be the way we do it forever, but it is a fine way to get it spinning under power, which is kind of the biggest thing. It's honestly always just like trying to fight analysis paralysis and just keeping stuff moving. So it's 2. Where does that line up? Yeah, that's it. So, do you have the 2 screws? So it is. There you go. And then I can steal the. I'll take the other screw.
Other screw. Okay.
And then we can install both of those. And then if you want to, yeah, you got it. I can hold this in place if you want to put both of those in.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. I don't think I put that too tight before I did the other one.
That's good. These are 2 parts that both have slots, so you can kind of adjust the position of that second piece of channel with some movement. It makes it easier. Okay, so there's this. Then this roller we can reinstall. This time we will we'll put it. Is it there? Oh,
it's in the very bottom hole. Is it
Yeah,
supposed to be?
supposed to be
Yeah, it's supposed to be
here.
higher.
I wonder if that means it'll hit the motor. No, it's fine. Perfect. Okay. So we're gonna change what we do here. I'm gonna pull the E-clip back off of this, and then we can slide it on, and then we can either put the E-clip back on or we can leave it off. We'll probably slide all of these down a little bit
Okay.
to get it closer to centered.
It's raining pretty heavy again.
Yep, it's coming back. That's how it is here. I feel like it's rains for a few minutes and then stops. And then rains for a few more minutes and continues. Okay, sweet. So this can go here. And now we just need a couple of hubs and have a bearing or a gear attached to each of these. So we can have a gear on the motor, a gear on the shaft, and then they can drive each other. And then we can run a chain or something up from this shaft to this.
Okay.
Then they rotate in the same direction and everything. Okay. So this is a sonic hub. It's got, we've worked a lot with parts with pinch bolts. This is a pinch bolt and it clamps down on the shaft. So if you'll just install both of those screws.
Okay.
And then the same story on that second hub. Both of those screws are just in that bag there. And 2 60-tooth gears. Going through 3 and into 8, so 11. Why not? And then you can just bolt the gear to the hub with those 4 screws. And then there's 2 ways you can mount the gear. You can either have a shallow, you can make the whole assembly narrower or wider. So there's a dish, you can make it narrower. So put the dished side against the hub. And it should be, yep, you have it right.
Like that?
Yep.
Okay. And then the screws go in that face.
Yes. Through the gear and into the hub. Brainstorms asks if there are plans to make 4-wire versions of the GoBilda dual mode servos. If that's something that we are going to add, they're too far out for me to talk about right now. So I don't have an exact answer for you just now, but that's something we're definitely thinking about.
Okay.
Sweet. I'll go ahead and install the second bearing and the collar on this. That gets the shaft constrained nicely. Actually, I guess I could install, it's fine. I could put the E-clip back on, but this works. And then this just goes on the motor shaft, the second gear, and it meshes with the gear we just installed on the intake wheel, or on the shaft that has our intake wheels. So we can get those in mesh and then tighten both these pinch bolts up, and now whenever we power this motor, it should drive all of our wheels.
Perfect.
Yep, perfect. The next thing,
It's a little flexible, isn't
it is, and I think at some point it would be great to run a crossbar across here and just tie these two together. That's going to work really well. That's nice. So then the next thing we can do quick is we could run a sprocket and chain. That's going to be quick to assemble and work with from this shaft up here. And I don't think that's going to get in the way of the ball too much, at least for our testing.
Wow, that's tight.
I think we may have dropped it on accident.
I think we may have.
I think we did.
How far?
A full hole, I'm sure. So that's fine. It just means we need to take it all apart again.
That's okay.
That's okay. It means we'll need to get a we'll have to replace this channel again with one that's 1 hole longer.
Okay, how long is that?
That's a 5 hole, so we'll
we
just
need
need
a 6.
Yep. Easy thing to miss.
Hello, I am back.
Perfect.
Voila.
I left for like 10 minutes and I came and I turned I was looking at the stream a second ago. I noticed there was gears and I didn't expect that.
Yeah, we've got, we didn't mount it in the right place.
Yeah, I
But
saw
we
that
have
it
a
was,
motor
I got to the perfect point to see that you had to lift the robot up to get it, get the ball into it.
So I just grabbed the wrong number of holes. I grabbed a 5 hole instead of a 6. So
Do you have 6s or do you need to grab them?
there's one right here,
Okay.
I think.
Well, I found this one. I still couldn't find the other one. I lost it.
That's okay.
How tall is the robot currently? We haven't measured it. I could do that right now.
It's under 18. Not by much, but it's definitely under 18. It's like 432 or something.
Probably like 20 feet.
It's actually like less than that. It's like it's like about, it looks to me like 41 and a half
Okay.
centimeters.
And I need a 6-hole mini low side. Sorry.
Where are those?
They're up above the low sides there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't believe I just had to count that.
Yep.
Here's a 6.
Perfect.
Plans to make 4-wire versions of the dual mode servos. The anti-mark servos now have a 4th wire, but their mounting and output shaft are robot specific and they don't work with other systems.
I talked about that a little bit already. We don't have plans that we can share on anything like that. So if that's something that we will make, it is too far out to talk about right now. There's kind of a limited window that a part can be coming, and we can talk about it.
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff we're thinking about, and we don't want to say, yeah, for sure, we will or we won't do that. Okay.
Chris, if you want, you can probably go eat.
Yeah, that'd be a great time.
That's so fascinating, though. I want to see where it goes.
That's such a good point.
Okay.
But you're right. I think I will go eat. I will return.
Does the whole line of gecko wheels work better?
It seems like it will, yes. I like that spacing. I think we could probably add some spacers and make that a little more consistent at some point.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty small touch. And then the next thing I think we want to add is a chain and sprocket or something like that that can drive this from the first one.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think that'll be pretty quick to put together.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you know what durometer these big gecko wheels are?
They're all 30A.
Okay. I guess it just seems like the little ones are like softer because they're thinner.
They also have a different spoke design. So the like thickness and design and geometry of the spokes also changes the feel of how compliant a compliant wheel is a lot.
Yeah.
Those two factors really do compound and create a wheel of a specific amount of pressure that it takes to deform it a specific amount. There's actually a chart on the web page for each of those gecko wheels that describes how far it deflects for a specific amount of force.
That's interesting.
So if you need to have if you have a specific amount of compression that you need, you can kind of size the wheel based on that. I'm surprised this worked last time just fine. I think I'm just going to flip this around.
Yeah. You think belt or chain sprocket would be better for the...
I think chain is going to be easier. We'll just use like plastic chain. We should install a sprocket for that quick though. So we'll just grab like a 10-tooth. That way we can install it now, and then we can come back to it when we're ready. I think it'll be...
Probably on the outside.
Yeah, if we can run it on the outside up to here, or right inside that, that'll be nice. So we can just do that. Yeah. If you want to
50 RPM, okay.
Yep, I think that's a pretty good speed. It might be too fast.
Yeah.
Especially because we're driving both of these with the same motor, but it's a good place to start. If you want to go ahead and install this just so it aligns, it should mesh just fine.
Wonder where that bearing went. It didn't seem to fall to the floor. Oh, there it is.
Yep. And then I'm going to grab a shim quick so we can install the other side of that. There we go. I think this is the first shim on this robot. We have spacers, but...
Actually, there's some for the wheels.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. All right, that's the right height.
Yeah.
That feeds up to here, which then can get grabbed by the second set, which can then get grabbed by the third set, which can then feed. Okay.
That's really cool.
That's a lot of steps, but I like it.
How do you feel about some gecko wheels that are like this here that are driven by the drive motors?
Just to like kick in something that's in the corner?
Yeah.
I think hopefully we'll be able to make this drivetrain shorter and maybe make the bar for the intake wider. That would be awesome. But I think that's a good solution if that's not something we end up being able to achieve.
Yeah.
That's definitely an interesting motor placement.
It is the easiest place to put the motor.
Yeah.
And that's about the best thing you can say about it.
I don't really see any problems with it.
No, it seems fine.
Wiring.
Yeah, I guess that's one concern, but I mean, just
Yeah,
these
yeah.
wires are up here too, so just kind of run it with them probably.
Along this.
Yep.
Yeah,
To the
that's
back.
that's definitely a possibility.
Do wires contribute to the size?
Like fitting in the 18-inch cube?
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, I think that like as far as I could see from the rule book, like they're not really allowing anything to stick out, like even
Yeah.
surgical tubing.
Yep. I'm gonna grab a sprocket quick. I think we have over here.
I'm not sure if you can tell, but it's raining so incredibly hard right now. It's actually insane. There's a lot of chat input for this. Chat, I have a question. If anyone in the chat has done FGC in the past, what was your first season? I think that'll be interesting to hear about.
That will be. That's cool. My first year was Rescue.
Ooh.
So 2015, 2016. So I started as a sophomore. I kind of started FTC a little later, but it worked out great. I'm happy.
I've heard some stuff about the beacons not being the best.
At least in Rescue, nobody used them, so it was fine. They didn't really need to be all that great because you didn't need to use them. They're definitely more of an issue in Velocity Vortex, where you basically had to use them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, Skystone, that's the Star Wars season, right?
Yeah.
Where it was like actually officially with them Power Play. Power Play is definitely a really interesting season. I know that was a really good season for 7242.
Yes.
Into the Deep, that was our first season. I'm biased, but I think it's top three. I said this last stream too. Top 3 seasons of all time for me. Of course, I don't have any much experience in FTC.
I really put that in backwards.
But
I feel like for a lot of people, a lot of teams, like their rookie season is going to be a memorable season for them.
oh yeah. You might not even do good, but like still
Yeah.
you have fun and you learn a lot.
All right, bad news. I don't have any assembled plastic chain.
No. Oh no.
So.
That was the worst part about the GoBilda starter bot from last year.
All right. Well, we'll get after it. We'll get it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much we'll need, but
Okay. I have kind of a crazy idea.
yeah.
We take the chain from the assembled starter bot.
I do need that one to stay together, unfortunately.
One link.
So far I've gotten 3 links. Well, this is the third one.
I think it's something that you kind of
Yeah,
find a pattern to.
You can get
That's in the chat for all of our fingers.
You can get a technique for it.
Someone
for
just
sure.
GoBilda, whoever's running that, just said that too. Rip to their fingers.
It's fine.
Freight Frenzy, that's a good one. I've heard a lot about the ducks. That was a big part I heard. I haven't watched the game animation.
That was a good one.
I like ducks. Ducks are one of my favorite birds.
You have a birds tier list?
Actually, so there's this app called, it's done by Cornell University. It's called Merlin Bird Identification. And
Okay.
you can like identify birds, and there's also a life list.
That's
and I have
cool.
over 300 different birds on my life list.
Sweet.
So that means I've seen over, and my qualifications to actually put them on the life list is I didn't just hear them, and I didn't just see them. I have to hear them and see them.
That's sweet.
I'm struggling so much with this one singular piece of chain. I think it might be the chain.
Maybe it's that one. It's possible. I'm a little over halfway. I don't know how many.
Go build a chain assembler tool when.
That would be awesome. If you
Oh,
have a
yeah.
good idea for that, I would be so on board.
Ooh, ResQ. Your team started in ResQ, and they joined in the Velocity Vortex. That's cool. Yeah, Ethan, you definitely have a lot of experience putting chain together, don't you?
I've done this a lot. We might have enough if we
Add them
put it
all
all
together.
together.
I mean, I have this piece.
I bet
I have
we,
this
I bet
piece.
we do. It's okay. It's a skill. There's definitely a practice to it.
Yes,
we
I
do.
love
We have plenty.
birds
Yeah,
so
I've gotten a
much.
few
Sorry.
links fairly fast.
Hi, Chris. Yes,
Yeah.
I am very much so an ornithologist.
I guess this is in a lot of ways easier to deal with than metal chain.
It is easier. There are trade-offs. There are ups and
Yeah.
downs, I think. I need to take 3
You might be muted.
links out.
No, I unmuted.
Okay.
Hola. How far did you get? Oh, whoa.
A little
Yeah.
bit.
Is that plastic chain?
It
Yes.
is. I think this is not at all a non-pattern length. So it's possible we might just leave this a little loose for right now. If it works, it works.
I love the chat.
How's it snap together?
It's cool. So you have there's a socket and a hole for it, and so you can set it in
Oh.
and just flex the chain apart,
That's cool.
and then it can snap together. It's slick, but it is annoying to assemble a lot of it.
It can seem less cool after assembling like a long piece of it.
Yeah.
Thank you,
How does it compare to metal?
Gabriel St.
It
John.
is lighter weight, and I think the nice thing is that you don't have to have like a fancy tool to work with it. That's definitely too long, but it works.
Yeah. If
But
we end up using that, we'll probably need a chain, some sort of chain tensor.
yep. I think this is gonna work though.
If we get
Okay.
this one working, we can even go to the field and test it.
That's my hope. Is I would like to see if we can get a powered test front to back. Like, let's make this whole assembly work
Yeah.
with robot power. Like,
That would be a huge step.
that's a huge thing that says if it's gonna work or not.
I think that one big thing that we might be starting to need is a divider in between these.
I think that, yeah, I could definitely see that. We had one with that piece of channel that I just took out.
Yeah, John, did you look up ornithologist? Nah, but I love it. It's an interesting word.
Okay, I'm gonna say, I don't know if I don't have a great way to do this off the top of my head, so there might be a better one that's gonna come.
Are you sure that gruntled is a word? I'm not sure that gruntled's a word.
If you're confident enough, anything can be a word.
That's true. That's crazy.
Okay, the easiest way to test this would just be a servo shaft coupler, and we can just hold the servo.
Yeah.
If there's a nice way to mount the servo,
I cannot
it's
believe that
it's
grunteld's
not
a
going
word.
to be trivial. I would say, let's see.
It seems like yesterday I was
Guys.
joking about gruntled not being a word, and now that I know it's a word, it's kind of crazy.
Okay.
Oh, the bird studies merit badge. That's funny. Yeah, I got into birds. I don't even remember how I got into birds. It's interesting.
It was a calling.
It was a calling, actually. But
Okay.
I love birds.
The easiest way to run this with the servo would be just to have a servo coupler in the servo, and then just hold the servo here. Like, that's going to run it, and that would tell us if it's going to probably work or not.
Yeah.
Matt says, back in my day, it was the Tetrix tank treads that tore up my fingers.
This is true.
Yeah, those. I've seen those. Those are. Those kind of look painful.
John, are you an Eagle Scout?
He is.
No.
Oh, he
Nice.
is. Amazing.
Okay. Well, can you guys figure out a divider for this test? And I'm gonna go
Ooh.
eat. So, however you like to do it, we have some extra pieces of polycarb. There's also some low side channel. Whatever makes sense, I'd say install something and give it a shot.
I have a crazy idea, but I don't really think it's a good idea.
What is it?
It's really not a good idea.
Hey, I just thought of
It's
something.
actually a really bad idea.
What if we take a long piece of this polycarb, stretch it all the way to the front, and have it bend with the servo to make the flipper?
That's interesting. I'm not sure though. My idea was going to be like something like the using some sort of weird L bracket and a piece of the metal grid plate, but like it's kind of obvious why that's a bad idea. I mean, it's not a really bad idea, and
What was it again?
an L bracket and piece of the metal grid plate rather than the polycarb.
Could just use the polycarb, right?
We could just use the polycarb. That's why it's a bad idea to just use the metal. Although we could screw it to the base right here and back there.
Yeah.
It would make it more sturdy. But just like the this is not supposed to be a pun, but like the flexibility of the shape of it sounds like I'm making a pun, but like the many different ways that you can cut the grid plate, this polycarb grid plate, is actually phenomenal for this. So it's
Fantastic.
better to use that.
Okay, how are we gonna get it on there?
Are we using this piece?
Is that all we need? Is that as long as we need?
That's now we actually we may want it to basically just follow all the way up here and be a divider, like all the way from here straight up, just like
Well,
all
we
the way to
might
the
not.
back.
We might not want to do that. I can't think of a great reason why, but I feel like there will be a reason why. And that's kind of a flimsy.
We could do without unless we actually really need it.
We could
It's really a flimsy excuse.
We could just mount this here right now.
We could.
And fix it if it
Yeah.
needs to be different later.
Yes.
be fast.
Yes.
What are we gonna mount it with?
Zip ties.
Yeah.
I feel like we might want a little bit of an L bracket because it could.
I don't know where the L brackets are, but I see one right there.
Those?
I might just kind of.
The L brackets are over here.
Okay. I was thinking more like the smaller ones.
These ones?
That's pretty tiny.
I think this is the smallest they make them.
Yeah.
Is there a slightly bigger one?
There's.
Longer?
Yeah.
I mean, there's this, but like I don't know. It's fine. We're like all off screen.
That might work.
I'm just gonna like kind of look around over here, get ideas. There's nothing in those.
Yeah, I feel like if we mount that there and then maybe just zip tie it at the back.
Yeah, that'd be enough.
Honestly, just browsing parts can like actually just
I'd use this side. to
make
face the
ideas
back so
turn
we can
up.
zip tie
It's
it
kind of
better.
crazy.
Okay, well, we might as well screw that in then.
Yeah, I guess we'll probably want to tip the robot.
Right, Go Rail
Two
exists.
of these and two of these.
That might be helpful.
Yeah.
I think Go Rail is good for like
That's my fault.
one of its main purposes is for slides.
Yeah,
Where is it? Okay, right there.
like a worm gear or Go Rail kind of slide for raising
Is that
up
where we need it?
at the end.
Yeah, and we probably
That'd be
want
interesting.
like a 12, I guess.
Okay. A 12 millimeter?
I believe.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That
I
also,
believe that's
that,
the right length.
that's another good thing
hold on.
about the polycarb grid plate. It's so light. Like this literally weighs like less than a gram probably. It's kind of crazy.
Okay. 12 millimeter.
Right now, it looks like I'm not doing anything, but I'm actually
You're locking in.
not doing anything and looking for ideas by browsing the parts library.
Where's the wrench?
Some random dude.
Okay.
You're like
Wanna
a
hold
little
this
late. Just a little bit. Huh.
I'm not gonna tie it. I'm not gonna screw it in too tight. I should use the other dealio for this.
Actually, so I actually found the part that I was thinking of.
difficult.
This is a lot smaller for an L bracket. We could use this.
What is it? Oh, oh,
It's threaded.
what?
That stuff's threaded.
Now we already started installing this.
I don't know. I feel like this one might be better because it's longer. You have more points of contact.
Put 2 of
Yeah.
them.
Okay, I'll have that back.
Well, I guess since we already started installing it.
Now, where did this go? Here it is.
And this goes.
These are NSP. There's a lot of interesting parts that you don't realize that GoBilda makes. Like,
Here.
it's actually kind of crazy. Like, I was actually surprised when they unveiled the hogback wheels. Those are really cool.
Like that.
And, of course, useful this season for flywheels, launchers, even maybe driving with tank drive. Probably pretty good in terrain game. There's all sorts of stuff, as well as the grid tracks. Being able to screw whatever you want to them. The grid tracks is actually an amazing feature.
It's getting in there.
I think it'll be
It's
useful,
slow.
maybe not especially this season, but like a terrain game, or well, maybe this season even like a conveyor belt for some teams.
Yeah.
Conveyor belt wouldn't be useful in the scenario, just because number one, lack of space, kind of.
Okay, I'm gonna use the other one.
Do y'all plan on making something for Endgame? Like I had said yesterday and earlier, it really depends on. It really depends on this design.
Yeah, and just
Like
how,
we gotta
how far we make it.
we gotta figure out the score. Like, you really want to do the scoring first, and then focus on Endgame.
Yeah.
You need to make it. You need to make it function first, and then you can
Polycarb.
add the other stuff.
And
You know what I mean? There's I think
time
there's
is a
bigger-
real constraint with the robot in 3 days also.
That's true.
Uh-oh.
Like it's
wanna do
called
it on
Robot in
this
3
side,
days,
didn't
but
we?
it's actually
Um,
15 hours of robot, which isn't actually technically
Because we
even
want
a
to use
whole
this,
day.
right?
Yeah.
Because there's no room for a screw right there.
We could put it in between these two.
Is there really not room for a screw?
Wait, no, I read it wrong. I looked at it wrong.
Because the thing
I
about
need
this
one of
being
these.
so
Like it
skinny-
actually, like I said earlier, a go rail, a go rail extension downward would be cool.
Okay, I'm seeing it.
Where are y'all gonna put the sensor to read the QR codes in this game?
I mean,
That's a good question, but like
maybe on this channel.
maybe on the channel, yeah. But we're gonna slim down the chassis hopefully, so that would change some of it.
Yeah.
So
Don't
like
you fall, no.
the deal with the April tags is really it really depends on the
Just be right
style
there.
of auto you want. You could just willy-nilly throw balls into the goal, or you could actually scan the, I think it's called the obelisk, scan the obelisk and actually like do it how it's intended, and make a motif. Scan it, read what motif it is, and then do it and shoot the balls in the order that creates that motif. But it really depends. Another thing or not, do you think a robot that acts like a scorpion without the claw would be good?
A scorpion without the claw?
I don't really get that.
Are they talking about it being that shape and like kind of like the shooter like this? Or are they talking about it being
Kind of like a curve.
catapult?
You mean like a curve?
Or
I know.
Can you clarify a little bit more? Like just a little bit. I think I understand to some degree. Kind of like just a C-shaped curve
Okay.
with
I need to do
like
this
like
a
horizontal
different
intake
way.
rollers on the front.
Slightly different than what I was doing.
That might be interesting, actually.
Right there. Right there.
basically
And we need
be back there so that we can
this.
zip tie
It probably would be pretty good.
So we need this right
Like shooting out where the tail would be.
here.
Yeah, I could see that. Something related to VX5, high stakes, better than their
Okay.
outshooter. I'm not familiar with
on
VEX
to
at
it
all,
now.
actually. I know last season was
Perfect.
like
That's a
stacking
lot
rings
better.
on a pole, I think.
Oh, are you talking about Ultimate Goal?
No, the last season's VEX.
Oh, oof. It's been a sec since I've known Vex.
I think it
games
was
very well.
like stacking rings on a
That makes
pole.
some sense.
I saw
One
some really
more.
cool robots for VEX. The VEX does teams interesting. Does their team consider an actuator to respond to the sensor? Yes. For like the servo in the middle, like if y'all are familiar with like marble runs, where they have like the L-shaped switch, where one marble goes down and it changes it to the other direction, and then the second marble goes down, and then it goes the other direction.
Yeah.
Like that, something powered by
That'd be
a
cool.
servo. But
Yeah. I think there are lots of ways to solve that part.
yeah, someone was asking about like a scorpion-shaped robot, and I'm pretty sure the way I'm interpreting it, like rollers like this, and then something that shoots out like that.
That'd be cool.
A little bit like this, like that curve
Yeah.
up the back.
Yeah,
Maybe just
actually, really similar to this. It's just like
sweet.
horizontal rollers instead.
Okay. So
I
it looks
think.
like you guys have that divider. That looks like it's gonna work really well.
Should we put a zip tie on the back? Because there's only like 4 screws holding it in.
Sure. I like that. That looks good. And then we need a servo with a way to run it.
Wait. Make sure I'm doing this right. It goes in on this end, not the other end. Goes in on the flat end.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, that is what they meant. That's cool.
Too high, too high.
Turns out I was correct in how I interpreted the scorpion design.
Sweet.
Actually, that actually is a really cool design. Like,
Sounds like it would look cool.
it's basically this design, if I'm interpreting it right.
So how would it work? Would it shoot? Or would
What do
it
you
shoot
mean, like a
from?
flywheel like this?
Okay.
I think. Yeah. Okay, great.
Okay. Well, it's wobbly at the top, but not in the middle. And that's okay.
Yeah. You can see a scorpion-based robot using an actuator for response to sensors. Yeah.
So many wires.
I'm really excited. I think for the new control system, there's going to be a lot more opportunities for a lot of different sensors. Like even,
It'll be cool. I think
Yeah.
one of the things that I'm really excited about is right now you kind of are incentivized to have as few smart sensors, like I2C sensors,
Yeah.
as you can, compared to, like, I really would like you to have a bunch more. Do I have a larger sprocket here? I'm kind of tempted to see how big of a floating sprocket idler we would need.
everyone in chat, drop your
42
favorite
networks. I might have
sensor.
42 over here.
Favorite sensor.
Favorite
Sensor.
sensor.
Favorite.
Mine's kind of obscure. Not really though. It's like almost everywhere, but no one really knows about it. I love. It's so funny. I really, really love potentiometers. Just so like it's basically a encoder, but it's voltage instead of ticks.
Yeah, it's a
so
variable
cool.
resistor.
This is such a robust design. I love it.
It's pretty big.
It is very robust.
Too much of a jump. We have.
Limelight. That's a good one actually.
Lights are fun, yeah.
Limelights are nice.
Also-
I've messed with some of those last
Odometry?
season. I forgot about odometry.
Odometry is one.
I feel like I'm obligated to say odometry since I'm the programmer.
Yeah, odometry is kind of like it's what allows. It can really allow you
Altimeter.
to make.
Altimeters are so cool. My dad's a pilot. Altitude's interesting. Pinpoint, that's cool. I like the pinpoint. In my experience, I never got them to work. That might also still, like I said earlier, be a kind of a skill issue because it was earlier in the season and I didn't know much. Hello, Peyton. How are you? Yeah.
Let's see how this intake runs quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
In my opinion, potentiometers and 4-bar odometry pods are on par with each other.
Whoa.
That chain is kind of scary.
It is
That's
a little
crazy.
bit.
That works though.
That works
That's
very
perfect.
much.
Yeah, that was perfect.
It really was.
So I just have a wire that just adapts the XT30 from the battery to the bullets for the motor. So I don't have speed control. My thought is we'll just have two. We'll have the speed controller for the flywheel.
Yeah.
And then we'll just have direct motor
That's
power.
so fast.
I think our biggest
very
concern
fast.
will be to control it and not
Dang.
make it go
That's
all the way
pretty
back
good.
into the-
Dang.
I'm a fan. I'm a
That's
fan.
crazy
I like
fast.
it. I like it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, another note when they do the metal blocks, the GoBilda flywheels come out in 3 weeks.
That's
give or,
really
give or
good.
take some.
Yeah.
Are we gonna test this on the field?
Yeah.
That train is an American finger trap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Chain. Yeah, it kind of is. Student of an
amazing.
FCC team.
It's an American figure trap.
Yeah, some random dude. Good luck.
I'm gonna see if I can take a link out of that.
2053. That's a cool team number, actually.
What is it?
I wrote it wrong again. 2025-3.
20253.
Yes. 20253.
Maybe if you pop the sprocket off. it,
Yeah, the
like,
chain does need
close
to
with
be.
that, and then
Yep. I'm gonna give that a shot.
The chain does need to be tightened. We
It
could probably
does.
take out like 2 links, maybe.
It's
It's hard to gauge how many.
yeah, it's really with chains. It's really weird how much one link like changes the tension. Like it could be
a lot. Yeah.
It could be a whole inch taken out of it.
like it just flops down, and you take out 1 inch, and it's like super like one link, and it's super tight.
Yeah, you can't even get it closed. It's so tight.
Yeah.
I also put the sprocket in backwards. So
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's better if it's flipped around this way. This will make the chain line straighter. So that will
Oh.
also help me get
Yeah.
the right amount of tension if you take one link out.
Yeah,
So I
altimeters are
think
cool.
we're working on getting a servo that can run the last piece, and then we can do like a full front to back powered test of this of a shot. So we can load it from the intake. It can feed up into the launcher, and then we can actually fire it, which I think is going to be like that's really exciting. I don't think I've ever, in the process of building a robot, taken an E-clip and put it back on so many times.
Ooh, this
On
is
shaft.
a question specifically for me. Gage, what software do you use for odometry and pathing? I've mainly used Roadrunner, but I'm wondering if there are any better options. So, I use 4-bar odometry pods as well as I use Roadrunner. But like, I don't know, pager pathing might be better. But
Pager pathing is different.
pager pathing's completely different. It uses completely different mechanisms. One uses splines, and the other uses Bezier curves. I've fiddled with here's that stuff. I fiddled with some pager pathing late last season. It's interesting. I actually recommend. I would 100% fully recommend Roadrunner above pager pathing if you're going straight. If you I would probably just stay with Roadrunner, unless you want to be well, it's
So I think
hard to explain because they're completely
they're very
different,
different.
but they're made to do the same kind of thing.
A difference that I like to highlight is that Roadrunner really tries to make the same path of the robot take the same amount of time every time, which for some autonomouses is really nice, especially when you're like working with an alliance partner. You want that to have the same amount of. You want it to run the same path in the same amount of time every time. Pager pathing is really more focused on making it the fastest it can be. If anything, this chain is a little tight now, but it's
Too tight, maybe.
better. You can hear it a lot more.
Yeah.
So,
Still
Wow, that's
absolutely
fast.
works.
That
better
is
than the loose chain.
crazy.
okay, so I've noticed people calling Relic Recovery. Okay, I figured it out. There's Rover Ruckus and Relic Recovery, and that's why they're saying RR1
Uh-huh.
for Relic Recovery.
And
Makes sense.
those were subsequent, so.
Oh
it
yeah, I
was
forgot to ask this
even
when
more.
when I first got here. Does the team get to keep the finished robot?
We keep the finished robot because we have to do CAD,
Yeah.
but we can probably get you the parts to build it.
Yeah, because the league meets, I'm pretty sure, start for us in like December or something.
That makes sense.
And we'd probably need it to keep like iterating on what we could do.
Yeah.
But
So Project
not
Peacock
sure.
last year they built a copy of the robot,
oh really?
and then they iterated on it. So the one they had, that is the robot in 3 days robot from last year, and we gave
famous.
Peacock that CAD. I know. It is kind of fun to keep them together. They all eventually become scraps, and that's just how it goes.
That's
Yeah.
so
So
sad.
I think I don't think that I have any of the Ultimate Goal robot in 3 days anymore, which is kind of sad because it was the first one. But I think I have about every other one, at least in some stage of together.
You need to take a really good photo of them when you're done and hang them on a wall.
That is
And then
a really
line 'em
good
up
idea.
line them up. That'd be so cool.
We have good pictures of all of them. We should just hang them all up. I wonder if this is already continuous. Nope.
What does that do?
This programs the servo. So these can be two different modes. They can either be continuous or servo. So in a continuous mode, it'll just continue to run in one direction or the other.
Oh, okay.
And then in standard servo mode, they will run to a specific position.
John said the skeleton of the Ultimate Goal robot in 3 days has been banished to the corner of the build bay.
Dang. Okay, I'm impressed. I thought that had gone away.
To be
That
honest,
looks like enough power.
That's definitely
does, it
going
does.
to feed it.
so
right.
Ethan, I have a true or false question for you.
Okay, yeah.
True or false? Is GoBilda the robotics company of fun and whimsy?
What are the implications of the answers to this question?
Whatever you interpret it as.
Okay. I think so. Yeah. We have fun. It's whimsical.
Yeah.
Feels like it.
I
Mechanism
love
chair.
we have it still. It's still together. Is the manual motor controller still over there with you guys?
Okay. How are people?
And I also should have a Y harness.
How are people memorizing the rules still? Baron, how do you know? Did you look that up or no? You said that too fast. That's crazy. G427.
Uh-huh. I don't know what G427 is.
I plan to try and memorize it, but
G27 is the same. G427 is the same as last season.
So G should be, so the G is the robot rule, or like the game rules that aren't specific section, if I remember right. GS would be the game specific version of the rules. So that, like, those rules don't change as frequently. Can I have that battery?
Battery.
Sweet. So then this can run, we just have 3 batteries and that's fine, you know?
So someone asked, "What's your least favorite FTC rule?" Mine is definitely the extension limit this season.
That's a hard favorite rule because it kind of has to exist for the game to work.
yeah.
All right. I think we can bring this over to the field, and I think we can run our full cycle.
Yeah.
Lane Sparks, you should definitely release that Discord bot.
What is this? A Discord
So,
bot that does what?
He said, I had a Discord bot that pulled up rules as they were referenced semantically, but he never released it. That's have
cool.
got to release that.
That's
That would be
so
so cool.
Classic. All right. Here I will.
Base
I'm gonna
zone
disconnect this
protection.
battery.
Okay, that makes sense.
Boom.
It's funny to me how
Got
the
it.
last 3 seasons were cool looking robots and then it's all just block robots now. Yeah. Well,
Hey, they'll
some of
be
the
cool looking
Spindexers
more.
robots, some of the Spindexer robots are pretty interesting looking.
Plus, you can make a good-looking cube robot. There have been some good-looking cube robots in FTC.
I saw a really interesting cube robot. I think it was not Freight Frenzy. What was it? The second or first? Velocity Vortex.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm sure you're talking about the bombers.
I'm not sure.
It was like a Sharpie side panel.
I don't know, but the one I saw was it used X drive.
Are you talking about that one that was just like a?
It kind of just
weird
drove.
cube?
It like actually kind of just drove around.
Okay, so
It
I
had
have an
like a
intake.
clear top on it.
Interesting. I don't. My robot had an X drive in Velocity Vortex, but I don't think you're talking about that one. I hope not.
Unless it was a like legitimate cube, then no.
No, this.
Alright. If you'd like to run this side,
Yeah.
so this stops it, this runs it in the direction we want,
Okay.
and then we'll take this out. Okay.
Oh
and
no, the
then
rain's back.
The rain's back. I'll try to be on this
I
side.
got 12
Okay.
game pieces.
If
So
you'll
it
flip
goes-
around to maybe over here, so you can be not directly in the way of the cameras.
I'm always
but
in the wrong spot.
I hope I'm not in the way of the cameras.
I think
here.
you're fine. Okay.
I'm kind of on like game piece duty right now.
Yeah. That's perfect. That works great. You're a human player.
Yes.
And then I'm all the robot code, I think.
I think right there sounds good. Seems good. Sounds?
I think it sounds. That's how I'm
Yeah.
judging it. All right. And then
Vibes.
vibes.
The vibes are good.
All right.
Wow.
See what happens.
Whoa.
Okay. Maybe the other side?
That was funny.
I didn't expect it to shoot from that side.
No.
All right, and then hit that. Yeah.
Keep that one running.
Whoa.
That's perfect. Leave the servo off because that's our filter.
Oh, okay. I see.
That's perfect. Okay. So it feeds in.
Wait, hold on. Let's see
works
how well it
perfectly.
holds too.
Okay. Oh,
It just
It
shoots out
does.
the
It
other
kind
way.
of
Okay.
pushes it.
launch the second one.
So maybe these go a little too fast.
I can see that.
The intake.
Yeah, we may have to slow the intake down.
And we would have the ability to do that with like the hub and everything. We
Dang
can.
it, it's raining hard.
It feels like it's always louder than it actually
Yeah, like
is.
the echoey of. I mean, it is a warehouse.
Yeah, it's a steel building.
Let's see
Oh,
how it
and then
holds.
I have to spin up the flywheel.
You want to see how it holds too?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it holds them pretty
Kind
well.
of. Whoa.
Yeah, it holds them pretty well.
Yeah, if we adjust it so that we're shooting
And
the.
Do you
definitely-
realize that we just launched the first repeating shot?
It definitely can do it.
That's the first time I think we've launched two when they were both in the robot when we started.
That is, I'm pretty happy with that intake, really. Okay, and then we'll spin it up. And then
Whoa.
way too
Bye.
much. Also way too much. But
I miss.
we're in the right idea. We'll pick those up later.
We got some more.
Yeah, can you give me two more?
Oh, that deflector works.
Oops. Okay, so that's interesting. I don't have a great way to solve that problem.
Thank you.
Did you have the servo on there?
What?
Did you have the servo on there? Okay.
We're
That's
also
fine.
not in the shooting zone.
That's fine.
Yeah, we're mainly just testing to see if it works.
It holds the ball really well.
That's not ideal.
It
So-
just doesn't hold two very well.
Yeah, the second one hits the first one and feeds it through.
I wonder what you could do to fix that.
That is a good question. So this definitely feels solvable. Honestly, like we might just move the first set of boot wheels forward.
Yeah, one thing is, are we going to, maybe we'll just have one on each side and like have a way, like when we have our deflector go side to side, maybe
Yeah.
that just holds it in the front, in the middle, and then we just divert it to each other's side after we launch those two.
I could see that working pretty well. I definitely think this is a solvable problem. So I think we need to take this idea probably into implementation. We probably need to
So-
go make this thing work.
copy it to the other side.
Yep. Make this the full width, because I think this should just spin with the intake. I think we're on the right path there. We can probably go down in RPM, either by going to a motor that's a little slower. We don't need to. It's not particularly warm. Or we can go with a lower ratio.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. This needs split up into being 2 shafts that are each driven by a different servo.
Yeah.
1 RPM motor.
Yeah, perfect for an intake.
Perfect.
Use that for the drive bays.
I think it'd be kind of interesting to see what happens in slow motion with when the second ball hits the first ball and makes it go. Will you shoot us a slow-mo of the side of this?
Okay. Tell me when.
Okay. And then try to get down in here, because what I really want to know is what happens with the...
Which one?
when... I want both of these.
Okay.
When we intake the second ball, and so without turning on the servo, when it launches the first one. And then I'll intake the second one here. Okay, perfect.
And on iPhone, you can change however much it slows.
Yeah. That totally makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that
That-
this is just too far forward.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep, totally. So I think if we move the first set of boot wheels forward,
Honestly, that makes too much sense. It
And
might
then-
not be it.
that might not be it. We're still going to be able to transfer between those easy, and that will also give us a good opportunity to make this the full width and powered by that same motor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also kind of cool because now that we have a connection between these two, we could put this motor in either place. But I do kind of like it there. It works really well.
It seems to be a very convenient spot for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go start implementing this. I like this. I feel like we are close enough so that we could maybe talk about Endgame. Right? We have an hour and a half tonight. I think we could get that built and probably running tonight. We still need our diverter servo, but that's very doable tomorrow. I think we could start thinking about what mechanisms we might use for Endgame, and we might even be able to start have one person start building it.
Yeah.
What about like a
Yeah, will
like
you
a
slide
go
over,
rail.
Sam, and we can look at this guy?
like
we
a
can
go
look at the
rail
build there.
something?
Okay. I think we're actually going to use this zone here, if you're good with
Oh,
that.
okay.
So I could see something like that. So one of the ideas that I was thinking of is if we can lock these back 2 wheels and we could pick up the robot, we could really minimize the amount of space that we need to take up in the zone.
Huh.
So if we could go drive up here, right, have these in the zone, and then it would actually probably work out better if we're flipped 180 here.
We only have one motor left we can use, by the way.
That's okay. That's true. That's a good thing to keep in mind. So if we were here, for example, and then if we can just lift up our back wheels at all, we're in the zone.
Yeah.
It's going to be kind of hard to do, that kickstand has to have a lot of mass on this side, but we are pretty front heavy right now.
Okay,
we're
hear me
very
out.
front heavy.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
In my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
the ratio of the highest ratio of mass to size is the flywheel,
Yeah.
but
And we've got a lot of motors here. We
Yeah.
could do stuff like we could stand up our front motors with some maybe different geometry. So we could get more mass toward the front. That might let us put a kickstand here, and that might be able to lift up the robot like this.
Yeah.
That means that another robot that's doing a similar thing could drive up and occupy this space. But there's definitely a compatibility thing there, right? The other robot has to also be in the same idea of Endgame.
what about those linear servos?
I think that could work. I think we'd probably want to go with a linear actuator, just because those linear
Like
servos.
a worm
Yeah,
gear?
or a lead screw.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
Yep.
of. Worm gears and lead screws are really similar.
They're similar, absolutely. I think that could work. 'Cause the linear servos are nice for small things, they could adjust the hood pretty well, but they're definitely undersized for picking up your whole robot.
Definitely.
So that
They're also kind of
that's
slow, aren't they?
appealing. Yes. The other option, we could do a whole lift up the whole robot on a plate thing, but I'm not pumped about it. Especially because that's kind of already been done, so it would be nice to show something different. what are some another thing that we could potentially implement is like it might require a specific other robot, but if we have like an inch or two left in our sizing cube, and we could create like a set of hooks that could go under another robot, maybe we could like lift up this robot.
That would be crazy.
That would be really cool. And there's another compatibility layer, right? We'd have to like grab them here. We'd have to grab it underneath, and then we also have to be heavier than them.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, don't you just kind of have to like grab,
Yeah.
barely lift up?
Yeah. They have to be just off the ground.
Now,
That'd be
one thing
so
is that we
interesting.
can't really stick out the back much.
Exactly. We'd have to be.
Yeah.
We have to probably buy some space by making our whole robot shorter, which I think it'd be tough. It's another compatibility thing. Like
We could.
I think we need
do
to grab
something
onto the
with-
top.
Instead of this as a full U channel, we could do something where like
Yeah.
something like that. I don't know. But like a hook would be kind of bad because like if you make it GoBilda pattern, where it goes into the big holes of GoBilda, you'd have to be pretty precise as well as
Yeah.
there's a lot of robots that aren't going to be GoBilda pattern.
Yeah. This challenge is easy if you can extend outside of 18 inches, honestly. It's like,
Yeah.
It
if you
really
can fold down a
is.
plate and you can lift yourself up from that plate, it's pretty
Yeah,
easy.
you could just
To
have
be
a
honest-
forklift that goes out
Yeah.
the back basically and lift up the other robot.
To be honest, we probably should do something where we just have like little, pretty small things that just lift up the back of the robot
Yeah.
just a little bit.
Then we could say, like, if your robot is narrow, like this robot is narrower than 18, it might be able to, not by much. This robot is shorter than 18, that's what I was thinking. So, like, if you have a starter bot and that's kind of a shorter chassis, maybe we can fit in this space here and lift up the back wheels and be compatible.
Yeah.
But it's definitely, like, it depends a lot on who you're partnered with, which is the downside of it. It's cool, it's extra capability that we could have.
And even if the other robot can't fully fit in, they still get points for being able to be in the
That's
square
true.
a little bit.
And that's easy to implement. Like, this is probably the most endgame points you would need. Like, you probably only need to talk about one partial and one full, and you're there.
Yeah, it really does matter. Like, ranking points honestly matter more than the actual game points.
Yeah, and at least until you're talking about worlds, it's easy to get those ranking points. It's move
You just
both
gotta,
robots off the
yeah,
line.
it's-
So until state, it's move both robots off the line in auto, and then it's one full park. Easy. At state, it's move both robots off the line, one full park, one partial park. Also easy.
What about in motifs?
Motifs are, I can't remember how that works out.
So what are we gonna do now? Are we gonna do in-game or are we gonna do the sorter thing?
I think we should definitely focus on teleup as the primary thing.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure if we can parallelize this at all. I don't know that we really have a clear enough endgame strategy that we can work on that at the same time. It'd be cool to have a robot that could use up some, like, fairly small amount of the space, but I do think that there's a lot of implementation hurdles, and I think best case scenario, we're probably like here and we're lifting up like this.
Oh, and I just thought maybe, I don't know, for a device to lift it up like here, maybe you have a two-segmented bar kind of, and the one segment is on a slide, and this one's like almost on the ground.
Yep.
And this one moves forward, and it makes it more like an L, and that lifts it up.
I think that's cool. Yeah. I think there's definitely like a lever arm. We could use an actuator to power a linkage, and I could see that being better.
Well, okay, hear me out.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't know how it would work that well, but what if we had like some sort of I don't know. We can extend however much we want on the top, right?
Well, we can extend up to 38 inches tall.
Okay, that makes sense. So what if we like, this is just an example, stick the battery on a slide and that's like slightly at an angle this way, and extend it, and then it like tips the robot.
Yeah, like as we tip, we would putting weight up kind of higher. It depends on how far we go, for sure. But yeah, if we extend out vertically, that could make it easier. It's possible we could balance closer to the wheels and make this, like, space we take up in the box this way shorter. But yeah, like as we pivot forward more, we are taking up more space from the front of our robot.
I wonder if anyone in chat has any ideas.
I think this is doable.
Yeah.
It's not easy, but it's doable. I think the big question would be if it's worth it.
Oh, also, so this is a big thing. And I'm actually 100% serious, and it's same thing with gyroscopes. When we were doing our level 2 ascent last season, I mean, so I was, okay, it's kind of a complicated story, just a little bit though. So I did the level 3, I did the ascent for the BC RoboCats at Worlds last season, and a big part of hanging was actually making the drive motors drive, and that gave us enough gyroscopic energy, or whatever it's called, to get to the 3rd bar.
That's cool. That makes sense. Yeah, I could see like us being able to use that somehow to like stay upright, maybe.
Yeah. Although one question is, how long are you going to have to stay in this position after the buzzer?
True.
Because you're probably going to have to power down your flywheel
That's
as
a
soon as
great
the
point.
buzzer goes.
Yeah, and then you kind of torque, you lose that. That's a great idea. Yeah, we should definitely be able to do that passively. Okay.
And it could also help you lift up, and then maybe not be essential for you staying up.
Yeah. Well, I say let's focus on the teleop side. Let's do that for today, and let's see where we can land. I think that's a good idea. So I think our big thing is let's move this forward. Let's move this set forward toward the intake.
How many hills forward? Like
Oof.
1 or 2?
It's interesting.
Also, we're gonna have to mess with the chain. Not a big deal.
We've already assembled it, so we
Yeah.
only have to make it shorter.
Also, there is the age-old question of where to put the battery and the electronics,
Yeah,
as well
we'll
as
figure
the
that out
power
later.
switch.
Honestly, pretty far forward. Like, there's a lot of overlap here. I think if we move this like a full hole forward, it's going to be better. Yeah, I could see there be. I think we might also be able to adjust this servo-driven center shaft, like intermediate shaft, to maybe make that help solve that problem as well. It's funny. I didn't expect our problem to be that it's too easy to load it into the launcher. I did think it was funny that like they had so much momentum coming out of the shooter that it went all the way up here, or
That was
intake,
really funny.
that it went all the way up here and shot from this side. Okay, and then the other thing that we need to figure out is our servo diverter. It needs to be able to go left or right, and then be able to pick that up. So I think that's going to be pretty easy. We can probably mount the servo down here, and then extend that up.
If it doesn't need to be
vertically.
fast, we could use a linear servo that's like it just pushes it, and then it could pull it like that and make it go the other way. If
I bet it will
If it
be
doesn't
pretty
need to be
quick.
fast, but if it needs to be quick, definitely just a regular
I
super
bet it
speed
would be.
maybe.
Yeah, I bet it would need to be pretty fast. I
Yeah.
could see a torque servo being plenty fast though, and I don't think it's going to have to move a whole lot. I think that beam can. I think it could be just a beam, and it just needs to stop it from going from here. It needs to divert it like left.
Yeah, honestly, it sounds like a fairly simple mechanism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's going to be easy. I really think so. Okay, I say let's start making stuff happen. We need to move this forward and convert it to being a longer shaft, and then keep moving.
Yeah.
We also can help. Maybe we just make this a 72 mil wheel instead. Maybe we just make this a smaller wheel, because it picks it up from the intake just fine.
Yeah.
That would help. Okay, let's do that. Let's make those 72s, and let's make it the full width, and maybe just move them back a little bit too. I was thinking about if we move this too far back with the same size wheels, we'll start to hit our motors. But if they're a smaller wheel, that solves that problem. All right, I say let's start moving. I like it. I think we're on a good path.
Yep.
Here's some batteries and electronics.
You want me to go plug the batteries back in?
No, they're fine.
I think we lost a screw doing this, but I don't know where it came from.
I don't know where it came from.
Could have just been.
We could have dropped it in the robot.
Yeah, that happens quite often.
All right.
I'm gonna check chat.
And
real
while we
quick.
have a break, let's clean up our workspace quick and get some stuff that can be put away back away.
Maybe this is just a random idea, but
Oh, the
ever thought of
screws.
maybe putting an intake that functions like a crab claw? That's interesting. A hidden wheelie bar pivoted by a geared down low RPM motor.
Yeah.
We can only use one more motor because we have 7 currently.
Correct.
Um,
But we could have that wheelie bar be powered by a motor.
just tipping a little with a wheel that can free move could work if you have enough room to add that. Yeah. Tiny stilts was an idea we had a second ago.
It could work. I think tiny stilts are just kind of complicated.
Yeah.
There's a lot of robot that has to
Those
happen.
are some good ideas. Like
Yeah.
actually really good ideas. I love it.
Okay. What in this pile of stuff can go get
There's
put
a really
away?
tiny belt right here.
Okay.
Where should that go?
Just put it on the end of the table there.
Okay.
And these here are the plastic chain.
Perfect. Is there more plastic chain on the table that we haven't taken?
I don't see any.
Okay. And then we can just and then make maybe a pile of tools.
So Ethan, someone asked you a question. When
Okay.
will the CAD models come out for this robot?
As soon as we finish them. Maybe next week? That seems pretty reasonable.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
What is this screw? It doesn't
It's a
look like the
self-tapping
others.
screw that
Yep.
that is for the flywheel.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
So that
okay.
cuts its own thread into the wheel as it goes.
We have
Okay.
some.
Where'd it come
dual
from?
blocks.
I can put the dual
I
blocks
grabbed
away.
it.
I can actually put the
Okay.
dual
Right
blocks in
over
the
here.
correct spot. Let's see. Dual blocks go in the dual block place, and the dual block place is right here. I love
these
dual
are
blocks.
either 8s or 9s, these screws.
Where's
Okay,
the
I bet
trash
they're
bag?
8s. I don't have a specific trash bag. I just have been making a pile down at the end of that table.
Okay. Because I have like a zip tie piece.
I'd say just stack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I throw you a couple of wheels to hang on the wall?
Yeah.
Where did this come from?
That is just in a bin over here. Perfect. This makes me feel better at least. It's nice. I think it's also nice to take a minute and breathe.
Approximately what RPM do you need to get a good launch? I'm wondering if someone do like a 2-to-1 ratio for the flywheel motor would be good. Since we made the spin up faster.
So I think we're in the 3,000 RPM range. I don't know for sure until we like actually put this on a rev hub and start running it at a specific RPM. Really, with a flywheel, it is very advantageous to spin it at a lower RPM than its maximum, just because then it can apply power to get it up to speed. Your motor will keep accelerating whatever you've hooked up to it until it runs out of power, basically, until it can no longer apply enough torque to accelerate it further.
Dang,
And
that's
so
crazy.
If and our motors also apply about their maximum amount of power at about half of the free speed. So if we look at about 3,000 RPM as our target for how quick our motors should spin, I think that's a good place to be. I think it's reasonable to be north of that and say like, hey, maybe you should be at like 3,500 RPM and then you drop into your peak power and come back up. But it doesn't matter as much. You can be kind of out in that range and you'll have plenty of torque to get it back up to speed. So I really think 6,000 RPM is a good fit for this size wheel and this game element. But it depends on how much inertia you have, and it depends on how far you're trying to throw it. It also depends on how much compression you have.
So there's some pretty good questions. So what do you mean by you can use it by servos and rubber bands for it to be somewhat stable? Also, how edible does this season's game elements look to you? I think last season's looked more edible. Glyphs look honestly the most edible.
Yeah, this season's game elements seem like they'd be very hard to eat just because of the shape.
Mm-hmm. You can't take a good
They
bite
do
out of it.
they do kind of give Gushers vibes.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I see that.
Like, I think they look tastier, but they look harder to eat.
Yes. I feel like samples would be like a hard candy.
Yeah.
Probably
Okay.
because they're made of, what is it called, polyurethane?
I think they're like high-density polyethylene, aren't they?
Polyethylene, that's
That makes
what I was
sense.
thinking of.
Yeah, that
Or
makes
something
sense.
like that.
Molded plastic is mostly that.
Yeah.
That's probably what these are made out of, too.
Yeah, maybe.
It's what milk jugs are made out of.
That makes a lot of sense. That's probably why they feel so much like milk jugs.
Okay, so I think our first thing is we can take this intermediate shaft out, we can move these pillow blocks forward, and we can get one that's wide enough for the full width.
Yeah.
Or
I
what
think that's
wasn't
great.
the idea
Were we gonna
to
make them smaller?
Also that, yes.
Yeah.
I think we should move them forward a little bit
Do
and
both.
make them smaller.
Okay.
Can you give me that tape measure? So we need a specific we want at least 335 millimeters. I think we have a 336. I think that's going to work pretty well. 2106, 4008. No.
This season has some like interesting vibes. It's not. It doesn't to me scream like.
I sure hope it doesn't scream.
To me, it doesn't scream really DECODE, except for the motif.
That's a good point.
This is the exact same problem we solved with the launcher. So where we don't have an exact length, we need 2 shorter pieces and a coupler.
Dang.
That's so funny. I forgot that we're doing the exact same thing basically, just with pillow blocks instead.
We also need to finish the other side.
Yes. So I think the first piece to this is we'll make this a continuous roller, this bottom one, and this top one can be 2 distinct rollers. This one's pretty close. Do we need a wheel right there? No. So we can use this longer one for the bottom and then just put a coupler for the last little bit. So let's go ahead and remove this. I think this placement for the intermediate roller is pretty good. Those can stay where they're at. Those pillow blocks,
Keep those.
I think.
Got you.
Because
So
I think
move
this is a
that.
pretty good place. And this just
And
needs
what about that one?
replaced with 2 shorter ones.
Are we gonna
instead
move
of
that
one longer.
middle one or keep it?
Let's move these back by
Move these back.
honestly, let's go back by 16 millimeters, say.
So how many holes is that?
2 holes.
What
2.
RPM
Sorry.
motor? We're using a 11. I was about to say Up the Creek's number, which is 11260, but it's what Ethan just said.
1120. Yep.
Yeah, and we are using. I don't remember. Is it a speed servo for the 3rd stage of the intake?
I think it's a super speed right now.
It's a super speed servo.
So shorter than 64.
So if anybody from Bridge Creek is watching, what's your favorite? I'm trying to think of a good question. What's your favorite? This is a really hard question because like I can't think of a good one because there's so many. What's your favorites? What's your favorite game element you've seen? If anybody's from, like I said, if anybody is watching this from Bridge Creek, what's your favorite game element?
Or anybody.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing that we can do while we're working on robots is I saw on Facebook somebody put together a FTC rules Jeopardy.
Really?
So I think we could play some FTC rules Jeopardy. I think that's fun.
Hey Ethan,
Yeah.
how far back did you say to make this go?
2 holes.
2 holes, okay.
Okay. 3 teams. F11 for full screen mode. All right, and then Gage, I want you to host.
Okay.
So,
So we have robot gameplay, scoring, field, and penalties.
okay.
Remember, Jeopardy works by you can say the topic and however many points you would like. So it goes all the way to 500, and if you get the question right, you get that number of points, and that question is gone.
Yep.
So whoever wants to go first, I'll say Sam, you can go first. What do you want? Do you want robot gameplay, scoring, field, or penalties?
Robot. So the questions get harder as you get to the
I
higher
think
points?
so. Yeah.
Yeah, the questions should get harder and you get more points.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to min-max, generally people say go for the hard ones, but also they're harder.
Yeah. I guess I'll go for the 500.
Okay, robot for 500.
Yeah.
The number of allowable motors on your robot, not including servos.
8.
Okay. And
8. Correct.
we're correct.
And then so you pick the next category. Because you just got that one.
Me?
Yep.
And then that question's for Ike.
if we want to play the regular style, Sam picks again, and then anybody can buzz in and answer.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do scoring.
Scoring for what?
500.
Scoring for 500. True or false? The tape is not included as a part of the base zone. A robot partially over the tape would not be considered completely in the base zone.
I'm going to say false.
Okay. So let's
So then-
see. So
Yeah.
what should I do now? Reveal
Hey,
it?
what?
Yeah, reveal
No.
it.
Yeah, false.
And then
False.
false. So I would get the points and I pick next time, but if I got that wrong, I would lose that many points.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do I add points to you?
Yep.
Okay, how many? Oh, right, it's just,
I think you can just hit that. Yep.
and then escape.
And then I want to do field for 100.
Field for 100. The number of launch zones on the field.
And anybody can buzz in and answer.
Number of launch zones? 2.
Okay. Correct. Team 1 gets that many more points. Now you get to pick again.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what would you like? Robot, gameplay, scoring, field, or penalties?
Oh man, that's difficult.
Is that for me or
Can I help you?
For you.
Yeah.
You,
me?
you
Perfect.
pick. Yeah.
Thank you.
and
Okay.
Anyone
Yeah.
can buzz in.
Let's do penalties for 200.
Penalties for 200. The violation for touching an opponent alliance's gate.
that's gonna be hard.
It's a major, and the a ranking point is awarded to that alliance.
Okay. Major foul plus the opponent alliance is awarded the pattern RP.
Oh.
That was
burned.
kind of nice. That was actually amazing. So now you have 800 points. Ethan has
Perfect.
Thank you.
500 points, and Chris currently has 0 points. 'Cause he
Oh,
has-
man.
He's too busy working on
Yeah.
the robot
Yeah.
or something, whatever.
Okay, next.
Too good for this. No, I'm
Yeah.
kidding.
Yes, it's you.
Let's do gameplay
I
for
got that one.
300.
Gameplay for 300.
Should I screw it in?
To be
No,
correctly set
no,
up
I
on
can
the
hold it.
field,
Okay,
the
okay.
robot must be blank and either blank or blank.
The robot must be on a launch line and
There we
either be
go.
touching your alliance's goal or the wall.
Okay, let's see.
I think that's it.
Over a launch line, touching its
Thank you.
own alliance's
Yeah.
goal or a field perimeter. That was correct.
Okay.
Right on.
All right, I didn't mess anything up by doing that, did I?
Okay,
Nope, you got it.
Sam,
I think I scooted those
next
over.
question.
Yeah.
That's
Would
perfect.
you like?
Yep. So we might end up
Okay.
making those smaller, but they might be fine. They don't hit the motor, so I think we're okay right now.
Okay.
So
Let's-
then we need to move this over. We'll move this back to match this one.
Okay.
And we
Let's
might
do
add
field
another
for 400.
support. at some
Field
point.
for 400.
see.
Number of artifacts that will fit on the ramp.
Yeah, you got it.
9. Should I just award however many points to both teams because you both said it at the same time?
Nope.
So Sam gets more points. Next, so Sam, you get to pick again.
And then we'll have to tilt the robot up, and then we'll unscrew this from the bottom.
Okay.
Let's do gameplay for 500.
Gameplay for 500. The number of artifacts an alliance may store off the field.
6.
6, correct. And adding 500 more points to you, so now you have 2,000 points. Next,
Field for 500.
fields for 500, great. The height of the front of the goal.
38.75 inches.
Oh my gosh.
Nice. So Ethan,
Wow.
Ethan has 1,000 points now.
Okay.
Next question.
And then let's just.
I should have counted where that went.
No, that's
So,
okay.
Ethan,
We
you
can
get to
match
pick
this other
which
one.
topic and question.
The highest field remaining.
300.
Okay,
Markings on the field that can aid in navigation and targeting. Will also identify the motif.
April tags.
April tag, that is correct.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay.
Next, you can pick another one.
What's scoring?
Scoring is 400.
Perfect.
The highest.
Oh man,
Perfect.
I'm not losing that screw.
A movement ranking point is assessed by adding these two scores.
I don't know the official names. Does anybody else want to buzz in? I think this is. I know it's moving off the line in autonomous and it's parking in endgame.
Yeah.
I think it's called
I know the zone is called the base zone in it.
Yeah, it's zone points.
Okay, I'm just gonna
Yeah, I don't think either of us get
leave
this.
and base points.
Leave.
So
Yeah, I don't think either of us got that.
any points to either one of you?
No.
Okay.
There we go. Where did that other screw go?
Next
one here.
question
Okay.
will be for Ethan picks.
Oh, that's right, because neither of us got it. Scoring? Yeah, scoring.
Sorry, yeah. Scoring for 300.
Sure. Can I steal that one from you?
Yep.
To earn pattern points, artifacts in the ramp must match this.
The
Motif?
Yeah,
Okay, Sam got that one.
motif.
Now there's a 1,000 point difference.
Okay. Let's do penalties for 500.
Penalties for 500.
What is
Yeah.
it?
Violation for control.
That's right.
Yeah.
Violation for controlling more than the specified
Oh, I have
number
no
of
idea.
artifacts.
I don't know.
It's got to be a minor per, right? I think it's a
Yeah.
minor
I
per.
think it's a minor per. Yep. So Ethan got that one.
I didn't know that one. I just guessed.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is still stronger
what
than
I
I
was
was
gonna
Okay.
think.
It is. That's
So-
really funny.
We got robot gameplay scoring field and penalties still. Field has only 200 left.
Field.
Field for 200. The number of artifacts in the loading zone at the start of the match.
3.
I'm not sure actually. Sam is correct. Got 3. Next question. Whoever Sam,
Yeah.
you pick.
Let's do gameplay for 400.
Gameplay for 400. 3 places you may not make contact with an opponent robot during regular teleop play, not including in-game.
Okay.
Oh.
I guess let's say in the secret tunnel, in the loading zone, and in the lever push zone.
Okay, let's see.
Zone.
The gate zone, yeah.
Gate zone, secret tunnel, and loading zone. Sam got that one
Incredible.
correct. Okay. Sam, you pick next.
Let's do robot for 400.
Robot for 400. When referring to robot components, COTS
Oh.
stands for this.
Commercially available off-the-shelf parts.
Okay, let's see. Commercially off the shelf. Correct. Now there's the point difference is 500 points.
Okay. Is there any 500s left?
There are not any 500
Okay.
left.
Give me penalties for 4.
Okay. The number of seconds a robot may pin, prevent the movement of, an opponent robot before earning a penalty.
Buzz, it's 3 seconds.
Let's see. 3.
We aren't answering the form of a question. Man, I think this means we don't get any points.
Nobody wins.
Nobody got any points the whole time. Sorry, guys.
Dang. I'm sure we can just keep playing.
We can just keep playing.
Yeah.
I'm teasing.
Okay.
I forgot the one thing about Jeopardy.
300 and 300 are robot and penalties. Those are the 2 highest.
Robot.
Robot for 300. True or false? A robot may vertically extend past the starting maximum size at any time after the start of the match.
False.
That your final answer?
Yeah.
You got it. Wait, hold on.
You just had to keep us guessing.
Hold on. No, you're right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Maximum size, right.
Yeah.
I suppose it is kind of hard to answer. I guess you could say, well, I think that I'm not going to entirely blame ourselves for not answering in the form of a question. It would be hard to answer false.
What is a false?
What is false?
The answer to the I don't know.
To be fair, this is also a critique of regular Jeopardy that also struggles with this sometimes.
It's a weird game rule.
I like it though. It's fun.
Yeah.
We can't take 100 points off of Ethan.
What? wait. What did I do?
There's no A in COTS.
Oh. Okay. I mean, that would not fly on the show.
I mean, Sam
They would
is
They would
still
not give me
winning.
those
Yeah.
points on the show.
I mean, Sam still is winning,
Yeah.
so it wouldn't really matter. Ethan would just be losing more. Penalties is the highest currently,
Okay.
which is 300.
Yep.
Yeah.
Violation for damaging / functionally impairing an opponent robot.
Major.
Oh, I'm not guessing that.
Major. Let's see. Major foul plus yellow card or red card. Red if the robot is unable to drive.
I would not know.
Should we give that to him?
Up to you. You're the host.
I think we should, because
yeah,
he got
he
it.
has 0 points right now. I feel like
Well, now he has some points at least.
Hurrah, hurrah.
Okay.
Okay, this is an
Robot
awkward-
gameplay score and scoring all have the highest, which is 200.
Whoever guessed or picked last picks again.
I didn't pick.
Yeah, you did.
you.
I
You got
answered the
que-
question.
yeah, you got the
Oh.
question right though.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
Robot 200.
A type of wheel with rollers at a 45-degree angles that enables strafing.
Crap.
You got it. You got it.
Oh, you have it.
Well, I knew
You're the host.
I knew it before I completely finished reading it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Interject.
They're Mecanum wheels.
Yes.
Should have known that.
I got it whenever it was a type of wheel with rollers.
Yeah.
Because I knew
could've
they
been
weren't
Omni
talking
wheel.
about Omni wheels.
I mean, they could have been.
Mechanism.
Could have been.
So Ethan got that one?
Yeah.
Okay, you're
I
pretty
think so.
close. Okay, gameplay, scoring are the highest.
Gameplay.
Gameplay for 200. The number of artifacts a robot may control.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
Very Sam
I was
got
about to
that
say
one.
2. I was like, what?
Okay, next question. Scoring is the highest. I assume you would want to pick that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll do scoring.
When pattern scoring is assessed.
Classified.
It's at the end of Autonomous and the end of Teleop.
Let's see.
When.
The end of the
Oh.
auto and teleop periods. So Ethan got that, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, everything except field is 100.
Penalties for 100.
Points awarded to the opponent alliance's score for a minor and major foul.
Oh, I have no idea.
Come on, Sam. You know this.
You got it. I'm
Foul
sure.
points.
I think
Oh,
they want
no,
the. I, want
no,
the,
I think it's
they
asking for the number.
The questions aren't very long, so they don't specify
Yeah.
that much. But a minor, I believe, is 5, and a major is 15.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Okay. 5 for a
Oh.
minor and 15 for a major.
Yep.
There you go.
Sam is like winning a little bit.
I don't like
just
that.
a little bit, like 500 points or so.
Oh, hey, I could make it a closer game. There's only 300 points left on the board.
Let's do scoring.
Launch artifacts must enter through the. Wait, doesn't Sam just win?
Yeah, but that's fine. I can make it closer.
Launched artifacts must enter through the top of the blank, exit under the blank, and pass through the blank to qualify for points.
Nope.
I know 3 of those. Or not. I know 2
So that's
of those.
all of them, though.
I know 2
You
of
know
those.
3 of them. You know the question.
They must enter through the top of the goal. Oh, under.
Under
I bet
the under the
names
what?
have
I
to
don't
be
know.
something.
They go through the classifier.
Yeah, it's the.
Is that it?
Do they
Under
go-
the classifier?
It's like the square thing.
Yeah.
Is it? Are they? Is it one word and they're all classifier?
I'm not sure.
Classifier,
It might be.
classifier,
I'm not
classifier.
sure.
Let's just reveal it.
Through the secret tunnel.
Goal, archway,
Oh.
diverting.
I was
What?
gonna get that
What?
one. I think those are correct, but I don't think that's it. I was not gonna get it.
Okay. Well, I guess no one gets get those points. Gameplay and robot.
Gameplay.
The 3 roles that make up the drive team.
2 drivers and 1 driver coach.
Driver, coach, human player.
Oh, you
Drive
got,
coach,
yeah.
driver, and human player. Sam was correct.
I think technically I just lose the points for that one.
Robot.
Yeah.
The maximum size of the robot at the start of the match.
18, 18,
That's
18.
yeah.
18 by 18 by 18. Sam won by 700 points.
That's crazy.
Although, to be fair, I was also the only one who, wasn't doing anything else.
It's okay.
But
Okay.
good to be familiar with the game.
Exactly.
And probably a good thing for anybody to study the manual a little bit.
Exactly. I think this is a super fun version of this. Okay. Over on the robot side, the things that we need to figure out, we need to get 2 more shafts and of the right length. we have one that seemed like it was going to work, but it puts the coupler in a place that's really awkward. And then here we need a part that can hold 2 bearings that can spin in opposite directions so that we can support an end of a shaft. Oh, wait. No, I totally misremembered this. I was building this wrong. That needs to go back. This one is the one that needs to be 2 separate. I was also thinking about FTC Jeopardy too much. Okay. So, but the issues are all the same. They just need to be solved in different orders.
What is the game this year? The game is called DECODE, and you have to shoot the balls into
The goals.
the goals.
Yeah. They roll down the classifier.
So this is such a generic answer, but I recommend just watching the game reveal video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here.
It's the best way to get a quick idea of the rules
Yeah.
and how it's played.
It really tells you everything.
Like, it doesn't tell you all like the little details that you want to know, but it tells you the basis of
So,
the game and how it works.
Joseph, you missed quite a bit. We actually got it scoring.
Yeah. It isn't like under its own control, but
Yeah.
we can run a cycle for like we can intake a ball and then put it into the hopper and then score it.
It still does not have drive motors.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It probably won't have drive motors until a lot closer to the finish, because we only need drive motors really for when we're actually
Yeah.
putting on the finishing touches and actually making it drive.
My hope
You
would
did
be-
miss Ethan losing at Decode Jeopardy.
That's true. That's true.
Thank you, some random dude. That's a pretty good summary. They tried a prototype and it somewhat worked, though they decided to change it. They're doing that right now.
Yes, correct. That could describe the whole stream.
It somewhat worked.
It somewhat. We tried it. It somewhat worked, and now we're changing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then this needs to be redone because I did it wrong. So there are 2 lengths of shaft. Will you pull up the GoBilda website?
Yeah.
I'm looking for 2 lengths of shaft that I knew yesterday, and I've promptly forgotten.
Were they 168?
No, so I need one that's 192.
192.
I'm sure. And then there's another one that looks like it's probably about like 135.
So there's 144.
I bet it's 144. Yeah, okay.
The closest would be 144 or 120.
I don't think I have any more. Can I get a 192 Rex shaft and 144 Rex shaft? Thank you. It would be. I feel like it might be a little bit funny if I just started to look at like directly into the camera and asked for parts, and then they appeared. And then I could like be mad at the chat if they didn't.
Chat,
Paul,
where's my part at?
They didn't believe in us.
Exactly. An incredible layer for this that is crazy. We could create a new way for somebody to place an order, and then the chat could go and place an order on GoBilda.com, and then somebody could pull it and then bring it up. This sounds great until we get like 500 motors that all come upstairs.
Yeah, like John just said, it's okay, just break the 4th wall, Ethan.
True. I like that this implies that before, nobody thought that this was live. Like, people thought that we were just in our own world here. We didn't know there was an audience or
It's a film
anything.
set
Exactly.
for a big studio.
No, we just decided to build this robot and we didn't realize that someone's recording us.
Yeah.
Surprise.
It's the next
Yeah,
Marvel
this is
movie.
just a regular team meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. And another thing that we need is we need to replace this pillow block with something that can hold 2 bearings and that can each spin independently. So like that can be as simple as like another low side L channel, or like a low side channel, and then a pattern spacer.
How many hole?
Just one hole.
Oh, that's cool.
And
I
then-
noticed that there is such thing as a no-sided U-channel.
What does that mean?
I
that-
suppose a one hole pattern plate.
Yes.
Yeah, it's got no. It doesn't have low or regular sides. It just has no. It doesn't have sides. So then, if we bolt, let's see here. I might need a longer pattern spacer. Oh no, I have these. So these plastic pattern spacers are the right length to hold 2 bearings, and they
Really?
can.
That's interesting.
It's fun. It's fun. Here we can use it to grit. Like we can have 1 bearing in this side and 1 bearing in this side, and then they can spin independently. So then the 2 independent servo-driven. The servo-driven wheels on this side can spin independently of the servo-driven wheels on this side. So we just need to replace this pillow block with this assembly. So if you want to remove that pillow block, I'll put this together quick. I wonder if we have more of those self-tapping screws.
What?
We don't, and that's fine. I'll just use lock nuts.
You might want to try.
Let me
using-
think about this. Okay, right?
Lefty loosey.
Lefty loosey. I am
Righty
going left,
tighty.
aren't I? Am I going left?
Yeah.
Okay, you do it.
That's left, by the way.
Yeah, I was doing it right. Okay. Man, that was tweaking me out.
Yeah. It's always better to think before you
Righty
strip the
loosey.
screw.
Yeah.
Righty loosey, lefty tighty.
If you turn hard enough, I suppose. At least righty loosey works.
Yeah.
That's the worst feeling.
Lefty tighty if you apply enough downward pressure while you're screwing.
Yeah. Maybe.
Lefty tighty screws actually do exist, and they're kind of scary. And I'm pretty sure they used them on the. I think they used them on the submersible in Into the Deep. I vividly remember putting that together. The self-tapping screws were not fun.
Yeah. Just press fit screws. Just
Just shove them in there.
yeah.
They're nails now.
A press fit screw is kind of just a pin, I suppose.
Yeah. It's
Just
it's
just
like one of those
nail the
nails
screws
that has
in.
ridges on it.
Just nail the screws in.
I mean, a nail is kind of a press fit screw.
Yeah.
Just don't try to install other press fit parts with a hammer, and I'll be happy. Oh, I should have waited and had John go get 2 parts at once, because we also are going to need 2 other specific length shafts. This should work, right? Yeah, those are at the same height.
Chat,
if you
can
want
you
to
get those
install
shafts
this,
for us?
Okay,
you
where's
just
this-
need 10 mil screws and lock nuts, which I can get you.
Maybe putting side rails well, I can't even speak. Prevent the elements from going away from the goal.
So it goes in the front and lines up with all these.
Maybe.
It lines up. It
That's
goes
an
in the
interesting
middle
idea.
here.
Goes
I'm
like
not sure.
middle. Okay.
Yep. Yep. So this has 2
Sure, we're paying
bearings that we can
attention.
have 1 shaft here and 1 shaft here, and they can both
Chat.
spin by
It goes like
themselves.
this, right?
Chat,
Yes.
can you get those shafts for us?
I don't know which length they are yet, so
They know. Chat knows.
Yeah.
knows.
Just
Chat.
read his mind.
I agree. I'm glad
Just see the future.
you have it right.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys can fast forward.
It's such a funny concept. Being able to fast forward a live stream. I mean, if you're far enough behind, you kind of can.
Very true.
How does this fit on here?
Seems
like there's so
will
little
be kind
room.
of tough. Yes. If you want to grab a hex key, there, here you go.
Okay.
I got it.
I don't what?
Oh, I dropped it.
I actually forgot
to
what
hold
I
this
said
steady.
like 2 seconds ago, so I have
Thanks.
no idea what I don't is in this scenario. Also, here are these shafts.
Cool. Thanks. All right. There's one,
What did
and
I
I'll just
say?
gonna tighten that quick.
You good?
Perfect. You're good. And then this just needs to do the same thing. This is kind of a low clearance space, especially hard inside the robot.
It actually looks really cool for some reason.
What is?
Just that assembly.
Yeah, I like this little pillow block. It's
There's something
slick.
about
Oh, that's cool.
when you see a channel, you expect to be able to see through the holes. So since it has that block in there, then you can't see through the holes, and it makes it have a unique look.
Where?
Right there.
Oh yeah, interesting.
Okay. Is the tape measure is right here. So then ideally we need like a 164. Is there a 164 millimeter length shaft?
Let me see.
160
I don't
something?
think so. Oh yeah, 168.
168.
It's pretty close.
That should work perfectly. Yeah. I might have one around here somewhere. That's not it, obviously. Okay. We can work on the next piece, and then we can come back to it. Okay, so this is, we need one more pillow block here. It should be right there. And then there's 2 screws there, and that can go.
Pillow blocks are actually surprisingly useful. We had never used them before, but like
They're slick.
they're so useful in this scenario.
I'll get you the screws and the spacers.
I think this is actually the
Okay,
first
thank
time
you.
I've ever remember using a pillow block.
Yeah.
They are, and like you don't need them here. A piece of channel would work fine.
Yeah, they look cleaner than a channel. Though.
Absolutely, yes.
And they don't take up quite as much space. Doesn't.
Yep.
Don't
Yeah.
have like corners for stuff to get caught on and stuff.
Yep. Here we go. So I'll show you the technique I normally have for this. So this one goes in the slot. Oh, the belt's in the way.
That belt's been giving me trouble all day.
That's honestly such a classic statement. The belts are in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always. Okay. And then, so how I would like to do this is you can have a hex key that you kind of already have like preloaded and ready to go. And then you can take your pillow block and then you can just thread it in a little bit.
Yeah.
Just get it started. And then you can drop the other screw in. This is kind of still a tough place to get it. And then you can, is that right? Yeah, that's right. That's funny.
It's in the middle of that one,
Mm-hmm.
to the right of that one.
As you get closer to the pulley, it's harder to get it in the right place.
Yeah.
Here.
Not the top. The element can roll out of the bottom part / intaker.
And then, yeah, you can hold the spacer on and then
There we
drop
go.
the second screw in. And then you can tighten the second screw easy.
Actually, it.
Oh, did I get
I mean,
screws in
theoretically
too
it
long?
could, but I don't. Yeah, like this guy's saying, we might want to add some side
Yeah, screws that were too long.
plates, right? Where the silver thing sticks to the hog back wheel. Those are coming out in 3 weeks. They are the new flywheel. Yeah, flywheels. They help a lot with.
They give
Flywheeling.
more, yeah, they add a bunch more rotational inertia, which can help with like specific shooter dynamics. I think we're gonna try it both with and without tomorrow, as long as we have time, and kind of just see what changes.
The element kind of can't roll out the side.
It so the gecko wheels really do help, like, or the boot wheels. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't have the boot wheels in right now, but the boot wheels kind of hold it in because they're like kind of fingers. And they.
I guess it
Yeah.
physically can fit through here, but when we have the
With the geckos in there, it's just so much friction.
and I feel like adding a side plate, whether it's like just normal grid plate or the polycarbonate grid plate, wouldn't be that hard of a thing to
Yeah.
add later.
Yeah, it'd be easy to add. If we end up finding that, like, oh hey, you can get one or two stuck, it'll be easy to add that.
The left side.
This side?
That's a fair point. Yeah, it can roll out the way.
Should roll
There's
out
going
either
to
side,
be
right?
there's going to be boot wheels on the left side as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
it's gonna be mirrored.
it's gonna be mirrored. So also we're gonna have sign plates.
Okay.
Oh, the sign plates those will definitely keep them from coming out.
Yeah. On purpose too. We definitely thought
Definitely on
about that.
purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, and then do we have 72 mil? Yeah, we do.
72.
Also, whoever's on the other side of the name, some random dude, I really, really like all of your questions. They're really fun to answer.
Good name too.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's actually, I love the name. Yeah, I really like answering questions.
It's just a little wheel.
Yeah,
He
it's
is
just a
definitely-
smaller version. It is really fun. It's funny looking how much smaller it is.
Sam, weren't those the ones we were using
Yeah,
on the intake?
we've actually Last season we actually basically I think those are that size is the only size we ever used on our robot.
Oh, well.
It's in the same with the gecko wheels. The 72 is the size that feels just really appropriate.
Yeah.
Like the 48s feel kind of small, the 96s feel kind of big. It's the right size for intakes.
It's like for some reason I was thinking Sherlock Holmes, but it's not Sherlock Holmes. It's Goldilocks, and that's not even similar.
Sherlock Holmes. Where did that come from?
Yeah, it's like Goldilocks. It's just right.
These are a little small. Honestly, I think the right
They don't
option is 96.
touch it.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be my original name until I saw "Don't use your real name." You could have just put the name "Don't use your real name."
Maybe that one was taken.
Is there going to be Pinpoint 2.0?
Yeah, it'll be out in a few weeks. Technically, in some ways, if you order one now, you get Pinpoint 2.0. We're shipping that version of the firmware right now just to make sure that everybody gets the most recent version.
So it's
yeah.
fair for everyone.
Yeah, we wanted to be a little bit ahead of the curve there. So you kind of get Pinpoint 2.0 right now if you order a current version. The actual hardware for Pinpoint 2.0 also has a USB port. So I think we can either move this 3 pillow blocks back 8 more mil, then they will definitely grab it, I think.
Right? I don't know. It feels like they're levitating a little much.
Yeah.
Someone said, "Hi, this is Rogan."
Okay.
Hi, Rogan.
Hi, Rogan.
Hi.
Hello, Rogan.
We might just have to switch to back to the larger ones.
Let's go back to the larger ones, and if our issue is still present, then we can always.
Was it too small?
Yeah,
It
these are
was.
too small.
Dang.
It just didn't touch it.
As long as the larger ones don't hit the motor. I'll be happy.
Okay, that's a good question. Is Pinpoint 2.0 going to be a lot better than 1.0?
No. There is some slight differences in, the things you get full orientation output, so
Ooh.
you can tell your pitch and your roll in addition to just your yaw. You also can customize the bulk read window. So if the specific registers that you read every cycle, you can adjust that with Pinpoint 2.0.
That's interesting. That might be useful for some really obscure thing.
It helps your loop time optimizations a little bit for most teams. That's all it does.
How is it going? It's going pretty well.
I think, and then you also have CRC, which is a little bit better error correction than we have implemented on Pinpoint 1.0. If you're using the most recent driver, or the one that comes with the SDK, the error correction is pretty good. So it's not like a big issue that you need to solve right now, but it does get a little bit better. It's a little bit more legit in Pinpoint 2.
Okay, good question. What's the plan with dual shooters? Always put purple on one side and green on the other? Yes.
Yes.
Arbitrary? Maybe. What wheels do you think interact with the DECODE game pieces? Yes. They all interact in their own different ways. They have their own uses in themselves.
Yeah, there are ups and downs for all of them. So right now we're using gecko wheels as our main intake. Those are really great at not letting they don't bat at it. If you catch it, it will go in the robot. So you get a good sense of security. Inside the robot, we're using boot wheels because they have a really large compression ratio. You can accept an element of a wide variety of size. We aren't actually using that because we're interacting with different size elements. We're using them so that we can interact with an element through a wide range from a wheel. So
Are
the compression
we
of the
actually
wheel.
using every wheel except Rhino wheels and the
Omni
different
wheels.
the Omni wheels, Rhino wheels, and all of the all-terrain wheels?
Yeah, we're using all of the main kinds of wheels in this robot. And then we're using hogback wheels as our launcher wheels.
Those are nice for that.
Yeah.
Forget what I said. What do you guys know about rubber from a rubber ball? That depends on what you mean by that.
Not much, I think, is my answer to that question.
I know it's rubber, and I know it's bouncy.
Tastes like rubber.
Yeah.
I think you can get it from a rubber ball. Okay, and then we can install the other side of this.
Are you saying I feel like you're gonna say something crazy, like you could tape a whole bunch of rubber balls to each other and use them as an intake wheel. How could you calculate the exit velocity of the ball from RPM, or should I just use a lookup table instead of kinematics? Kinematics are nice. I'm not sure about that math. It really depends on the friction stuff.
It depends on the amount of time that the ball is in contact with the wheel, It would depend on the friction and the inertia of the wheel. I honestly think your best option is lookup table and testing with your specific robot and like all of the specifics there. I don't think that there's going to be a nice and clean answer. I might be wrong. I absolutely would accept being wrong. And I kind of hope I'm wrong because it would be cool if there's a nice answer, but I don't think there is.
And back to the rubber ball thing. One idea, you could take like the rubber bouncy balls and sort of
Grind them up.
drill a hole through the middle and use them like those bottom rollers on there. But
Oh,
they're
that might be
round.
interesting. That might be really interesting. You could also probably like grind them up and do something like that. Like I don't know what I'm.
Grind them up and put them in silicone.
I love rubber
Yeah.
powder. It's my favorite.
Lookup table, if you
That would
do
make an
kinematics, you
interesting
still have a
texture
K
on the
factor that you do
silicone.
That
empirically.
would.
That's true. So the point of kinematics is kind of lost. Yeah. Yeah, lookup table would be better.
That's what I think we're going to do. I mean, I could see us just having hard-coded numbers, but I could also see, like, maybe it isn't a lookup table. Maybe it... I don't know how linear that's going to be. I could see where it's going to be a pretty linear response in your distance versus RPM curve. You might be able to just, like,
And-
scale it based on how far away you are.
And maybe you have basically on your lookup table, you have like your points, and then basically you have a line in between those points. So in between each line, it's like linear. So it's not just like snapping to those points. It can be sort of like approximated curve.
So I'm actually same person who asked about the rubber ball. I'm actually wondering where would you guys place the main brain component? I'm seeing places that may damage it. The back,
Yeah,
The
we're,
back.
mostly.
currently
probably.
we're thinking probably the back,
Yeah.
Or like
possibly the
ju-
sides.
pretty
maybe?
much the back. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Or-
just the best place, really.
Maybe sitting on top right here.
Try from some
Yeah,
different
yeah, that's
locations
one
and
place.
Yeah,
display. Yeah.
that's pretty slick.
Like, there's
Because-
no moving
and,
parts up there, no
It would be
no
closer
moving
to
parts back
the
here.
closer to the motors up there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not a bad place right there.
Didn't we need a 168 millimeter shaft?
I don't remember.
Me neither, honestly.
I don't know that I'm there yet. Sorry.
Yeah, there are actually a lot of places that would damage the rev hub.
Yeah. Especially when you factor like robot interaction in.
So like maybe the back might not be the best. Maybe we want to make a plate on the back and then mount it to the plate. I mean that's still on the back, but there's a plate in between robot and hub.
Oh, Ethan, have you ever seen Lego Masters on Hulu?
No.
Well, you should do Lego Masters, but with GoBilda.
With GoBilda, like where you bring people in and do like a challenge that you build
Yeah.
stuff out of.
Yeah,
That would be
today
really fun.
your theme is throwing robots, where you have to throw another robot across the room. I don't know.
That would be sweet. We always talk about making a game show for GoBilda.
Yeah.
It would be so fun.
That would be.
For your unpowered intake rollers at the bottom, are you using 12 or 16 millimeter rollers? I think they're 16.
They're 16s.
Are there any other GoBilda product launches or just Power Switch plus Pinpoint 2.0? Like we said,
there are
the Flywheel.
Flywheel.
well.
There's more stuff, but a lot of it we can't talk about yet.
If any
Or
of
it
you guys
doesn't make
wanna-
sense for the robot in 3 days, and so we kind of aren't talking about it yet. But there is more stuff coming. There's a lot of stuff this season.
Yeah.
It'll be really fun.
So someone said, if any of you guys made a team, 20 people want to apply, what's the only thing you want to see to let them in the team? For us, we actually want a small team.
Mm-hmm.
No, like we want.
We want like one more member.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's basically if you have, there's like a balance because you want everybody to have enough work to do that they're all having a good time,
Yeah.
but then not so much that we're like all exhausted
Yeah.
all the time. So
Okay.
Belly pan with the hubs to mount to. I don't think there's enough space on the bottom.
Yeah, we don't have a
No.
whole lot of clearance.
The top is a
Okay.
very good location to put your Wi-Fi radio. What do you mean
Yeah,
by
yeah.
Wi-Fi radio?
Just like the control hub generally would be, like it has the radio for the Wi-Fi in there.
yeah.
Oh
So
yeah.
that would be good. All right. Okay.
Rotate to center rails so the U faces each other, and you should have enough room to have the hubs in there. Maybe? I'm not sure.
Okay, and then we just need the next, which requires a specific length of shaft. I think we need, was it 160? I think we need 2 168 millimeter shafts.
Yeah.
168.
I can't, so then the next thing we need to figure out is like how we're going to mount our servos.
Chat, can you get us those?
Let's think about our servo mounting
What are they
first.
called? No. Shafts.
So we need to put them somewhere. Obviously, I guess we can have a piece of like a power transmission that goes down. Like they could be kind of anywhere. It could be here, and they could go over with like gears. The servos could just stick out the sides, but I'm not pumped about that. If they're up here, they would be kind of out of the way.
Please don't use a belly pan to mount your control hub. Your signal will be blocked.
Yeah, the robot's in the way.
Yeah.
So it's probably better to avoid that.
In certain situations where like an arm is over it, it's fine.
Do you have the servo for this? Is that hanging out somewhere?
Where is
But
that?
if you're to put a camera like a Limelight, it would probably fit perfectly on the bar on the front that covers the 2 motors that run the flywheel.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
definitely.
That feels like,
I don't know where that servo went.
unless
Currently going to custom machine flywheels. Any timeline on the GoBilda
Did we leave it?
timeline?
Probably
What?
3 or 4 weeks?
Yeah, 3 or 4 weeks.
I don't know where that servo went. That's hilarious.
Oh,
I'm
there
sure
it
I
is.
put it somewhere. Oh, there it is.
Um,
I'm sure I
Yeah.
put it there. So this could go here, and it could go with like,
what you're currently going,
chain and
you're like
sprocket or
actively
belts?
going to machine them right now. That's crazy.
that makes some sense to me.
yeah.
This is a pretty slick place, especially with gears. I don't think the ball has to be there, right? I think that misses the
Ooh.
ball pretty decently.
It's pretty close.
It's close. I like how compact that is. That feels like the right place for it to be.
Yeah.
Servo frame.
This season really is so human player heavy. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Last season was incredibly human player heavy as well. Shout out.
It was pretty human.
Shout
player
out
light.
to our team member that is still at home, Hannah. She was amazing. She's an amazing human player. Thank you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to come to the robot in 3 days live
Yeah.
stream.
Okay. I mean, here works, and then we can go down with some chain
I kind of like
or a
that.
sprocket or a chain and sprocket
I've
or
never seen that part in my life.
belts. It's a servo frame.
Yeah.
It
So
could also go
specific.
here.
I've also never seen something like that. I think.
We've used those.
We have?
We actually had one of those. We still have one of those on our robot from Into the Deep.
We do?
Yeah.
Where?
It's where what the
Oh, yeah, it's the,
servo for
hooks.
the scent hooks is mounted.
Yes, Hannah the Goat. It has an H on the end, by the way. I think this design of a robot is not really human heavy. Well, it is and it
This one
isn't.
That's true.
This one can't really be loaded by the human player. All they could do is set them in the loading zone, and you drive up and intake them.
So, it depends, by the way. This question, my friend asked, he wants to ask if he can still enter a team from middle school even though he's in high school. It really depends.
It depends on your team,
Yeah.
and it depends on your region too. Some regions in FTC put their own restrictions on your age.
Yeah.
So, like specifically, Michigan has a restriction where a lot of those teams are primarily middle schoolers. So if you're in a region that has its own requirements, then yes. Or if your team has their own requirements, then that might restrict teams you can join. But you can always still make your own team, especially if you have some friends who want to jump in and do it too.
Yeah.
You guys can certainly attest to that. Okay, so what kind of power transmission should we use here? I think that we probably are going to end up with power transmission here.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't have a better idea. I wish I could make the servo more compact.
gears
Could
would be the
here.
yeah. Gears would be the easiest probably.
They would need to be big.
Yeah, they would.
It would look kind of cool.
Yeah,
would
they actually
need to
would
be
look
big.
cool
It
with two
would.
big gears on the side. Yeah.
So this would be.
Oh yeah, I love gears. Gears are
I
the
think
best.
this would be. It would be 290 tooth gears. That would be kind of crazy.
We're in Nevada. He just graduated. Nice. So, yeah, great.
It would be 290 tooth gears.
Isn't that what we had on our arm, or did we have 100 tooth or something?
They were 100 tooth. So
Yeah.
it was because it was a 20-to-1 ratio, 20-to-5 ratio.
I don't know.
So that's a 4-to-1.
This might need to be. This makes a lot more sense as chain or belts. It just totally does. It's a better fit.
Is it 105 or 100 on the GoBilda Into the Deep starter bot?
100 tooth.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
100 and then 220. Okay. Chain. Like I like this placement. This is out of the way of everything.
Yeah.
It puts the power transmission in a good spot.
Yeah, I like it.
So we just need, honestly, probably a chain and sprocket. Some more plastic chain's a great option here.
How many pillow blocks did you use? I think I see 6, but it's hard to see on video.
We have 2, 3, 4. We have 5, and then we have not a dual bearing pillow block kind of style in the center, so that we can have 2 independent shafts. That is like the last stage feeder for the left and right side. So there's a pillow block. There's a pillow block for the second stage, and then the first shaft is 3 pillow blocks.
Creating a GoBilda. So they're creating a GoBilda order by Wednesday. That's
awesome.
cool. Yeah. Also, don't apologize for asking all the specific questions.
Yeah.
The specific questions is the best part.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
It's really why there's a chat. And like I said earlier, I really love answering the questions. Yeah. How are you doing?
Great, honestly.
How are you doing?
Good.
Great.
Okay.
Chat, how are you doing?
Let's see. So we're in implementation, which is just kind of the thing. The next, we have 25 minutes.
Wow.
We started a little late. We probably could run 30, you know? So a really great, I think a good goal tonight would be if we can get these shafts installed and powered by 2 servos, we could then run another full robot test.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Which would be great. So the thing that we need to do is we need another super speed servo, another servo block, and then we can install that on either side. We need the right length shaft so that we can put a sprocket here, and then we can run that chain. So we need, and that's kind of what I wanted to wait on the shaft, because we probably need it to be longer now. I mean, 192 is definitely going to work. Do we have one between 168 and 192?
168 and 192. No.
Okay. So 192s would work. And then we need, let me put together a quick list in chat.
Okay.
I think that's right. I think 32, 17, 25. Nope. 125. And then we need to 192, and I think that should be it. We have sprockets. What size is our servo sprocket? That's the other way to do it.
Isn't it 6?
It might be.
Is there only one size servo?
There's a standard size servo. We only make one, but other companies make lots of different sizes.
High-Tech makes a pretty big servo, don't they?
Yes.
They also make those really cool linear servos.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if we could use one of those servo gearboxes for something.
I could see that for maybe for an end game if we want to pick up the whole robot.
Yeah, since it says, I mean, it says high torque on it,
Yeah.
so that might be cool.
So I think that's probably the most reasonable. Would be compact servo block and sprockets. I like that. Okay. Just 10 tooth sprockets is going to work really well. So we just need or 14 tooth sprockets.
Yeah. That size of servos that GoBilda carries is pretty standard for servos and FTC. Like I don't know if there's any others that are out of that size that are legal, but
I know of 2. I think they're called Melonbotics. They make the that like 6,000 RPM servo. It's just basically a tiny motor. And
Axon Micro.
Axon makes the Axon Micros, and
Axon Minis.
And High Tech makes the big servos.
Yeah.
Which GoBilda does make
I sent you some more parts.
adapters for those.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess that would be 4 different ones.
There's
that
so
we can
many
think
different
of.
sizes. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have some parts coming that'll let us do that. Put all of this together. The one thing that we need to do is mount this super speed servo to the servo block.
Yeah.
I'll get you some hardware here. Normally we just use 8mm screws and washers.
The aluminum rim on the flywheel is a flywheel that GoBilda is releasing in 3 weeks.
Somewhere around there.
It really
3-ish.
helps. Color sensor with this, maybe.
I think that could be really cool.
Random question: would you guys most likely know me as an entertainment person or something?
So this would go through the
I'm not
washer,
sure.
and then they thread into these 4 to hold that servo on.
Let's see. Is GoBilda coming with an Axon alt?
If we are, it's too far out to talk about.
Our team is having some issues figuring out what to get based on budget. What do you think is important? 6K RPM motors, an intake, GT2 belts, and steel chains.
6,000 RPM motors is definitely probably going to be the most important. If you want a wheel-based launcher like we have here. If you want to do something else like a catapult, a flicker spiral, some other kind of launcher, then you will probably end up with a much lower RPM motor. But if you're hoping for a flywheel like this, that's going to be your best bet.
Yeah.
Okay.
And lowering the power on a high RPM motor is basically just lowering the RPMs. Well, and keeping the same torque that it originally had.
Correct. Yes. Correct. It can have some advantages here. So different use cases and like different applications all end up having different ups and downs for using those ratios. But here we have lots of advantages for running a faster motor a little bit slower than its free speed.
Oh, and by the way,
So this can also get screwed to the output there.
all
okay.
GoBilda Yellow Jacket series planetary gear motors have the same motor, right? It's just it is so basically they just have a different gearbox attached to it.
Yep.
So you're going to get the same power out of any one of them. It's just that the lower RPMs will have higher torque and the higher RPMs will have lower torque.
Correct.
Axons are the best. Axons are pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. MK2s are pricey. Yeah, MK2s are pretty pricey.
Yeah.
They were regular Axons were like around 100 and something at the end of last season.
That's the main downside to Axons is the price.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's why you see teams using other servos, just because like it has a higher performance, but it's quite a bit pricier.
What type of Yellow Jacket motors would you guys prefer for a launcher? Probably
Do you want to cut
6K
all of the zip
RPM.
tie tails we have hanging around on this robot?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Forgot about those.
They're just kind of super random.
Would
right now.
those count towards our limit, our
Yes.
height limit?
Yeah. Yep.
Really?
Yep.
What will?
The little
Zip
tails
tie
and the
tails.
zip ties.
Oh, that's interesting.
We've used that before. Teams I've been associated with have used that before sometimes, kind of to an advantage. So like
That's
one year in particular, you
strange.
could bring your own game element that you left on the field for your matches, and it had a minimum size requirement. So it had to be at least 3 inches by 3 inches by 3 inches, and the team I was working with really didn't want it to be that big, and so you just made a flat plate and put a zip tie sticking up, so that it was at least 3 inches tall because the
That's
zip
pretty
tie
cool.
was there,
What was
but
it?
the zip tie's really not in the way. This was Skystone.
What was the thing? Those 3 inches?
Um,
I was.
It was
reading
like
about
a
it.
team supplied scoring element.
Oh, that's interesting.
So specifically, you could put it on the top of your stack of stones, and
Oh.
it could get you.
Oh
additional
yeah,
points.
that
Yep.
thing. I watched the Skystone game review
Yep.
last night.
Yep.
We watched like a whole bunch. We watched Boldover, Skystone. Actually, most of them
Yeah, the majority.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a lot of seasons that are so old that we don't think about them.
And
Yeah.
they don't even have reveal videos. They just kind of
Yeah.
exist.
I thought it was so interesting.
Maze
The ones
race.
from the 90s, like, those were so different.
The umbilical wire from the
Yeah.
center, that's crazy.
And the fact their first game, they started out in corn, that's so weird.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Also, the wheels were interesting. They were like incredibly thin. They were
They
incredibly thin.
were. They were like paper.
It was
Yeah.
interesting
Paper
just
thin, it's crazy.
seeing what, like, robots made that back then. I'm pretty sure I saw one that basically just had a pitchfork on the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting because it reached into the since the scoring elements were tennis balls. You could just reach into the corn with like a pitchfork and lift up at an angle, and then you have a bunch of the scoring elements, which were, like I just said, tennis balls. Thank you.
I think it would be nice to have a little bit more support for our upper triangle.
I
now that
see.
we have moved the supports all the way
Yeah,
to the back.
all the way back.
There's a little flex. It's still stronger than I feel
It's
like it
really
should
strong.
be. But it looks wrong. So I think this is a quick add.
Yeah. Never hurts to. And, like, if for some reason maybe you stepped on your robot
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
right there,
For whatever reason.
yeah.
Full force stomp on it. Could happen.
You
What
never
do you mean?
know.
What do you mean could happen?
Could happen.
Could drop it down the stairs.
Hey, wait. Okay, well, I actually have an example of how that could happen.
Really?
A robot, while it's trying to raise up to
Okay. Here's
to
where
let
it
another
screws
robot drive
face.
under it,
Thank you.
could topple over and hit the top of your robot.
And these.
I didn't think of that.
You got it right. These have the same orientation thing where
Yeah.
the larger cutout has to be toward the channel.
Are we screwing these in through the face, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And we'll just add those to the ends here.
It's almost always the face.
That's my preference for the dual blocks for sure.
Yeah.
And then we
Or
can
if-
just add a little bit more support, make it feel a little better.
These look different to the bigger ones.
They do. They definitely have kind
Like
of a different
shine.
style.
Yeah.
Yeah, the.
14, what did I say?
And I guess if you wanted to be really thorough, you could put it from the face and the sides, but you're probably never going
You'd
to
be
really need to
real
do that.
thorough over that.
Is it that?
Ultra security.
Or you drive a car. We don't talk about that.
Have you driven your robot off of a cart? Because that is a pretty classic experience.
I might have. And I broke the floor,
But not the robot.
but not the robot.
Okay.
Wow.
That's hard to complain about.
And I know someone else too.
What do you more plastic chain?
Yeah,
so-
it
More
we-
plastic chain.
I was
Yeah.
going.
Okay.
I was. Our cart didn't have like a really a good front lip on it, and I stopped too fast.
That's how it goes.
It just rolled off.
Yeah,
That's
and
better
it
than
made
like
it
actively driving it.
a chip in the concrete floor.
GoBilda.
I found it.
Sweet.
GoBilda channel is sharp.
Okay, I
And-
can work on that
wait,
if
wait,
you want to
wait.
mount this servo.
If you ever need a
Here.
reason to break concrete,
That'll be
GoBilda channel is strong enough to do so.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how good
Here,
GoBilda
right?
is.
Yes,
Yeah,
right
okay.
Yeah.
directly above that.
Okay. And
I would say
these
8mm screws.
8mm.
Yeah, they're
That's
up
an
on the wall,
interesting
yeah.
Okay.
promo for GoBilda.
That's not gonna fall because I won't bump it.
like interesting selling point.
Oh yeah, now the now our cart has a GoBilda channel on the front of it.
Perfect.
So we zip tied it to it. So
This will, yeah.
yes, GoBilda. GoBilda is definitely.
You always have to get those screws installed.
I'll just grab a few.
Sweet, thank you.
So there's a one game online that is what beats paper.
Rock.
Sorry, yeah, what rock?
Paper.
Or is it paper? It's a rock paper scissors game where you can put whatever you want. If you got to concrete, you could probably say GoBilda beats concrete, and it
Seems
would
fair.
be true.
Seems fair. I mean, concrete is basically rock, right?
Yeah.
Just rock
I
and
mean,
some other stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
I bet that you could break a rock with a GoBilda U channel if you tried in just the right way.
Yes. Like using it as like a chisel.
Yeah. And also, GoBilda does sell harder components than the channel.
GoBilda jackhammer.
Like, I imagine a GoBilda 12mm rec shaft with like a big sprocket on the end. You could, if you whacked a rock with that, you could split it right in half.
John has a good point. We should, so he said, off topic, but we should really consider installing a dumbwaiter in the warehouse just for this stream.
That'd be awesome.
I'm actually surprised that there's not an elevator.
That's fair. We like to get our steps in here.
Oh yeah, cardio.
Okay,
Right.
can you
Cardio.
install this servo into that
There.
servo block?
Yes. Does it matter the direction?
You can't put it on wrong.
Okay, good.
What if you can?
I vote yes. Yeah, I would vote yes as well.
Was it a challenge to
If
put
you
it on wrong?
if you do put it on wrong, it won't work.
Upside down.
Upside down. Diagonally.
So right now it looks like
Technically, you can't do it diagonally, which is kind of sad.
That's what you think.
Yeah.
I'm confident in my
I'm
abilities
kind of
to
right,
mess
though.
it
looks
up.
like only place you can mount this is in between these two.
That's perfect.
Or
I
put
like that a
there it
lot.
is.
Okay, there's the servo screw. Is there some? For some reason, it looks like a 2011 season bot. I don't. What is the 2011 season? Was that bowled over?
2011?
Be gone
That's a
ball.
great question.
I think
Hot
it might have
shot.
been
Okay,
hot shot.
I believe you.
We need to watch that. I need to watch that. That might be interesting. Put that
It's
on
interesting
the.
how much this is like
Put
to get in between
Put that on the
here.
watch
Yeah.
list.
I think I might need someone to hold this open while I
Okay.
position this.
We can probably wait until Chris is finished assembling
I'm
the
so
put the servo
close.
on, and then
Yeah.
we can
It's-
do that next part.
The screw is not being a fun
It'll make it
guy.
harder to put the.
I just screwed a servo screw in with my finger just because I didn't want to have to get an Allen wrench.
That's crazy. Dedication.
Dedication.
Human spirit. Okay, there we go.
The indomitable human spirit. Except if you fell off a cliff. I don't know how you would survive that.
Belief.
It's very
It doesn't have to
interesting
break
if you
your
watch the
spirit.
championship.
Oh,
runs.
yeah.
Okay, and
I
then
would
I can
name
help
the-
you.
Okay,
this
that's a
side.
good point. I would name this bot Borg for some reason.
Borg?
Maybe because it's a cube. There's maybe a certain reference there. I'm not sure though.
And then those will just be 8mm screws.
I actually could be 100% wrong.
The reference?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, it's Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was back-to-back days with a Star Trek reference. I can't remember what yesterday's
What was yesterday's?
I don't think I made it, so I'm not gonna take the blame
Love
here.
to see it.
Here's the
Also,
right-side screws for
yeah,
this.
Borg. I only know Borg Cube from, this is crazy, Jetpack Joyride, the,
Oh, yeah.
the collab.
I'm impressed that you guys also played Jetpack Joyride.
I love Jetpack Joyride.
That is like, I think that's great legs for an iOS game.
They just recently banned it on my school laptop.
What?
And cool math games. They banned cool math games on my school laptop.
Well, that's reasonable. Cool Math the Game's banned.
It is not that reasonable.
It's reasonable.
We've been playing on it for so long. No YouTube, nothing like that. It's crazy.
That's also reasonable.
Wow. At some point, they're going to ban opening a new tab.
What? Yeah, because that could be fun.
No fun for us. I can't wait to tell my carpentry teacher what I did. I'm going to have so many pictures to show him.
This is an awkward place to have used a hex bearing. It's hard to get the flats to line up.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we can flip this around, and then if you want to install the second support beam,
Yeah.
I will work on this on this side.
And we will have to screw it in from the bottom at some point too. Do you want to insert that in while I hold it open?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
I feel like one of you guys lost a pack of 8mm screws and never told the
Okay.
team.
What?
What?
Huh. I'm not sure.
Who lost what?
I mean, they just said, I feel like one of you guys lost a pack of 8mm screws and never told the team. Not sure.
The thing's kind of in the way.
Okay, I got that together.
Yeah, it would have been easier to do this.
Thick.
Well, I feel like it would have been harder to put this on with this here.
Oh yeah, it would have. So either way, it's still That's funny. Okay.
I mean, that is a big part of building a robot, is just getting all the screws in.
Yes.
It's a huge part.
Yeah. Unless you're that one Brazilian team and you just use zip ties.
Yeah.
Am I using
it
too
worked.
big? Is my screwdriver too big?
No, you got it.
Doesn't the Rev Hub come with zip ties?
Am I in it? It's not screwing.
Oh,
For you to put it
your
on
screwdriver is hitting your
Oh
block.
shoot. Okay, I'm gonna just move over.
Yes,
One more.
Amigos Droids. That's that
That's
team.
funny.
There we go.
They were at Michiana. They're a pretty cool team.
Yeah.
Go to pop out for a second.
All right, I'm gonna go.
That's a
Oh, that's too much of an
32
angle.
meters of
Okay.
spacers.
Hold on.
Maybe go, I don't know.
Oh my gosh. I got this.
We may have to pull out a traditional Allen wrench on this one.
There we go. Never thought of that one before. Okay,
using
flip
the
it over, I guess. Right? Isn't that what it? Yeah.
Yeah. Should be aware of all of the random bits of
Everything.
rods sticking out of the side of the robot.
Oh yeah.
I got some screws.
Okay, I'm back.
I think we're pretty close. We'll have these last two supports in. I think we can probably get some servos mounted. I don't know that we'll do a full robot test
I
tonight.
forgot we only had like 30 minutes.
At this point, we have 5.
Oh, what? 5?
Sorry, 10?
Oh, I was about to say. 5 is crazy.
We're getting there. No, it's 5.
Oh, really?
okay.
Is
Yeah.
it actually 5? That's
We
crazy.
could probably run a few minutes, but yes.
Did you get those in on both
Nominally.
sides?
Yes.
Sweet.
Oh wait, no, I didn't get that one in.
Okay.
I completely forgot about that one. I was thinking very asymmetrically for a second.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool
How
to
do
get
you
those
think
mounted.
asymmetrically?
You think asymmetrically, and then there you go, you done it.
You don't think the same way on the right side of your brain.
Isn't like the left side of your brain the creativity one, and the
I have
right
no
side is
clue.
reasoning?
Fun fact, on this day in 1966, Star Trek, the original series, first aired. That is insane that we got the timing perfect.
That is pretty crazy.
It would be hard to get the servo installed, get all of this stuff together, and then not test it.
Yeah.
But we also could have a really exciting start of the next stream.
Yeah.
2 good options. This is really getting there, which is
It
really
is,
fun.
yeah.
Okay, let's try to get one of the sides built. I think we can do that quick. So we have a shaft, we have a sprocket on it. I'm gonna scooch past you here, if
Okay.
that's okay. This needs to go here, and then we can mount the boot wheels there. So I got some set screw collars just to hold where the boot wheels are. At some point, I think we could replace those with spacers, and that would be better.
Mm-hmm.
Do the 2.5 millimeter. Oh, I have one over here. Sorry.
Oh man. What is that one? Okay.
Yeah, there's a 2.5 and a 3 over here still.
Do we have 3 2.5 but 2 3s?
No, we have 3 of each, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
It's confused. Oh yeah, we do, don't we?
It's a good number of tools.
Okay.
Actually, we pretty much more like need like 9 of each.
The only thing is that lets us lose them, which we will do, I think.
Mm-hmm.
At least I will do. Can you grab me 2 more clamping collars from one of those bins down right above where the channel is? For 8 racks specifically.
I'm like blanking. I
They
just forgot how to
are-
read.
They're kind of scrambled in there.
Are these them?
Ideally, I would do these 2 because
Okay.
they're the clamping ones.
And the set screw collars versus the clamping ones, the main benefit of the set screw one that it's smaller diameter.
Smaller diameter, they're cheaper too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's the big one. The clamping ones are nicer to use, I think.
What size belt did you use to connect the motors to the flywheels?
328 millimeter length belts, GT2.
Funny thing or not, I somehow helped my FTC team to state last year. Nice job. I've heard rumors. Yeah. Lego and Star Trek are finally teaming up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, rip the wallet.
Poor wallet.
Yeah, poor wallet. Wait. Oh yeah, you're in Nevada. Wait, what team are you on? Some random dude.
What's wrong with it?
It's just
Not going in
being
right.
silly, yeah.
Wasn't it like 2025-3 or something? Or is that someone else? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Cool. I don't actually need that part.
Okay.
There we go. I think that's all it needs. And then this collar.
Did it make it?
I think so.
Is it hard to get in?
It looks like it, yeah.
There's so many parts that all need to line up.
Yeah. It's like, there's this one thing that you're never supposed to do,
Where'd that go?
but it makes it
It just
easier.
fell out.
Oh yeah, it's like screwing through 2 threaded holes.
Yeah.
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 That's-
Technically, you can do it.
But
Yeah,
it's
you
not
probably
the best.
should
You-
not.
Yeah.
It's sort of like one of those jank solutions that sometimes works, and it's not like the most jank thing you can possibly do, but it's not, definitely not.
It's not the right solution.
It's
Yeah.
not the best thing to do.
If it's a jank solution, it's still a solution.
like
They
That's
call it
true.
a jank solution for a reason.
it's one of those things that you want to avoid unless like you absolutely have to.
Illegal building technique number 27. That's so true.
Yep.
Team 17986, based out of Florida. Co-captain, lead programmer, and an engineer for our team. Fire. What do you program on? I sound like I'm losing my voice.
It's easy to. I forgot to part this, so this is not fully constrained yet.
18th out of 27. I mean, at least you got to state, right?
Exactly. A lot of most teams don't, so
Yeah.
it's still awesome. Okay, I think this is a pretty good
11,
Picture
9, 24.
of what it'll look like.
0 ohms. That's a cool team number. Android Studio. I love Android Studio. Do you use Roadrunner? Actually,
Alright.
I think you asked something about Roadrunner earlier.
I think we've got the robot that we're gonna have for today.
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty good place to pause and come back at it tomorrow. We did some more prototyping today. We did some more testing. The big thing we ironed out is exactly how the intermediate feeders into the launcher wheels were going to turn out. We started today without a lot of this stuff assembled at all. So we figured out that we really like this 2-stage boot wheel approach where we've got 2 shafts, one of them driven off the same motor that drives the intake, and another set that have 2 individual servos so that we can feed a ball just into the left side or just into the right side's launcher. We've got a lot of that assembled. Tomorrow we need to come back, add the chain to each of these individual servos, and finish installing that second stage.
As well as the servo that allows
Yes.
different
Yeah,
colors.
Exactly. We'll have a gate servo that we can swing left or right to funnel them specifically into the left or right side. I think the other thing we're going to look at tomorrow is maybe we rebuild this drivetrain and make it more compact and do a lot of those small scale adjustments that can make it just a little bit better. But I think I'm really happy with where we ended up today, especially for 5 hours. We made a lot of progress.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Well, we're going to be back here again at the same time, same channel, 4 p.m. Central Time, and we're going to stream for our final day of Robot in 3 days until just about 9 p.m. again tomorrow. Thank you guys for joining us, and we'll see you then.